Hello everyone, I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. So I know that I'm late. I had an appointment with my physical therapist. I got like a new walker, so I had to fix that first. So, but we are here. We are going to be watching Dark Zero versus Secret for today, and it's the groups stage that is. Two groups, A and B, and they're going to be fighting out as well. So.
Just playing the map really well right now, Secret. You know, extending out top floor, first floor, looking for contact, happy to take fights, as Mowgli does through storage. Expecting one at the window. Oh, he could catch the timing. Left side. Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky for Mowgli. But so fortunate for Kino. He will benefit. Ooh, but then one at the doorway. But then it didn't expect up close for Drills to have retaken storage, but as they lose Noah, it's a two-player advantage for Dark Zero. And it's a very vulnerable site. No one there now for Team Secret. Contact to the window. The Drills. Many different positions that are under threat. Newa's down.
Let's hope that my prediction is right as well, guys.
But they call it down the hallway. NJR numbers prevail for the attack.
So I'm going to be eating my dinner. I had to be like a quickie today.
And this is the exact kind of position where Dark Zero are going to be so disciplined, so patient, not feed ones irrespective of that health deficit. They will drone him out right on cue. Formulate a plan to stack this for a trade attempt if required. 30 seconds on the clock. Time not an immediate concern.
His best hope is to be in a position that they either walk by or don't expect, and maybe he can get a free kill, make it potentially two, but not to be.
Let me just refresh this. So
5 to 3.
Have this on.
Able to just keep that lead healthy, not allow Secret to win 3 straight. Biggest concern is 8 rounds played, and it's a 6 to 2 lead in terms of entry battles in favor of the North American outfit. Just has seen enough. He'll call the timeout for Team Secret.
Again, as we mentioned previously, Twister, a very experienced and highly regarded coach. How much of his messaging, though, is going to be impactful in this matchup? 2-round deficit. They find themselves in a tricky position here to try and find momentum back in the match. Top floor is good, that's kind of expected, but the tertiaries are what's going to make or break this map. Norwich up next. Will Dark Zero be able to find 3 match points, or can Team Secret just produce something special here, something a little unexpected?
Well, this ends up being a round in which if Secret could win it, 5-4, you go back top floor, suddenly then could aim towards 5-5. Put a little bit of pressure back onto Dark Zero. Timeout expires. We head into the 9th round. Triple Nitrocell available for the defense.
Oh, well, initially, DZ were looking to play triple info with the Jackal.
I didn't want to touch on the Jackal because it attacked the repick and then it changes it last second.
There we go.
There it is. On cue.
We haven't seen it, Jackal, I believe, released one round here at EWC.
We did.
But naturally going to be a niche pick. The Valkyrie and the Pulse combination, though, on the side of Team Secret can be very potent, especially against an attacking lineup that nothing to worry about is likely to play for heavy vert with that ram.
No IQ either, so you know these are well-placed Valk cams. Can maybe stay up for the large majority of the round. Again with the mirror and the Kaid ban, IT breach is very easy for Secret. Wants again to rotate over towards Connector.
That's another benefit of playing a map that is typically hidden.
Oh, Mowgli. He finds an early kill. That's quite rare for Secret. Just their third opening kill. In fact, all three have been Mowgli, and Mowgli has been involved in a ridiculous amount of entry battles. He's now been involved, get this, out of 9 rounds of Siege, Mowgli's been involved in 7 of 9 rounds entry battles.
And what's the split?
3 to 4.
Pretty close, you take that. Oh, direct from DZ.
Correct indeed. But they haven't really got Vert. Doesn't matter, apparently. Double kill onto Drills and Oscar, and the plant now is going down from Volts. Where's the denial? Noah falling to Kino. Nitrocell doesn't do anything. Kino's found 2. Big match so far from Kino on the Blackbeard. Puts Mowgli on his butt and then finishes him off. Dark Zero make it 6. 3 map points, 3 match points in this best of 1. And Secret now staring down the barrel of lower bracket already here on day 1 of groups.
Yeah, it's a fun little set play there from Dark Zero. So much vert established there from Team Secret in an attempt to draw it off a direct hit.
Okay, guys.
What was an upside down repel IT wall. Nitro Cell didn't quite land, and it meant that NGR could prevent the defense from denying.
We got some McDonald's dinner today.
He is.
We're having like
And his Blackbeard
these like
off plate.
chicken strips, they are called here in Sweden at
Now
least,
means that Dark Zero will have
and with some Bernice sauce. So that's what we are going for today.
You know, 10 and 5.
Simple and easy dinner. No fries today. Didn't want to spend the extra money.
Unfortunately, though, for Secret, it really is more of the same from EML guys. Where it's Mowgli and Noah, and that's it. And in fact, EML stage 1, it wasn't even really Mowgli either. He really had a poor stage 1. Of course, he's definitely tried hard today when you're involved in 7 out of 9 entry battles.
Not all hope is lost just yet. We do return back to the top 4 where Team Secret have found previous success. The unfortunate follow-on from that, though, is that they'll need to find, of course, success on the tertiaries, and that is far from a given. This side, no certainty either. Looking across at the lineup here from DZ, they'll bring the Deimos into play this time round. In combination with the Zofia, if they double down for that vert counter, it's going to once again mean that those power positions, largely facilitated by the Azami, are going to be much more volatile for the defense to contend with. And it's again may force Team Secret into a similar mid-round playstyle where they need to abandon those positions, play aggressive, and try and catch Dark Zero off guard. But they won't have that element of surprise this time around because Dark Zero will be privy to it. Could just go here for a solo play. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh,
He's thinking about it.
Enemy located. Second floor.
Drills I don't think has too much of a read. And Nua's heard him go down the stairs.
Well, the problem with this as well now for Drills, as he's fallen down blue stairs, he needs help from someone like Mowgli to say, well, is my top blue stairs still safe?
Well, Mowgli just cleared it.
And exactly. Nua's can swing.
Uh-oh.
Oh damn!
Here it is.
Oh, the
beautifully
timing.
played from
He was
Nua's.
throwing out a disc.
Masterclass.
That is
Playing off the
so
automatic
good.
information. And they got rid of Drills. Full blue side control for Dark Zero. Still 90 seconds remaining in the round, which means they can go back towards IT Rafter side, Con Meeting side as well. It's a desperate looking defense now for Team Secret. The hope has scattered into the wind. Noah and Flexi, all that remain. And Dark Zero, the most recent major champions. It's a very easy start to the Esports World Cup campaign for them. Flexi to keep some semblance of hope alive with that frag onto Faults. Need the next one desperately. Noah searching down that blue hallway. But you can see the way that they're just navigating the side. Doorway check after doorway check. Left side, right side. They can't stop just worrying about which way DZ are going to make their way in. They do find the kill onto NJR. Oh, Newest, lovely kill. And then the second
Damn.
from Newest as the plan was going
Nice.
Dark Zero totally in control. Start to finish on Nighthaven Labs. A very strong performance to debut here at the Esports World Cup.
It was. Certainly doesn't go down as a perfect win, but day one of an international event, you will take a comfortable win any day of the week. And for the side of Team Secret, a gentle reminder that whilst as an organization they may be the reigning champs of EWC, as a roster and as a team, they have a long way to go.
They certainly do, and unfortunately, guys, they don't
Damn,
have
damn,
a
damn,
lot
damn,
to do it. They're actually one best of three away from being eliminated. Secret, whilst they stumbled throughout the map, we saw moments of hope, I think is a good way of putting it. You look at round 7, you look at the aggression, you look at it as a positive from the roster, but ultimately the biggest positive goes to Dark Zero.
And with the way the format works, you kind of mentioned quickly the brutality of it now for Secret in terms of now facing the elimination matches, the best of threes. On the flip side for Dark Zero, Rob, they've got 2 best of threes now to qualify for playoffs. Well, 2 chances, I should say.
Correct. You do have 2 chances, and that's the thing. When you're looking at Dark Zero and you're looking ahead at what their tournament could offer, such a well-rounded performance from them on a map like Nighthaven Labs. I really do start to look at this roster and go, well, could they go back-to-back at this point? They've looked really good in this matchup, and I think it's really hard to take away any negatives from them. I think that they just looked like they were on top of their game. All their decision-making seemed to come with such prowess and solid decisions that overall, this matchup, it went the way we expected, Jake, and I think that, again, kind of similar to Shopify Rebellion's first day, this is the way you need to start if you are a champion. Beater and a champion yourself.
You could make the argument, should they start by winning a 7-0, 7-1 against Secret? It doesn't matter. They won 7-3. They were always in control. They never looked even remotely close to there being any kind of potential upset or anything along those lines. For them, it was just a really good way to warm up, I think, for the tournament.
Nice.
And move forward now into the best of threes from here on.
Yeah, and best of threes, I think, only get harder for the teams.
Let's move on to the B stream.
Because the defense side is going to be very lopsided if they put pressure on mom's side and they put pressure on Med's side.
Okay, so here's the thing. I did on my prediction. I did expect Dark Zero to win against Secret, and here I do expect Wildcard win against Liquid.
They need to make sure that those drones are doing their job. Maybe the Twitch goes and finds it and takes it out.
2 Elements in pocket 2, so we expect JV to rotate towards the shield wherever it's going to be here. So he should be one of the main floaters right now. 5 Kiba barriers from Philippe Talk, so that's going to be great late round here to really create a fort. Playing in med here. C4 ready for the hatch drop. I like to see them reverse clear med right now, really get rid of this med bay player. Probably going to run the blitz through courtyard or hop in med window, or he might drop the hatch here and sprint through. Gonna have to care for the C4 off of that.
Start seeing those boogie drones get into work, so that's a little bit of the verticality opened up as well. So now it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid Alienware to play inside of sight, but as we've said, for this ground floor, that's not the end of the world. Felipox, to me, seems to be in the key position here, holding on to Med. He's going to be challenged with the Candelas. In goes the Ying. They should find the kill.
Beautiful.
It's nice and... Oh! They've somehow not got it. They go around again, and Kansan manages to pick it up. 4 versus 3, but we've got Nade down, and this continues to be a flurry of kills towards the end of things here. 45.
Come on, Wildcard.
3 versus 2.
Retaking the mirror on side set right now. Right now, you really have to isolate one of these players here. You can't really make the plant your first priority, because if you do, it can turn into a 2v2 here. So I feel like they need to just isolate JV or Maya right now. They just isolate JV. Beautiful from Bay on the hatch here. 3v1. Now you can work the plant.
And they know exactly where the last man is. Maya taking out the Twitch drone, so Baby Shark's going to be feeding that intel back in. But how about this? Maya starts to get aggressive. Rather than playing the mirror window, he steps around and manages to find the kill. They are going chasing, looking for him, but they're giving him the opportunities in 1v3.
No!
Almost pulls off the 1v3, but Wildcard stands strong at the very end, and Kansan gets that final kill. For a second, you were worried for the NA side. They were giving him the 1v1s. They weren't quite in position, and that is the fine margins we deal with in Siege. It can be half a second, but if you are not there ready to hit that trade as the death comes in,
Mira or probably Goyo at this
and he
point.
does that twice.
I think it's going to be
That was close for
maybe.
wildcard, but they get it done. 5-4.
Kansan, longtime veteran, going all the way back to the E United, was his first start here.
Yes, that was
Seeing
right.
how
Goyo
far
is
off
gone.
He is after that big round, 4-4 clutch, no reaction, ice. Ice from the Chiari.
Okay, then heading into round 10, we're going to see ourselves back on the same rotation. We've got the Goyo and the Ying taken away
Yes.
as the second battle.
Not surprised at all.
No, the Ying was so much, just put so much pressure on that old tower side. You saw the players out of sight when Kansan hit that walkthrough on Mattress. They were fully blind. Great play too. They're just using it really well too on the end.
Such
right
an
now.
easy dinner, like
So just a
just
great, operator
those.
rid of the Goyo too.
They are
if
so
they make sure that
dangerous.
They can't really have
So
that stall
dangerous to
potential
eat.
at the beginning. They're going to only rely on the smoke here. We're going to see a ton of traps coming out. The Thorn, the Denari, and the Fenrir here. I feel like maybe you could keep the L out because they're running so many more shields than the Fenrir, but they're going to bring the BP right now here. So let's see. The BB usually tells me they're going to go for Old Tower over here. I'm going to switch to the Deimos. Might be a vertical take on white. Bring the Aurora out. Okay, let's see. Aurora has Ace 2 here. Aurora could be for the horse queen, so they might go white over and then have the horse take at the end.
Last time around, we did see them use the Raura. It was the bathroom door
Yeah.
from Horse, close that off, and it just allows
That's
you
one
to
of
get
the best,
in there
yeah.
without being challenged from that side. Like we said, now that it's on such a slow lift, once the defenders shoot it out, it gives you that time and that freedom to be able to do so. Let's see then.
Also, another one that's really good too, Ace, is the mattress door when you do it from the window, because as you saw, when Team Liquid went for a horse take and they had that player retake out of mattress, that Aurora gate will stop that retake, so you can really have control inside the horse hall as an attacker.
At the minute, Maya is playing over there in dorms, so
From outside a horse,
something that
that's a
needs to
bad
be
BP,
considered too.
JV.
Down the bulletproof camera, it was left at an angle that it could be done from the external, which, as you say, is a little bit easy for wildcard there. Bit of a mistake from Team Liquid Alienware. The cams have not been their friends
Yeah,
today, whether
gotta be
it's
a white
bulletproof
split.
or default. But that is going to be a Retero going in and opening up one of those soft angles, and the Fenrir FNAT is going to be activated above horse door as well. Now that they feel where that pressure's coming from.
You're going to see them lurking. They see they're giving them the dorm side right now. They're going to probably have someone lurk through there here with the Ace just to get the walls open. Spiker taking vertical control. Baby Shark lurking outside the courtyard. They open the con wall for Flores for a walk in here, because when you do pressure this top white side, there's so many gaps if you can split courtyard and con side here. Especially with this Ace pressure through bathroom, because they really don't know if you're going dorms over or if you're just baiting for the white split. They have good info inside of the site too, so to expose his gap. It's only a foam they're trying to hold off of, so probably have Baby Shark walk to activate bait through the site side here. But a Flores is Kiba. Gonna get info on this Thorn now. Thorn has been spotted. Denari on the flank, so you see that they think they're going dorms over right now fully, but it's just Kansan. I wonder if Kansan knows about the flank here. JV getting Grimbead. Kansan does not know. Great flank right there.
Yeah, absolutely no idea. And KZ able to punish him, so a bit of a misstep from Wildcard leaves them now with a man down. Instead, they're going to start trying to move in through bedroom from tower.
Ooh.
Beautiful kill from Bay. We
Yep,
know
here we
he's
go.
got it in his locker. Baby Shark works in from courtyard. He's been patient. Another beauty from Bay as he takes the head off fully pox. Baby Shark doubles down. That's KZ taken out. It's all up to JB92. He has a look. He has a go, but he can't get it done. Wildcard go onto match point.
You see
Told
Viking
you.
and Aurora, the teamwork right there. Amazing shots from 9-4 entering through. Call them super
Told
soldier
you.
guys.
Told you that
Talking in Portuguese to
Wildcard
them
would win
too.
that.
Really good stuff from Wildcard. Obviously enjoying their siege, enjoying the game so far today, and they find themselves now 2 rounds ahead and 2 chances to be able to close it out. If there was one mistake from them in the round, it was that little bit of a lack of intel. They didn't have a handle on KZ, on his location, and you feel like he could have done a lot more damage had it not been for Bay walking in and just getting 2 absolutely killer headshots.
Of course. I feel like have to speak to Lagonis' timeout too. 4-4, 6-4 now. Both coaches finding impact with their timeouts. It's big to see from them.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, we're looking at 2 of the best in the game, realistically, and they're showing it. You know, if you're maybe a little bit of a newer viewer to Siege and you're looking, thinking, you know, what's the coach's role? How much impact can they really have? You know, how much can they change? They're not in the server. It's been a perfect example of it. Like you say, both tactical timeouts have then seen, in effect, if you add them both up across, it's been 4 rounds consecutively won on the back of them, just showing how much of a change can be made. So we go into what could be our final round. It's round 11. One more will do it for wildcard. Team Liquid Alienware, they need 2 without mistake if they want to take this into overtime. Don't count them out. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. The Brazilians have certainly had flashes of greatness here on Fortress so far, but wildcard, they've consistently been able to just dampen that spirit.
Of course.
Woo!
Great opening kill there. Cheese to the Chonka, that's big. Oh, that's just so much denial down here.
That is a
Game's gone.
big kill.
There's pressure on the defensive side right now, and that's the worst thing you could do if you were looking for this comeback right now from Liquid side here. Now it really gives Wildcard the capability to just slow this round down and really milk them, make Liquid make the mistakes here, so they have to be very careful not to give another kill back into that 5v3 here.
As you say, there's going to be a gap somewhere now that they've lost that to Chanka. It's going to mean it's likely on site.
Yes.
That's where you're going to expect it to find him. So they do start pressuring towards that Dorms wall straight away. They know maybe the window's going to be, the vending window's going to be a little bit more sort of free territory. They don't need to worry about that as much, and they can start pressuring directly. Felipox is still worrying about this old tower drop. They know his position there in behind the shield. There is 2 stacked up from Wildcard, ready to go in there and pressure him.
No warden though, so the glass is going to be really good here. Going to be baiting a smoke right now. The Blackbeard too going to be huge on the entry. Nothing to stop this, especially since the Chonka's gone right now. They're giving so much space Liquid here. This should be a wild card closeout.
Felipox is just trying to get up close and personal with the Blackbeard there. The Razor Bloom is maybe just slowing things down
Go for
a
a
little
flank.
bit,
Put the
but
call in right
there is
now.
absolutely no rush for Kansan as he manages to find that long angle through onto Maya.
Down the
5
through.
versus 3,
Yep.
opportunity to get the diffuser down, and they're going to take it quickly.
Labs on the main wall too right now, cutting the whole cross. No plant to knock capability here. JV gets one. Bay with another. 3v1 here, all on JV.
Successful plant then just puts him on the clock. 1 versus 3 with a shield in his face. You've got to think it's going to be very, very difficult. He knows that there's one outside of the window here, but Bay's going to give him absolutely nothing. There's no reason to. All they're going to do here, Wildcard, is just play this behind the shield because he's all the intel they need. He's not going to make the challenges at Kansan because there's absolutely no reason to. Bay just supporting this fella Siege player. I don't think he does have it though. As the final kill comes in, it's Kansan on the Blackbeard. Ultimately, JB had to turn his back on him eventually, and the shield drops down, the kill comes in, and Wildcard take the first win here at the Esports World Cup. Adrian.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
On a long journey to
When I
defend
made the
that
prediction
title.
yesterday, when I did a video,
Composed.
I actually
Towards the end round too. Even
had
when you're feeling
in
confidence in
my
you can
thought
get a little
process
aggressive
that
in that 3v1, but Bay showed
Wildcard
consistency
would
on this
win,
one,
Dark
not
Zero
peak
would
at
win
all.
their matches.
Shows why Wildcard is one of the best Fortress teams that we've seen since the introduction
And
of Fortress in the map pool as well.
for the next
They
one,
keep calm, they hold their nerves, and
between
as you mentioned, Adrian, a great performance from him.
Falcons
He was the MVP
and
last year
M80,
at Esports World Cup. He's doing a good job.
I do expect M80 to win against Falcons. Is my prediction for that. So that is my guess on that match. So now I'm done with the dinner, by the way, guys. Thank you for waiting. And when it comes to the next match on B stream, it's going to be between FaZe Clan and Fnatic, and I did say that FaZe Clan would win against Fnatic. Do I hope that Fnatic will win? Yes, I feel like they've been playing solid. FaZe Clan has been having a rock bottom season. They have not been playing as well, so like, yes, I kind of hope at least that it would be done a little bit better. Also, for those that are wondering, why haven't CAG played yet against our gamers? I am curious about that as well. Are they going to be playing now, perhaps? That is gonna be interesting. Let me just double check. Let me just put on our music while we are waiting. Let's see here if we can get some information. Yo, you gotta stop doing the crazy things. What? What is this cringy pictures? Like, holy, is it the next It? Like, come on. Like, come on now. This is just... This is cringy. This is so cringy. That is cringe as hell. Not gonna lie. I really don't see anything that would suggest why they are not playing. Because, according to the schedule, they should have been playing right now. They should have been playing before wildcard, so they were playing way earlier. Maybe there's a delay for all gamers? Could that be it? Huh. Either way, I do expect that CAG is going to be winning against all gamers and made it to win against the Falcons. They say Wildcard we're going to be winning against Liquid. Then we have FaZe Clan is going to be winning against Fnatic. First Pro winning against Edward Gaming, and Fury against Weibo, and Enterprise against GK. So that is what I think on the matches for today. That's going to be interesting. Need to fix a few things as well. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. We still have 2 minutes left. Let's see. What am I trying to figure out? Oh yeah. I was trying to do this. Right click the message. Then the three dots. Where the fuck is the three dots? Ah. Mm. I'm trying to fix something here, so... Of course you need that. Wait. Oh, you said it there? Let's see here. Okay, that is odd. Like, Discord is not the greatest. Ah. Sorry, I'm trying to fix it. I need to sign in, okay.
Get into group stage because play-ins was so much more exciting than we thought it would be.
Yes,
Big upsets, and of course already today we've seen big hitters stand up on the stage, and it only gets more devilish as this group stage goes
Devilish. I like the way you said that. Yes, as we were talking about Group A, that is what is first on both A and B stream. So whilst we are going to be watching Team Falcons take on M80, Dark Zero's opponents are now playing on stage.
Okay, so Keg and AG have not played yet, so they're not done.
The fact that, well, we haven't really got that team tested. We haven't seen CNL really pop off yet. And I think that that's an incredibly exciting prospect. But maybe let's rein it in. Let's keep it on this stage because there's so much to talk about here between Team Falcons and M80. I know we were kind of talking, Nick, between just the vague context of this. If ever there was a hope for EML, if ever there was hope for Europe right now, is it Team Falcons?
It's Falcons, and then maybe Virtus Pro will sneak into that conversation.
Maybe. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah.
Then we have, Team Fnatic and Team Secret. Unlikely that they make it super far, but anything is possible. But I do feel like you're looking at this organization, looking at the players, looking at the history that they have together. Falcons, they're expected to make a deep run in this event.
Of course, course. I mean, this is the third place team from the World Championships at Six Invitational here in Paris just 6 months ago. And after that, they, of course, had a huge upgrade, picking up Doom from that old Team Secret
Upgrade,
roster.
huh? Who did you replace again?
Doom for Shaiko, and that's an upgrade, I'm telling you straight right now. Doom is one of the best players in the game right now, and I think really the last 12 months...
What was this, Doom?
He, of course, won the Esports World Cup with Team Secret.
Like, what was
last
that?
year, and for Falcons, you know, so many times they hit that second place finish, and of course last EWC, far worse than that. They got first rounded. They needed a change. They've made that change. It's Doom, and they're really just keen to get...
This looks so sad.
Yeah, and I think that this is an organization that definitely could. This roster right now does look quite dangerous. And the feel of the swap between Doom and Shaiko, yeah, sure, like that's a very big talking point, obviously. But that's evolved now. And I think as we look forward to the expectations of Team Falcons, the expectation is main stage. And I think it's got to be top 4. I think anything less than top 4 at this event, Tengu, they would be disappointed. And everyone at home would probably be shocked.
This is where it gets really tough when you're one of the teams that the fans are watching for. Right? Expectation says you win the grand final or you're awful.
Yeah.
And imagine your Team Falcons, right? That was a year when they were BDS where they made every single grand finals in the calendar year and they lost every single one.
Yeah.
Right? And people think, oh my god, they're awful, it's a bad team. And I'm thinking, guys, nobody else did better on paper than when BDS Team Falcons made every single grand final.
For sure.
Making a final is a privilege.
It is.
Winning it is incredibly rare. The fact that they go deep should be enough.
Not
They
enough,
need
though.
to win it.
Yeah.
Be enough.
I mean, on the one hand, of course, I said Doom won it last year with Secret. The 4 other players on this team won it the year before with Falcons, of course, when it was in Riyadh. They are definitely one of the favorites for the tournament, but it has been recently the rise of North America.
Certainly has been, and that's really taken over so much of our discussion leading into EWC, and certainly now in group stages. I think obviously if you look at the Shopify Rebellions of the world, gut-wrenching for them. But if there are hope, if there is hope, M80, Wildcard, Dark Zero, these rosters look phenomenal, Nick. Have you got NA at the top of your standards?
It's crazy to say, but I genuinely think this is North America's best chance, not just for, you know, what was Salt Lake City in a grand final or EWC. I think the entire calendar year is
I'm like, I don't know who I want to root for more.
at MAD right now. Savage, the newest member to join the squad, and I think it's going to be an instrumental addition. Fabian is a European coach who's very hard on his players. We always know that. I know that from playing with him. And I know from Fabian, speaking to him, the North American boys, bit of a culture shock when Fabian first came into this.
I could imagine.
And they had hot and cold as the former IGL, a North American player.
Yep.
With Savage taking that spot instead, he shares the same cultural views as Fabian, getting a bit more, you know, responsibility on their side, yelling at your teammates, making them take it into their own hands and take action. I think this might be the strongest MAD yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think so.
I think most people would agree with you as well. Obviously, Hot and Cold, a very esteemed player in his own right. But with what Savage managed to achieve with the rise of Team Secret in the last 18 months...
Who Chalet? Oh, new pictures. Oh, Chalet, damn. That is not the original. Is that... That is not the same photo.
He could have gone pretty much anywhere he wanted. And I wonder if he could have even gone to Brazil, being Portuguese himself. He speaks the language. Who knows? But of course, it's just the start of a beautiful journey for M80 as we see the veto come on through. We go to Chalet.
Certainly do. That one should be interesting. I think any battleground between these two teams is something I'm going to be looking forward to. The top of EML versus potentially the top of NA. Where do you actually put M80 in the NA discussion?
Oh, that is a hard one.
Yeah.
I think we need a bit more VOD reviewing here right now, but I feel like, I think Wildcard is the best, actually. I think the way they play the game is incredible. I saw the game against Team Liquid Alienware just before.
Yep.
Incredible retakes, making clutch moments happen and appear. And then DC just won a major.
Yep.
MAD's chasing another trophy. They just won a major last year.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing, right? You've got DZ and M80, both have major championships, and Wildcard, of course, don't. But let's go back to the stage and have a look at the game.
Time to get underway. This is going to be quite big. I think the context is best of one. This is quite brutal. I'm going to be completely honest with you at home. The format is unforgiving.
Yes.
A best of one to decide.
Yeah,
if you are
that
one
is a
map away from going home
bad.
or one map away from going through to playoffs. And these two teams have the weight of expectation on their shoulders. Both will expect big things. Both will want to showcase that they deserve to lift this trophy and continue their legacy, not just at EWC, but further. Remembering a massive talking point coming into this EWC, for the very first time ever, there is an airside auto qual for the winner. Now that is massive in the context. It gives you a lot of room to move heading into stage 2. Not that either of these will be taking their foot off of the pedal, but we do have two of the greatest teams that we have in the game at the moment on stage, ready to play. I think it's time to get underway. James, Dev, Marta, Stewart, Niklas, Pengu, Moritzen. I hope you boys enjoy this one, because I think this will be, as the Australians say, a barn burner.
Thank you, Robert Manic Monday. Yeah, it's time to get into it. This game should be crazy. It's two of the favorite teams to win the entire event. And Pengu, they go head-to-head here in the group stage. We're digging into it. It's just a best-of-one, a ruthless format. As Bride, the hometown hero, says his final words to his coach as we load in for Falcons. It is a massive task ahead of them to go up against a team they have never beaten before. A reminder, of course, what happened in the Munich Major Grand Final when M80 stole the trophy away from Falcons and claimed it for themselves. Now we go head-to-head in this best-of-one to find out which of these teams will be just one series away from the main stage, and one will be one series away from elimination.
It should have been a BO3 low-key, right? If we had full control over the format, I would have loved this to be a BO3. Just give us as much siege as possible. Third mapper, some overtime in there, but we just have to settle on Chalet. You know what? The best part about events like these, James, that you're so close to the players. They're right behind us, sitting in the crowd, watching the games, and I didn't know what map we're playing today. So you know what I did? I walked up to Fabian and said, Fabian, what map are we playing? And he told me, we're playing Chalet. So I was like, great.
What else did he tell you? Because you guys have a little bit of history.
I mean, Fabian's a father now. He's got a little baby girl back home.
Beautiful.
And, he's juggling being a full-time father now, while coaching M80.
Full-time father, you can't, like, you know, make that a part-time job or something like that. That's
I mean, some people don't show up at all when it comes to fatherhood, right? But Fabian's very involved. I was told by Jonathan. Jonathan is the analyst that Fabian used to work with in PC Talon back in Korea 2 years ago when they started. So Fabian becoming a father needs a bit of help. Jonathan joins as a full-time analyst, and now there's an even bigger support staff behind an 80 to give them the results that they need. You also have Pedro, who is with the Exit Core into Maybe Core from way back in the NAL days, and he's a manager also helping out the boys. So
yeah. Oh, it's nice that Fabian, before he had his actual child, had a little bit of practice babysitting Jonathan, Joker,
and myself,
and you, of course. I mean, that entire Penta/G2 team over the years, that was definitely a lot of babysitting.
A lot of kids in there, yeah.
Yeah, of course, now for M80, they have transitioned from being children into men. Every single one of the players on this M80 lineup, except for Ashen, have won a major trophy, or a Esports World Cup trophy, I should say, in the case of Savage. And the other three, Gunnar, Gavin, and Diffuser, winning the Munich Major not just 9 months ago. But they're going up against an equally esteemed roster here in Falcons. And guess who? It's Joom. Holding onto this roam. He's being tracked. He tosses out the first of the Thorn Traps. It does a bit of damage and will slow Savage down. One of the best players on the shields. But Joom does take down his old captain. But can he get out alive? Indeed he will, because the support from his teammates will enable it. A second for the German. As Gunnar is now found in a 1v5, and they know exactly where he is. Oh, beautiful little bit of tap damage. He knew that he had lit up Leakafak from before, and so the lifeline will pull the plug on Leakafak. 1v4 for the young American, but let's be honest, there's just no way in which he wins this. Salatov to finish it off. Falcons off to a flying start.
I feel like the more that we see here at the EWC, the more people jump in that bar double window, and it's just a bloodbath right off the rip. And the big issue is what we just saw there from Joom. When you're playing in that stock position, you have a very one-way angle towards the window jump in, where the shields don't get a lot of coverage, and it's hard to close the gap as a shield between the window jump in and Joom himself. Also another point, Barbara on the ground. They're expecting that push. Joom keeping Razor Blooms on the Thorn in pocket to proactively toss out after the grenade to further weaken Savage on the entry. These very small things can be very defining on Chalet. This is a map that we know everything about. There's only so many ways in the map, and once you show your hand on the attack inside, you have to kind of full commit. And it's why we saw Falcons on the response committing so many bodies, playing the blue staircase, playing in stock. It wasn't Joom being caught in an aggressive position, it was Joom holding his ground with the supportive network of Leakafak and Solotov supporting.
Yeah, very well played.
Oh, not the tung 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 sahur. I thought we were past this. I thought we were way past this.
Did I get that from you again?
tung 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 sahur.
It's a lot of tung from you.
Jonathan and I did an awful content piece with whatever that thing is.
I think I missed this beat. What's the law here?
I don't know. That's the irony. Like, I just know the phrase, the saying.
Yeah, there are a few sayings that North Americans bring to the table. I will say, like, the North American teams tend to have some of the highest meme potential out of all the rosters that I see. Well, what is it that the DZ boys say? LYNH?
Oh, is this?
I can't say that on
I'm
stream.
not sure we can say it on stream.
But I know they love that little catchphrase for them.
I just love the DC core, like they're like, crank it. Let's crank it.
Let's crank. Yeah, no, I do love that.
I got their phrases.
Certainly all about mentality. I mean, Siege is such a mental game. It's funny, Rainbow Six Siege sits in the middle of a lot of other esports where some, like for example, Counter-Strike, highly mechanical. There's a lot of tactics in there as well. And then other games are much more like chess, for example. There's not as much mechanics, but it is all about the brain game. And Siege is one of those that sits very much in the middle. And I think that means that the secret third skill that really becomes so important for teams is the mental game.
I mean, very tilting game, right? So much can go wrong.
Falcons are very aware of that. They're one of the most infamously tiltable teams. I mean, how many times have we seen them, struggle in a grand final, not 9 months ago to M80 in Munich, for example. One of the greatest teams of all time, and I think that we would probably call them, a top 3 greatest of all time, had they won a few more of those grand finals. Like, imagine Falcons had actually won in Munich. Imagine they had actually won back in Manchester, which was, by the way,
they've just been having bad luck.
And Diffuser. We would be talking about this team in such a different way.
Same window, same players, same exact operators. Doom and Savage, the Thunder Blitz on the gaming double window. Surely you don't go 2 for 2. So again, we see Explosive come out to clear the barbed wire. Second Razor Doom goes out. We've seen this exact thing play out, but a lot more caution now from the side of M80. A little bit slower, double droning, triple droning, and League Effect in the exact same location for the supportive work. Falcons, they want to stick around and starve them off that injury position. Maybe they're now troubled with a decision right now. Do they full commit, jump in the window, go in the doors? Do they flip the attack and try and find the gap elsewhere? Because this is getting very expensive with both the utility being spent and the time being burnt away.
And for the Blitz, he's worried about these crossfires. The smoke grenade to try and deny one of the lines of sight.
Another explosive.
As Doom does get spotted by that Deimos, but yes, as the Rotero drone destroys that one Thorn trap, he throws out another. As you say, M80 have flipped a switch. Savage has found his gap,
only one player
looking for the bomb site. It is just one player, Bride. The hometown hero gets taken down by Ashen with the F2, and immediately M80 erupt into the bomb site. They look for a plan. It's Savage to get it done.
Nice. Good change. Good change.
Straight into the bomb site for Solitol, but he is far separated from his team and will be taken down. Another attempt at the plant now for Savage, but he doesn't rush it. He waits for Ashen to support. Leakerfac will trade. It's
Are you kidding me?
In a 1v2. As he tries to make his way back to the bomb site, it's up against his old captain, who he does light up to low HP now for Savage. Him and Diffuser both.
No.
Holding on with this Uzi.
No.
Almost lands the shot. The fatal blow against Diffuser. But Savage, with that Diffuser, he does fall back. How does Doom need to play this? Savage gets up close.
Come on.
Personal
Yes.
and takes him down.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Nicely done.
The one thing missing there for Doom was the spacing for the Blitz. If he closes that gap against Blinded like we just saw there, it's going to be wraps round over. And it was looking so good for Falcons. The individual decisions bought them enough attempts at saving that round. Solotov sprints in and forces the fight. And therefore Savage has to stop planting down that Diffuser, get the shield up, take the fight. Solotov injured. Savage back to planting. Now Leakyback pushes in, gets a couple of kills. Savage again gets off the plant, has to go for it himself. They keep buying him. 7 seconds, 7 seconds. Then Doom arrives and so close. One more bullet, Savage is dead. One more bullet, the player behind him, I think it was Ashen, falls too. Okay, Diffuser falls too. And that would have been the round. I will praise M80 though. They stuck around for long enough on that double window to games that it looked like they were gonna commit to it. They kept using the floor storm, the grenade, the Deimos tracker, the smoke grenades, and then when they had really sold how invested they were, that's when they ran away. And that's why there was only one player bleeding by the bomb site, and that is how you can create a gap out of nothing, by applying phantom pressure, because they have to respect the possibility of that push.
Every round matters so much in a best of one. especially on a map like Chalet, which simultaneously can be very hard to defend and very hard to attack, especially with the operator lineup that we see taken by both these teams, with the vetoes that have come through, getting rid of the Dokkaebi, the Snake, getting rid of the Romai and the Azami. M80 now look to go back to back. This time they change up. No more blitz. They bring out the Blackbeard. Savage, one of the best shield players in the game at the moment, and he's happy to flex between the different types. He now will use his grenades, but will need the team to somehow clear this Kiba barrier before he can start sending those nades in.
This is why the shields are so important, because when you lose operators like your Solid Snake and Chalet, getting information can be quite
he saw him
tricky.
drop.
The shield does the same thing. They saw the drop, so they don't have to now start burning down their Runigits and burning down those ADS. They say, no, guys, the corner is clear, okay? Just have a player continuously hold the angles, no one can retake that position from mezzanine in towards library, and we've gotten our first step accomplished with the counter-fire arrows still in pocket and the frag grenades. This is best case scenario again for M80's attack inside. The only thing they're missing now is achieving that second step. Either it's going to be finding a kill by getting a good bit of information and maybe using the utility in pocket, or it's going to be finding a gap and saying 3, 2, 1, let's go straight for bombs to execute. But instead it's DMR Solotov from mezzanine, takes down Gavin, the Capitao.
That's some of the most important utility here for M80. The Capitao is so valuable. 2 smokes, and of course 2 fire arrows, plus the baby EMPs, all now gone to waste for M80. Solotov's taken a lot of damage. He's now essentially trapped in this corner. He will try and make third to try and protect against that push-up from Snowmobile Garage, but no one's doing that so far. A nade from Savage could surely finish him off, but Leakafact is the one to go down first for Falcons, as Ashen is actually deep into the fireplace.
Now, when you got the Twitch drones, you can take down those default cameras, and therefore you have a lot of safe shelter inside the building that normally you wouldn't be able to go into. Deimos Tracker, opposite side of the map. Again, this is going to be the distraction game. Hey guys, I'm in master bedroom going for a backstab attempt. Look at me. Meanwhile, Ashen in the building, playing a library balcony, finds the gap again. Second kill.
There was a bulletproof camera watching his position the whole time. I don't know how they didn't know where he was. Good shot from Gunner. Solidov goes down. Doom needs to be the hero once again. He might be good for one. Users helps him out. It's Users to find a double kill before he will fall to the grenade. Down to the 1v1 now for Gunner. Against Doom, 30 seconds to play with. Gunner caught on the camera again. That bulletproof reveals his position. Good grenade. But Doom has all the info he could possibly want, but he swings wide! And Gunner shuts him down! 2 rounds in a row for M80.
And it's just one player consistently as the last player standing is Doom. First round to make the first play, second and third, last alive in a 1v2 or a 1 versus 1. So much pressure on the newest player, and yet to prove himself in those final moments of a round. And it's M80 with the same sort of attacking style, where they're not doing a whole lot, but they are at the same time, right? They're not clearing its utility step by step, they're not getting in the building, they're just waiting for the opponent to make one wrong move, then get into the middle of it all. And that Twitch ban right there, that is a target ban.
That is...
Again, when you darken the map in the vital areas, you know, your west main, your fireplace, your blue stairs cam, it just means that, again, an attacker could be in that area, and we have no idea. Now, there is an exact one-to-one substitute, which Ashen is hovering right now, Brava. And it actually is stronger than Twitch in terms of the gadgetry, because now you will not just take away the info from the defenders, you will gain the camera as the attacker. But on the flip side, where's gun? Don't got the F2 no more.
Also, I will say, I don't think that Brava is straight up stronger than Twitch in every way.
Not in every way.
Because, for one, like, the Brava, you have to get a lot closer than with the Twitch. The Twitch laser will actually... Well, yeah, the Twitch laser will go as far as you want, right?
Yep.
Brava, you have to be within, I think it's about 10-15 meters of the gadget. Secondly, it's louder, like you said. The drone is much more visible, much easier to spot. And also, once you attack the gadget with Brava, it takes... I was really thinking about that one. It takes like 3 seconds or something, 1 or 2 seconds. Well, to actually hack it, and you can destroy it in that time, and it'll save the gadget that you're trying to hack. Also, Twitch zaps will regenerate over time, so actually, technically, you could actually destroy like 6 or 7 gadgets, for example.
So does Brava?
No, it doesn't.
Does it not?
It's capped at 3.
I've
played a lot of Brava.
I'm wrong. See, I don't. But I actually thought it did, I'll be honest.
Brava's great, but that's the big weakness. Like, if they have Malusi and bulletproof cameras and Denari,
I genuinely thought it started recharging once you spent the
so you have 2 drones, both with 3, which means you can hack maximum of 6 things, whereas Twitch, you can do far more than that.
That much I do, and I do play a bit of Twitch. Here comes that distraction game. Actually goes inside a piano instead.
Oh, big kill for Ashen. Doesn't somehow
No.
die to the Thorn Trap, but will not survive the second
He's
swing.
missing that.
This is a very early eruption from M80. Only 45 seconds into the round. We're down. There's just 5 people left in the server. Savage is low HP, but he is in that bomb site. Critical kill doesn't land for Diffuser. And Falcons will recompose. Even as the scoreline once again.
Driving in the chaos right there and playing close together, but also they got the right operators for the job. Denari laser tripwires, Razor Blooms from the Thorn. Not just are they doing damage and slowing down the attackers, they're giving constant information. Hey, someone jumped in piano window, we hear the gadget going off. Hey, somebody's in solar window repel, we hear the gadget going off as well. They know where to face their guns. I will note one thing though. M80, I'm not sure if they were not sure if the push was good or if they were a little bit on the wrong timings. When the Ying jumps in, there's a good 2-3 second gap before the follow-up. And that can mean one of two things. Either it's that they said, guys, let me jump in, let's see if I can get the kill, then you follow. Or they said, guys, 3, 2, 1, but the other people weren't actually ready. Either way, I think it's a good switch up going from the gap finding and trying to force rotations with Falcons.
This is
to
interesting.
saying, now we're going to dictate the pace. We're going to go where we want to go. and either win or lose the round in the
Please,
first 10
please, please,
seconds.
please win. Okay, so I was right. So,
Sure.
wildcard match versus the CAG match, they just changed spots.
You've got Ella,
Which I kinda
you've got
don't
Denari
understand.
and Thorn. That's
Will that
3
fuck up my
traps plus
predictions?
Aruni. Now, Aruni can be countered by the Brava, but you hack 3 of those Aruni gates and you've used all of one of your Brava
that's
drones.
not.
How on
It's
earth are
too
you going to destroy like every individual Denari laser point? Like every Thorn trap, there's 4 of them. All the Elemines, there's 3 of them. I almost would think at this point, M80 should start considering the Thatcher because you can find a lot of that use still. And then,
70.
yeah.
I literally
deactivate
can't
it
believe that someone
temporarily.
tried to scam me.
Oh,
This
it's very
is
smart. Again, one thing is banning
hilarious.
Twitch to take away like an important operator. Another thing is banning the Twitch and playing heavily into the traps and really
Yeah, for
doubling
sure.
down. Also, when you have Savage utilizing the shields practically every single round, it's
will
going to be a huge
counter,
count. Exactly.
yeah,
It's
the
all
shield.
soft counters. And it means that wherever Savage goes, there's going to be, most likely, one of the 4 operators will be in that position that he will struggle against. The only solution to that is maybe playing the Monty, but Monty is way too passive with the current immediate playstyle. It's not like lethal sort of operator, it's more like drone intel. That's maybe for a basement attack, not for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and we're now on to kitchen dining, which we have seen once before. That was when M80 used Savage on the blitz to rush the bomb site, and Brede was overwhelmed. He now holds that position again, C4 in pocket, TCSG in his hands. As M80 look to try and take control of Solarium. They're feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment, the grenades and the Selmas from the solar windows, but M80 have started to actually sink their teeth into the building, and now Gunner has gone down as well.
What do you do now, Humanity? On the back foot early on, not a lot of map control to work with. No one's inside the building yet either. This feels like they're gonna go fishing. And Falcons right now, they gotta just calm themselves down, right? No one should be swinging. Don't jump out the windows. Just burn down that timer. You got so much free intel with the gadgets. You got solar stairs control, supportive network both above and beneath as well.
I'm
They
not
just need
sure
to wait it
what
out.
they are doing.
Yeah, and all of the Selmas that have been tossed out by Gavin have just been shot off the wall very simply. Like, Falcons do not have, oh sorry, M80 rather, do not have the map control to achieve what they want to do. And they get no free map control with the Snake ban, with the Dockerby ban.
Yep.
And everywhere they do enter has a point of friction because they can't use the Twitch to hunt down all those traps. It's a very slow round and a disappointing one. Great shot though from Ash and onto that C4 that saves his own life. As Savage is the first one to find a
Yo,
kill. But
Gaviny.
very quickly, M80 lose that advantage. It's all up to Savage now. He'll need to ace up on the Blackbeard, and I can tell you right now, that ain't gonna happen.
No.
Falcons are about to take the lead.
Again, game of adaptations. You just play it nice and slow when you have to. Play it quick to the punch when that is going to be the counterplay and the right respond. Savage now on the office door, stock getting peeked away. Bit of short and different juice, that's okay. From a 1v4 to a 1v3, the lower that man count gets for Falcons, the better they're going to play this 1v3.
Leagueofac wants to peek him. Info from down below, be careful guys, don't overpeak, but Leagueofac will go for the swing, and he swings to win. One more round left in the half for M80 to tie things up.
What are you thinking? We're going to go 3-3? We're going to go 4-2.
That really comes down to whether
Come
M80
on.
can change pace right now, because the playstyle that they've run for the
Don't
last
destroy
5
it
rounds
for
has
me,
been
come
hard
on.
countered. And so they're
M80
gonna need to
win.
jump into
You need
action.
to win.
And M80 have just taken their tactical timeout. What the
Okay.
hell is Farbin going to say to the boys?
Perfect timing for you to say they got to switch it up. Are they getting countered right now? They are indeed. And I think if they weren't going to make a huge change, it is going to be 4-2. I genuinely believe that. This is the time of Fabian to show his impact. Big stylistic changes, operators, playstyle, speak some sense into the boys, and guys, they banned the Twitch, they're playing the traps, you need to change things around. We might even see the Thatcher, like you mentioned, could see a Monty and go very slow and steady. Step 1, take a bit of map control. Step 2, do a bit of breaching.
Another idea is just to play a lot of grenades and then pre-nade all the positions where their traps might be.
Flores even.
Flores is a great one. They did play Flores at the start of the game.
Yeah.
So here Fabian is, he's just finished his tactical timeout, had a chance to talk to the boys. Of course, the same case for Julio talking to the European roster on the other side.
Oh, okay.
One thing we didn't talk about with Falcons in the pre-show is that Falcons are currently in the lead for the club championship.
Yes.
However, Virtus.pro are hot on their heels. If Virtus.pro end up with a better performance in Rainbow Six Siege than Falcons, there's a very real chance that VP could overtake the reigning champions of the club championship.
That's a very good point indeed. And you gotta think about that. The longer you go into the tournament, you know, because there's only so many weeks of EWC, we're getting quite deep into the
Only
event.
so many titles, and look, Falcons, Siege is one of their strongest titles. So they've already won quite a few of the games here at EWC. They certainly would love to once again raise the trophy in Rainbow Six.
So let's have a look here at the big changes. Honestly, not exactly what I expected. So I like the Falcons are now going to the Kaid, for example. It presents a new problem that we've not yet seen in the server, and it's going to be a stylistic change. And this is what you do when you're expecting a counterplay to your current playstyle, you change it. So now they're countering their old playstyle, right? Not going to work out.
Oh, the Bravo drone gets shot before the hack goes off. That's another example.
It takes too long, it's very noisy, very slow. But maybe look at the attack and lineup. They're playing very similar operators, right? They still got the demos, they got Savage now on Bravo, they got Ashen on the Ying again. It's like, okay, but Gunner's playing Ash, that's just a gun and a soft breach. Diffuser's a Nomad, which controls the aggression. That hasn't been the issue for them. So I'm still curious, with Savage going to a drone operator in Brava, who's going to do the entry? Who's going to find the gap? Who's going to create the space for the entries to thrive in?
I do not understand the Ash. Like, you'd be better off honestly playing as a Fear or playing anyone with grenades. Yeah, you're not getting the value of an Ash that you would if Mira was open. Very strange pick from Gunner, but look, Gunner's the kind of player where he can just have single-handedly
Trust
winning
the system,
rounds,
right?
He could just get a 3K this round with the R4C, and then it doesn't matter what operator he picks, right? Like, all that matters is, oh wait,
he's right there.
Doom stabs his old captain in the back. Very nice swing from Blue. I don't know why M80 thought that was clear. A little bit of a mistake as they try and erupt on the bomb side.
Oh, damn, nicely done.
From Gav. Now the round is wide open.
Just like that, 2 quick kills. And honestly, I think Doom died because he was shooting a Brede behind him inside a stockroom or whatever. So almost like a misinput that gets into a kill instead. Now they got that middle of the gap.
Nice
That great swing takes down Gunner, and just like that, back to even numbers.
The Candelas once again go out from Ash, and he jumps straight into the bomb side and meets a lot of resistance. Gets affected by the Thorn Trap as well as the Dread Mine. Needs to have an impact with the shotgun as Brede wants to try and contest him. Another Candela, I believe, thrown one out, but Brede, no, it was the
Ashen, you need to wake up.
Directly into that smoke. Perfect timing for him. Now into the 2v2. Diffuser goes hunting.
No!
They don't know.
And now it's just Leakafak and Usus to try and hold down the fort, but Usus does so. Diffuser is now the last player alive for M80 to try and conjure up a 3rd round in this half. But from up above, Leakafak is always watching like a hawk, nay, like a falcon. It's a 4-2 split on the defense.
Beautiful. Again, the adaptations, just playing it nice and calm.
Come on! Don't destroy it, M80, come on! Don't destroy my prediction now, come on!
That happened right off the rip. It really weakened the attacks from M80 because they don't have information to work off of. And then they tried playing the shields. But then we saw a Twitch ban with the traps. The shield is miserable. It can't play the game at all. So really good foresight there and good decisiveness when it comes to the playstyle from Falcons. And I mean, generally speaking, we say Chalet, attack or Haven. You get a good, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. It's been Defender's Paradise instead. Now, of course, with the side, so we got 2 minutes where you can talk to a coach, discuss the strategy, and I don't know, get the nerves out of your system right now. Well, you gotta have a huge switch up if you're M80.
Yeah. I think
Come
you really
on now.
described it so well at the start of that round there for Falcons. M80 are the ones who have a responsibility to change their playstyle because they were losing. Their old playstyle on the attack was figured out by Falcons, so it's now M80's turn to try and figure out the Falcons' defense. But what? Straight up, Brede has changed pace. He's gone for the Kaid, a very different kind of operator.
and we immediately see a very big change in the way that Falcons are playing their round as well. Admittedly, it did get down to a 1 versus 2, so it's not like the round was won and lost on the strategy.
No, but also, if you look at how it came to a close round, it was Gavin finding 2 wallbang kills, effectively.
True.
It was like, when I'm looking at top-down strategy and the line of thinking from 80, I didn't see a clear plan. I didn't see a clear way of executing. They got a couple of kills that, you know, sometimes you do get them, sometimes you don't. But it wasn't convincing to me that it was close.
It was like the strat was to make sure there was no one in the dark corner of library, and then just throw out a couple of candelas and then figure out if Ashen can jump in, and then hopefully there'll be a few kills from Gav and the other guys. But of course, like, Savage was the one who died early alone in the basement without a lot of map control, not checking blue, like default stuff. As we're into the end of the scheduled timeout at the end of the half, we swap sides now.
Surely you ban Solid Snake again here.
M80 on the defense. Yeah, do they get rid of that snake?
I think you have to, man. It's such a strong operator on Chalet. And the thing about playing against Falcons, right? You don't typically ban the shields against them. They're not a good. They're not like okay.
They're an okay shield
But the best teams in the world, they're not a good shield team. But they can play them. Breedy started playing it a bit. League Effect started playing it a bit. Blackbeard runs to get targets out of the way.
Actually, Doom's most played operator in the last couple of months is Blackbeard.
Oh, you know what? Now that you say it, that's true.
He's
Doom has started playing the shield.
Yeah, he's been jumping on it recently. It's also Breede's second most played. Breede's second and third most played.
While Breede does play it a lot, it's like he does it because he has to.
Yeah.
I don't think Breede willingly was like, you know what, guys, I'm a shield guy now.
Yeah.
Because he's been playing it to success, but it does look like a bit of a struggle sometimes. Doom is a bit more maybe learning from Savage back in Secret days. Solid Snake will go second, so I'm very happy with this. Again, we're talking about the entry, the information, and the early stage of a round. That's what we're targeting towards the attackers on both sides.
Yeah. Big thing for me, though, with the Wamai and the Ella ban is it does leave the Azami wide open. Now, Azami is one of the most powerful operators on this map. It's also both Ashen and Gavin's... Gavin? Ooh. Gavini's? I couldn't say Gavin or Gavin, but let's just
I
go
sure
Gav.
about.
Let's do it Gav.
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Gavini.
It's both Ashen and Gav's favorite operator in the last couple of months as well. M80 have that in their arsenal. They have the Solus, which is really great for early round info and for retakes. And they've still got a little bit of trappiness, even though the Ella has been banned on out, thanks to Savage on the Thorn.
Tuber, where are you going to be playing?
Obviously,
I'm
if you're
very
Falcons right
interested.
now, let's say you go for a
Interested. So
double
we
trap
do
back
have,
with Denari,
like,
whatever,
in my
whatever.
team, we
You're
do
really
have
leaning
like
one
Solus,
face
we do
down,
have
or going
Warden,
with
we
Mike
do
and
have
Ella.
Asami,
A lot more
we
in
do have
general.
Fawn a little
Let's say
bit.
the third operator ban becomes
But
Asami, as we said
Tubero is a
before,
little bit of
an
an
operator who plays
interest
every single round in
for
Chalet.
me.
It means the Falcons' attacks, they're not tailored to be one sort of playstyle, but it makes them incredibly flexible because you're weakening different aspects of defense. So I like the Falcons having a 4-2 lead. Feels like they
Yeah, I
keep
can
their
see
cards
that.
open and just kind of play out and see what Emily will bring, and then get rid of that third and final operator.
I literally don't think about it. I just see your name and I'm like, oh, you're here, so.
Bit of pressure on office balcony, and this is just Falcons putting out their feelers and kind of seeing what gives.
And there we see the Azami at work here for Gav, who's had a bit of a slow game so far. Ashen's running the MPX.
Fraud.
Tuberau.
Fraud.
That is pretty Giga Chad. You don't
Fraud,
go with the
what?
DMR, which is unbelievably powerful. Instead, go for one of the
Oh,
low-damage
what the
SMGs.
fuck?
Gav really should have won that fight. Joom gets a double.
Are you kidding me?
It's been a terrible game for Gav. 2 kills to 7 deaths. Falcons have a numbers advantage, even though there's low HP on Brede and Joom. And now that Savage is fallen,
what the
Falcons just look to consolidate their advantage. Gunner and Diffuser, 2 of the OGs on the roster, look to fall back. Young guns, both of them. Diffuser looking for just his second kill.
Injured.
He finds it and finishes off Solotov.
Nicely
But now
done.
1v3 will await him as Joom finally finishes off Gunner.
Got a caught on the roof, watching that rotation, so they know that he's stuck
That
in
is
piano,
nicely done.
office, and master bedroom bathrooms. Brady is super low on health, Joom is less than half. It means that either Juice has to be the playmaker, or someone's gonna walk in and get that first bit of information, and then you can play off of that intel. So they're gonna say, guys, reset. Get a flank drone downstairs. League Effect is holding that right now. Then uses moves forward the other drone to figure out where he's playing from. Rotate an office to have more points of entry. Office door, piano windows, and a double door piano. So plenty of ways in now for the attack.
Nice attempt with the Nitro.
Ah,
he even finds one
nah.
of them, which is pretty impressive, but Falcons, I mean, you can hear. I don't know if you guys can hear this back home, but man, even with the headset on, I can hear Julio's screams.
so much more energy today.
Yeah.
From the players, that is.
Oh yeah.
Like, pretty quiet play-ins, even when Fnatic were popping off or CAG had a big upset. It was like, all right, guys, good job, let's play again tomorrow. Couple of rounds between Wildcard and T-Law, couple of rounds here, we're finally popping off. We're getting that energy in there.
Oh yeah.
We're here to play.
Love to see this from Falcons, an extra level of energy we haven't seen from them as much recently. M80 have now really fallen behind. They only managed a 2-4 split on their own attack, and now they've struggled to find any defense in that first round. Also, what's worse, Pengu, is that wasn't a close round.
Hello, Lucifer. How you doing? Hope everything is good with
There
you.
wasn't any moment where you're like, oh, M80 look like they have an idea of the strategy.
Well,
or-
when Ashley got the kill that they
Come
had to
on,
find
Amy.
the
I
4
did
5 seconds,
predict
I'm
that
like,
you
no,
guys
that's
would
amazing,
actually
but
win
then they
against
lost 3
Falcons.
bodies
Oh
on
my
that
god.
map. No, it's over. And that's the thing, it does feel like to me a little bit. And this is, like, I think, old man speak. I feel like they're
Like, I
overplaying
was
it,
so
right?
convinced
They
that they
see
would
library,
win
3
against
guys swinging,
Falcons.
but not together.
Not to say
You
that
know,
Falcons is
Gavin
not a
swings,
good
he
team,
dies.
but
Ashley swung, he dies. Diffuser tries and then escapes,
Because
thankfully. But, like, either you fight the guy
it
3-2
might
together,
sound
or
mean,
give them
but
library.
whoever wins
Play top
this
blue, play
match
yellow,
is going to be
and Bumps and
facing
Buffs is gonna be
Wildcard.
to play from.
And I'm
You
sorry,
don't have to lose or win the
I
round
don't
in the
think
first move
Falcons
of
will
combat.
win against
You
Wildcard.
have different ways of playing it out.
That's the thing.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to keep it simple, right?
Greedy on the Monty, by the way.
I really want.
Not every day we see it.
Um.
Greedy is one of the most passive shields of all time. And that is not a critique. That is not a bad thing to be. I think against this aggressive playstyle from M80, it's the perfect person to have on that shield operator. Because Greedy will not die for nothing, and he will stay alive to get that constant bit of information.
Yeah. Brede actually turned 30 last week. Did you know that?
Yes.
Oldest
Second.
oldest player in the
Yeah.
tournament now that Canadian.
Yeah, I'm
has scored
doing
by.
well.
That's why I thought second. oldest,
Been busy streaming the matches, so I've been watching a lot. Also been doing scrims. Going to be entering a tournament, a very small tournament on Saturday. So I'm going to be subbing in. So I'm actually going to be entering
longevity has proven
a tournament. So we'll see how that goes.
Been playing for 10 years, started on console, back on Xbox Pro League, a bit of a swing. Again, we're just fighting.
Like,
Library, walking
Gab,
into the breach to
wait,
win a
what?
spot again from M80.
Wow. All
Cab,
it takes
what
from
the fuck?
Falcons is a little bit of hard breach and then the eruption. Now Brede with info.
Look, he's
Can
not gonna
try and
extend.
hunt down
Yo.
Ashen, who has no more C4 left available. He'll try and toss out a Zodo to slow down that push, but that will not keep him alive for very long.
Okay.
And indeed, Solotov will simply crouch up. And finish him
It's
off.
the
It
best
looks
of
to be a
one,
flawless
so
round
it
here,
is,
unless Ghana can pull off an absolute miracle.
what they
Out comes
picked.
a shotgun, but Doom finds him. It is indeed
Back.
flawless for Falcons, as they now find themselves with 4 match points on the verge of
Yeah,
getting a date
this
in the
is
upper
not good.
bracket with Wildcard.
Beautiful. And again, if you want to look for some shield player inspiration, the moment Brede jumped in the building from that window, he extended his shield and it never went down. And the reason why it's so valuable there is that he's just saying, guys, look at me, I'm over here. And the defenders are running around in circles, not knowing what's going on. And that's when we see players like Solotov just crouch walk in bar and gets the kill. Brede is at 0 risk of dying, yet he's taking the attention span of multiple defenders and getting constant information to his teammates at the same time. And M80, Gavin, playing that missing position now 2 rounds in a row? What is Pro doing, I gotta say? He winds
Yeah,
forward, the wall
but
is getting opened
also
up, he has
Gav
no
is
support
having a
from nowhere, getting shots
really,
from
really
players, and
bad
also
game
getting
day.
silver
Like
bullets
Gunner
in his
Gav
name,
is like on
it's
2
just not good
kills,
enough right now.
two
It's not
two
sharp
kills
enough.
on Gav,
And
3
I
kills
can't
on
really
Gunner.
say
They
Lady
are
Blue here for
not
Hellcat, but Death Knight, they boot camped in
they are
Sweden,
not
Fabian's
awake
hometown.
at all.
I saw the photos, like they were in the lake, they were swimming around, they're acclimated. They're in the time zone. There's no excuse here. Falcons, they've played incredible siege, do not get me wrong, but this is maybe playing below their level.
Look, you say M80
Yeah.
have been scrimming and boot camping locally in Sweden, but Falcons have been boot camping in Paris. So they're
getting closer.
acclimatized to the vibes.
Okay. This spawn pick is disgusting. You hit 1 headshot through those leaves and good night for the attackers, but you're shooting against Brede again, so not gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I do admit, like, it is very
Yeah.
strange.
So
to
we're
see
actually in
M80 struggling
Sweden.
as much,
I did not
particularly the
know
individual
that.
players. I mean,
Holy
Gavin
fuck,
in
that
particular,
would have been
Diffuser,
fun to
these
see.
are absolute gunners that we just don't usually see go so negative.
We're
We
in.
also very rarely see M80 down
We're
4
in-
rounds.
They were in my home country. What the
Solotov
fuck?
looks to try and use the cover of that smoke to break this barbed wire. Wants to take the fight, but this is a very fickle crossfire for him. And Savage now falls back as he was worried about that logic bomb, which he will tank as it detonates. He takes 40 damage. Meanwhile, Falcons to try and take map control from Trophy across, thanks to Bride and supported by users with the gridlock.
All about the opening pick. It's going to determine so much here in Chalet. It's going to give you a lot of map space if you're the attacker. If you're the defender, it's going to give you more firepower to fight back, combat, execute later on. We're seeing Ashing. Look at NC, guys in the window.
What the fuck are you doing, Ashen?
Either a small gap, but a short way too quick from that deep off League Attack, and supported by Doom on the Grim, the commando weapon. And now, just again, it's slowly falling apart. They fall back from Blue Staircase. They have a player missing, still overcommitted right now. It's Gavin, third time in a row. He has to come out victorious now. He has to find a kill.
Yeah, Gav still has, I believe, his mirror window to use to try and protect himself against a push from outside of Library. But yeah, there is no one pushing from Library here from Falcons. But thanks to the Montaigne,
This is so
Bride
stupid.
can get so much free information. And also, once the smokes have subsided,
So like
Diffuser still has
I'm
two more
guessing
in
they're
pocket.
going to
He
do
will be
what
safe to
like
march on
1, 2,
forward
3
after
push at the
this
same
play.
time.
Will
So
enable
one is
his
going
team
to
to
come
get
in
that
through
kill
the
onto
K9
Gavin
window,
in
one
that
is going
instrumental
in on the
position
double door
on the
towards
mezzanine.
mezzanine,
League Effects now on
and
Library, Falcons
one
got
on the
access to
piano
Falcon,
window.
and
It's going to be
Falcons, all the right people in
pretty
right
like a
locations.
3-2-1
I gotta give
push.
you guys, who do we deal with first? It's gonna be a blue player
So-
and mezzanine. Brady walk forward, try and get a bit of information. 3, 2, 1, because they got that 5 versus 4.
good
they have more
coverage.
guns than their opponent.
The coverage from the fire extinguisher to detonate it allows a gap for Solotop, but Gavin wins his fight
That
regardless.
was not a
Bride
good
trying desperately to
1,
make
2,
his way
3
forward,
push
but this
at
Cuba
all.
barrier does make it very difficult. Almost takes a little bit of damage. Gav needs to win this fight, and he does! League of Fact
Bride
will go
injured.
down. Bride on the floor. Doom desperately tries to get active and will only find one. Uses in a 1 versus 2. With no
Oh,
diffuser.
that
Time
is
of
so
plenty.
lucky.
As Gav and Gunner on different floors, separated, gives users a gap, an opportunity to try and make this happen. The time is ticking away, and M80 have run away with their advantage. Users to grab that kit, and now look for a chance to get onto the bomb site. A little bit of a faulty rotate hold as he tries to get down onto that bomb site. 2 nades go out. What are you looking at, Gavin? Wake up!
3 seconds.
You're about to lose to Falcons. Gunner now has to win in the clutch. Users forced to hold down the line. Hold down.
What the
that
fuck was Gavin
defuse.
doing?
Gunner will clutch up the round for M80, but still far too close for comfort.
It just does not get any easier for them. It's a struggle time and time again, but finally they are more clutch in the final seconds of the round. Gavin found that huge kill on the mezzanine.
And then fell asleep.
And then, well, he did what he had to do, right? Good for one, then take a nap.
How did
His
he
teammates
not
didn't show up.
hear the nade get thrown and then the player drop? That's a gridlock.
I'm not gonna question that, okay? He got his one. That
Like,
was his
that
job
is
in
so
that
stupid.
round.
I'm
Brady
gonna
shut
say
down with the player in the
Gavin
blue
needs to
staircase.
walk
Good cross
up.
by Maybe. I feared they were gonna give up
He
too
needs
much
to wake
ground
up.
too
This is so
quickly,
stupid.
But they did stick it out in the end. Good use of assignment barriers, the toxic babes, just getting a bit of denial.
Speaking of Azami,
Speaking of Asami, yeah, and that's right in the money, right? Falcons are tagging every bomber site with these operator bands. Wamai, Ella, Asami, you can pick them every side, every round against every enemy. They're gonna have a high bit of value. On the flip side, it's been a multi-target ban. A double shield ban against Falcons, that's not very common that we see it.
No.
And this is why it's genius, right? When Falcons have a 4-2 half starting on defense, they can play unusual siege on their attacks. They can start saying, what if we spam the Monty, they have to ban it. And if a Mady go into this set, oh, we know that that'll be the Grim or the Capital, the Deimos, we gotta ban it. Well, those operators have not been the problem. It has been the Monty. So now Falcons are buying themselves so much more space in the server in terms of operator flexibility. And to make it even worse, Greedy is right now hovering the Blitz. So he still has other shield operators to bruise if he wants to. And last second, that access it. Grim, Capital being into action, even uses on the glass.
yeah.
You would have wished you had banned one of those operators now, but you couldn't. Because Greedy and Monty was a problem.
Yeah, Falcons quite like this Glaz as well. They've played a lot of it. Mostly on Doom though, funnily enough. The last 3 months, he's played Glaz 20 times. Users is usually more of a Dockerby player. But interesting to see Falcons happy to mix things up. And that's one of the important things, is really focusing up on what is the win condition of this round. It's execute. So you have that trifecta of execute operators. Glaz, Capital, Grim. Supported by Leak Effect. We talked about the Twitch. When Falcons were defending, they banned Twitch because it was so good at clearing out a lot of these trap utility, a lot of information gathering, in the case now of the Valkyrie from Gunner. Instead of picking the Twitch, Leak Effect opts for the same purpose, but a different operator, different tool to do so.
The IQ.
Yeah. I'm hoping.
It's the same thing for Falcons when they were defending. They tried to play, you know, a fast defense rather a slow defense.
Wow.
Now they do some fast.
Yay! Her free AD. Oh my God, ADS.
We're investing so much into Gavin, and that just
I-
means he has to be successful. Without
Yeah, I
him,
don't like that
ADS
they're
is
putting
kinda
Gavin
mirror.
in that
He
spot
has to
again.
find a bit of
I
value,
like
either
it's
bringing a ton
too.
of util, or like I keep saying,
It's a little
finding
bit
that
too
one pick
readable.
even.
Like you can see what they have right now. They have the IQ.
This attack
Glass
is a one-punch
is
When you see
like
the
they.
fires go out, the
They're going to
green
use
piece
the
explodes
capital to
upon the
burn
glass,
him
that's gonna
out
be the execute.
on
And very often you're
on
gonna
the,
have one really big go at that,
Ashen.
and that's it. So you have to make sure that it's perfect. Jump out from Ashen was attempted, didn't find anything, but you can tell M80 they know something's up. There's nobody in the building, there's no pressure, a lot of default cams are alive. They don't know exactly where the push will happen from, but I think the more time that goes on, the more obvious it's gonna get. It's somewhere around the master bedroom trophy portion.
I like this though from Users. He smokes off the line of sight looking into kitchen. He will be able to peek through that once he jumps inside, and so he does. Doesn't see anyone trying to contest him, and the fire as well from Brede to protect him from a potential push from the other side. League of Fact actually does use the opportunity to jump in from West Main and take down Gunner, and look for a second as well onto Ashen, who tried to retake that control. Now he sits down below the bomb site and can try and go for these floor bangs. It's a bit desperate, not likely to work, but it might land a little bit of damage. Gavin, though, finally erupts. He's starting to redeem himself, and Savage as well to join in. The glass will go down. Numbers favor M80 as Brede.
Come on,
and
name
his
80.
captain,
Come on,
League
come on,
of
come on,
Fact,
come on.
try and break their way into this bomb site. A breach on the wall, but Brede loses his fight. League of Fact looks to trade and will do so. A nade may well finish off that kill, but he might need that nade to prevent against a push from the rest of these players of M80. 15 seconds, there's not a lot of time to get the job done.
Knows it, can't spit the nade for the kill, therefore goes on in, confirms it, starts planting, 10 seconds left, has
Yeah,
to maybe
C4,
stick
you
it.
still have
And
the
Savage
C4.
just
Come
gonna
on.
play this right. I like this from Savage. He's biding his
No
time.
time.
He's not looking for the swing just yet. He can hear that Leak Effect has gotten off that defuse, and time will be Falcon's worst enemy.
Let's go.
Restabilize for 2 defenses in a row.
Again, it's happening, and Gavin, he might have played that messing position with a ton of utility, but he came back to the bomb side, found 2 quick kills, stopped that initial push, and the thing is, a lot of those Falcons attackers were stuck on window repels. The Capital Breeder most notably only going in that 2 versus 3
Come
position,
on,
little
come
too
on,
late.
M80. You got it, you got it.
Falcons,
Come
they
on.
call a tactical timeout, and I think it's fine. There's no cause for massive alarm just yet. We're 6-4, but we want to, you know, lock this one in before OT and get that regulation victory.
Yeah, last tactical timeout of the game as well, as M80 took those very early when they were down on their attacking half. Now Falcons have taken theirs. We've also had the role swap timeout already, which means there's no more chances for the coaches to talk to their teammates after this. Both Julio and Fabian have plenty to say to their rosters. But it's Julio that really needs to get the message across right now. 2 chances to lock it in before we go OT.
I'm curious if Amadi will just go for a curveball right now. It's a Fabian Classic, right? They're down 4-6. It's all or nothing. You go to an odd bomb side or play an odd strat on a regular bomb side, just to say whatever they just talked about doesn't matter. We're doing something completely out of the norm.
Yo!
To the fact that they want to do a specific strat. They just had
Okay,
60
we're not
seconds to
telling you the
discuss it.
spoiler
They can
yet
then
on the
counter it.
stream.
Operator-wise, I can leak right now. Nothing too crazy. There's no Kavera, there's no Tashanka, there's nothing unusual.
Notably here for M80, they actually don't have a lot of choices of what bomb sites to go to because they've just won Master Bedroom. Before that, they won
Exactly.
Raw,
Yeah.
which means they essentially have a choice between kitchen and basement, and ain't nobody in their right mind going basement.
That's why I was
at
thinking if
this
we
level.
saw the basement, that was what Fabian was going to break down from. He's like, guys,
That's a curveball, right?
He's like, I know it's risky, but hear me out.
Yeah. Look, that's a pretty hard hear me out to try and convince your
It
players
is.
in your 1-minute tactical timeout.
But we all got a
Yeah.
daddy.
When
When daddy talks, we got to listen.
Daddy Fabian tells you what to say, you shut the hell up and listen. But no, M80 will actually go to kitchen bomb site. And I'm looking at the operator lineup compared to the last time they played it. We have a few changes, notably the Valkyrie, which they've played a couple of times now.
Oh yeah, I forgot
consider
Fabian
whether it's
actually
worth
has a
playing
kid.
off that information. The danger with the Valkyrie, Pengu, though, is
I actually forget that Fabian
Well,
has a
exactly. Chalet is a
baby.
very small map. Nobody
The baby's
has got
like
somewhere
3-4
safe to just
months
sit and watch
old.
the cameras.
That is often the
It's
issue
only the
with, you know,
baby
your Maestro,
Fabian.
Your Echo, your Valkyrie. On the other side, right, I mean, go for a couple gunfights, a defender dies early. Guys, I'll watch the cameras, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Could
rooting
be
for
the way to
M80
enable
because I
Valkyrie
did
more,
say
but
that
of course,
would
don't-
win
don't
against
take a fight
Falcons.
that's bad.
Yeah.
But when that happens, taking defenders will gain a small advantage.
big thing here for me, for Falcons, is not only they have the Twitch, which is great for
Like,
taking out
I did
the
a
Valkyrie cameras,
big
potentially
prediction,
even the
and that
ADSs,
is
but
that
mostly the
Wildcard
Thorn
would
But you've
not
also got
get
the double up between
into
Deimos
the
and Doherty.
qualifiers.
Both operators function very similarly. They're all about targeting
I
players on the
did
defense
not.
and hunting
I
them
did
down
put
or
them
going
not
for
to
an execute.
qualify.
So any solo players here, like Gavin, for example, are going to be in a spot of bother if Falcons start to target them up. Solotov able to take down one of the ADSs and go for a second one. That's so smart. Gavin had to answer his phone or shoot the Twitch drone. He couldn't do both at once. Wow, he actually manages to protect against one of the Selmas as well from detonating on the wall. There's a lot happening in this round so quickly here by Falcons.
Gavin's did that beautifully. From kind of lagging behind the curve on the scope is being 7 to 9, getting good value now.
Did he toss that right?
Getting much better. Reading the building, looking for that fight. It's a blitz.
Here comes the blitz, but quickly, Savage
Oh.
will shut down Brine from a long angle. This might be exactly what M80 need. However, Gavin will be traded back from Solotov elsewhere with that F2. Ashen is down below, hoping that someone's going to jump in this double window. Joom, though, who's got 14 kills to just 6 deaths, by the way. He's biding his time. It's Solotov who's the first in the building. He's done his work with the Twitch drone. Now it's time to get active.
And they finally fall back and play the layer scheme here from M80. They've been so quick at getting in the fight. They can keep fighting the entire round. Now, no one's in the area. They're playing deep inside a piano bathroom. They're playing downstairs, close to the bomb site. Actually, right now, no one's by the side itself, but they're playing a bar beneath the attackers, rather. So they're saying, the site is in the middle of the building. We don't gotta play on it, I guess. We can play around it instead, but again, out of nowhere. And M80 have no easy ways back here from the player of Gunner. So this could easily be a 2v4 by the side.
Yeah, and Gunner could get cooked really easily here as well. The Deimos has already gotten Joom 1 kill, and he's actually going to target Savage, interestingly. Users could also go for the target onto Gunner here. Are they aware of it? I think that Solotov has no clue. This flank could win the round for M80. But Gunner has to bide his time. 20 seconds and ticking away. Sees the first one.
No.
Are you kidding me? You cannot afford to be missing shots like that.
And now they're
on
planting.
match point here. As the plan starts to go down for Solotov. He gets off of it. Users needs to get active. Gunner going for his flank. Savage on the bomb side is the only player. But look at how many of the Falcons members are low on HP. Solotov forcing it down. Users to come to life. With the SMG-12. It's Gunner in a 1v3. And he will not stand up against the might of Falcons. Europe has its first win here in the group stage at the Esports World Cup. And Falcons are coming here to play.
So close yet so far from M80. A slow start to the tournament. A slow start here in Chalet.
Okay, then.
I mean, Gunner, unlucky, right? If I had the perfect flank.
Oh no! Please, for the fuck of God! It does this every single time. I don't understand why Google is doing that shit every single time.
Going down, they surrendered the bomb site. I was about to praise them about how they were falling back and playing the C4s, playing the Valkyrie cameras, but no, they were still very deep in the roam. Ashen dies solo, side player dies solo. Falcons, they came in extremely well prepared for this matchup.
By the way, spoiler alert on the other stream, on B stream, CAG won against All Gamers with 7-0 on Consulate. They are the first team to go 7-0 in a win.
M80 will continue on battling through that lower bracket, but their opponent will be Team Liquid Alienware.
Oh boy.
Not an easy matchup. And on the flip side, Falcons, they've got their work cut out for them against
Fudge.
will face off for a spot on the
So, for me now, like, I did predict. So here, I did predict win, and win. So now Falcons need to win against Wildcard to push them down. So now M80 versus Liquid here. Then M80 here needs to win against Wildcard. That's the thing. Now CAG is going to be facing Dark Zero, and I'm sorry they will lose against Dark Zero. There is no shot. That will put up a good fight, but I don't believe that we win. So now this match is going to be started right now. So.
Good thing is in BO3 you can afford to have a slow start, have a sloppy chalet, and then get better as the BO3 evolves. But honestly, like the expectations that we set before the game started, they were not.
This is for tomorrow. This match and this match.
Diffuser and Gunner all have a bit of a slow start to it, and they're a team of
And it's going to be best of 3, by the way. So these matches today are best of 1. Then tomorrow is going to be best of 3 from henceforward.
Bro played ace. Bro was doing everything. And everyone from Falcons was happy to get active and go for a play here and there, take fights. And M80, unfortunately, just a few brain fog moments that led Falcons to get such a convincing win.
Well, you were just highlighting Joom as probably the best player in the server. Unfortunately, he's with Lax courtside.
Not only is he one of the best, he's one of the best fraggers in our game. Joom, 15-6 for the series. How are you feeling?
Oh, great. It's a good start to the tournament.
Absolutely. Now, I got to ask this because I think everyone's wondering this on Twitter, on social medias, everything across the board. How does it feel putting down your old IGL?
Obviously, it feels good. I hope to see them again, you know, in the playoffs, hopefully. But overall, it feels good, obviously, beating an old teammate, also Fabian and stuff. So, a bit happy, yeah.
All right, and now looking ahead into your guys' next opponent, you are going against another former teammate of yours, Adrian. He was the MVP of his last match. Got anything you want to say to him ahead of that match?
No, I hope he has a great match. I hope we have a great match. He's a great player, so I'm going to respect him for sure. I hope he will do the same to me, and I hope we have a good game.
All right, now, is there anything, any skins, any shout-outs you want to give to fans before I let you go here?
I mean, of course, there's new Azami bundles out, so make sure to grab it on the in-game store.
All right, well, sounds good. You heard it from Joom. The boys are shooting. They are up in this series, 1 game away from putting themselves where they need to qualify for playoffs. Send you guys right back to the desk.
I love having a media-trained former player interviewer interviewing not formally, but media-trained players. There's just something about it that connects well. But there is a sneaky humbleness to Joom. There's venom in his words, but he says it with such a calm and respectful
loving demeanor almost, right?
Yes.
I love my former teammate, Adrian. I hope he's gonna respect me. I'm gonna respect
Can't wait
him.
to beat him, though.
But I can't wait to take him down. And he also mentioned Fabian.
Yeah. Little side jab there.
Delta Project, Fabian kind of took Joom in way before Tier 1 debut for Joom, and I think he was 18 but just turned. So Joom joined Delta Project with Fabian, Kento Arcade, played the qualifier for CL, didn't quite make it through, and then of course Joom's career kicked off I think a year after that. That's where that Fabian story comes from.
Yeah, for sure. It didn't really take a long time for Joom to become one of the most coveted players in the world. Of course, he's played an Esports World Cup Grand Final and won it. He's played a Six Invitational Grand Final now as well, and he's really here to play. He's the absolute peak of professionalism. He's really got the chops in the server as well, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, he certainly does. Obviously an absolute standout performer. I think that going into this match, Joom was obviously one of the players that we highlighted, and I really feel as though where Joom's headed, where Falcons are headed, this is going to be a really interesting event because Falcons always turn it on for EWC. They always...
Except last year.
Well, okay.
Let's
why do you have to do me like that? That's so
They're doing great. That's why
they get first rounded.
They did get first. They were the first team eliminated from the tournament, which was admittedly quite hilarious.
How'd they go in the 2 before that?
Look, they won the other Esports World Cup, and they won the G8 2 years before that as well.
Correct. We'll hold that onto our hearts. But I think, look, when you look at the other side of the board, when you look at M80, Ashen, nice start, then kind of fizzled out a little bit, whereas Gavin had a bit of the opposite effect. It felt like, Nick, no one on M80 had that game in their hands. There was no one in that server that I felt like I looked to and was like, they're a pivotal player right now, because they never felt like they had the full grip on Falcons.
Yeah, if you look at the player positions, what we're seeing them, how they were reacting in the server, I didn't feel like anybody was the standout captain saying, guys, this is the play. Follow me. When they're on defense, half team is running away. There's no C4 with the yellow ping using the Valkyrie. There's no you peek left, I peek right. It was, there's a guy in library, let's all peek him. And they just turn off their brain and they don't communicate how, where, and when to do so. And that, we can speak about sometimes mistakes, they happen, but there was like 5 or 6 rounds in this game where it felt like M80 were playing with only 3 people using their mouth to speak to each other.
Yeah, you're right. It was very loosey-goosey and very disjointed for M80. And I will admit, sometimes a chaotic, loose playstyle can work.
Sure.
But that needs to be when you've got gunners gunning. And I'm not just talking about Gunner, I'm talking about the whole squad.
All the gunners.
Not a single player on M80 went positive in that game. On the flip side of that, like we said, Joom 15-6, everyone on Falcons went positive except for one guy, but it's Brede, so he doesn't need to because he's playing Shields anyway.
I was gonna say, I think like the secret MVP, if you dig into the details.
Secret played before.
Oh yeah, they are not, okay. The hidden MVP is actually gonna be Brede. Because you see, I think he was 2 and 4, 2 and 5 at the end or whatever. Every single round he's playing a selfless role. He was playing playing the shield sometimes on the attacking side or the capital. On defense, he was playing the kite anchoring down, a Rooney anchoring down, and the sentry, the recruit operator, anchoring down.
On the bomb side, buying enough time for his team to rotate when M80 went for the rushes.
And if Reedy dies early in a bad position, getting caught off guard by M80, they get the bomb site and they start planting. And that's how they actually got one of their round victories on that dining kitchen attack. Because Reedy did die early that round. That was the one time he was caught off guard.
He's the GOAT. I know. I got a lovely moment with Breeder the other morning, as I said. I got to walk around.
They are really.
And yeah, he's really won my heart. So, Falcons for the championship.
Hey, do you know who may not have a shot at the championship?
Do tell.
You want to know what happened on the B stream?
Oh, what happens?
Spoilers. All right.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna give you a countdown.
Oh my God! Wait.
3, 2, 1. CAG 7-0'd All Gamers.
Oh, big dog.
Big dog.
Big dog.
That's our boys right there.
Big well, Cag.
Oh,
Cag.
yeah, but
Cag be Caggin.
Yeah, I know, but all.
I'm sad for AG. I am sad for AG, but man, like, it's crazy to think that at the first game of the tournament for CAG that we watched, which was against Fnatic, yes, it was a 7-5, but casting that was like watching a car crash in slow motion. I was like, I've casted Cag this entire stage, and they do not look even a shadow of their normal selves against Fnatic. And then they lost the first map to, I believe it was King Zero. Ever since then, they've been unreal. Reverse swept King Zero, beat Shopify Rebellion 7-0 against AG. The sky's the limit for the Japanese in the lead up to what's happening in a couple of months' time.
I think there's an event.
The first major in APAC ever in Osaka. I'm so stoked.
That's pretty good.
Shout out Osaka. Can't wait for that one. You mentioned Fnatic at the very start of that sentence, and I'm going to go ahead and segue it and bring it back. They're taking on just a small team.
Was that them over there standing up on the stage?
That's them. That's Wizard.
I see.
I didn't play this event.
Isn't Wizard the best player in the tournament so far?
Can you see who's in the background? Who?
Is that the two-time world champions FaZe Clan?
Oh, they're so cool.
Damn.
This is going to be
actually it's noise, but
Yo, Pengu, now you can't be a fangirl of everything, so
train ahead after the break when we come back.
So not
take on Fnatic.
Too much stake in these best of freeze. More than my DC versus Secret. So DC Dark Zero versus Secret, Dark Zero 1. The one with 7-3. I don't like that we have to wait so long, but I kind of understand they need to put up their stuff and everything, so. Kind of understand. So I'm doing this every time because I don't want to sit like on YouTube is like copyrighted music in a way, and I don't want to like press on every single time. It's annoying. Whoop. Get a little bit of a hiccup. So we do have a Virtus Pro versus Edward Gaming is coming up. Not something that I am interested in. So we're going to copy that and fix the title. We're going to be watching FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. So I guessed that FaZe is going to be winning against Fnatic. So I'm hoping it's going to be as I foretold. So the last time Fnatic and FaZe Clan faced together was 2025. So it's on May, and so it's like just above over a year ago, and they were not even using the same team as well, so we don't know where it's going to go at all. So we don't know, and during that time they played best of one, and that was like Reload that faced each other. So, and it was in Night Haven, and FaZe Clan won 7-3. For granted, they are not using the same team either, FaZe Clan as well. So, yeah, but no, FaZe Clan are using the same. Sorry, I meant Fnatic. So they don't have the same. So they have Deadshot in the team. They have and Deadshot was not in the team when they faced each other, for example. So we are going to be seeing what they are using. But do expect from what we've seen during the tournament. So let's pull up some stats. Gonna pull up some stats for you guys here. Phase 7-4. Depends on which map they're going for. So, when it comes to most played maps, right now it's Night Haven, Fortress, and now Chalet on this one. So they are the most played. So if we're keeping up with the trend that has been happening, so Fnatic have already played. Let's see here. They have played. Let's see here, so we can get. They played Cafe. They played Night Haven. So I don't want to like go in too much on the same. Cafe, Night Haven, Bank. Fortress and Cafe. So, and they're facing FaZe Clan, so you need to like think of which map do they have the best advantage over FaZe Clan. So, and what do FaZe Clan not have information on the match? Because you don't want that team to analyze what you have played, so to speak. So, and Border is not going to be the pick because FaZe Clan are really, really good on Border. So are they Clubhouse. If you want to force them to play, based on what FaZe Clan have played previously, I would say if it's going to be on Fnatic's point of view to win, I would say go for maybe Night Haven. For that one. Or you would go back to Cafe. Obviously, I have played Cafe twice. And no matter what, like, they have played the same map. So FaZe Clan might have something to play against. I would say Bank is also a map that FaZe Clan don't play as much either, so you might be well off not playing. Let's see here, the last time. Okay, so if they're looking at previous stats, so they should avoid Chalet, they should avoid Clubhouse. Bank, they actually lost against Furia 7-3 on Bank, so that might be their weakest right now. FaZe Clan won against Liquid on Night Haven, so that could also be a little bit iffy to go into. Clubhouse, they won. Consulate, they won as well. Yeah. Yeah, I would actually go with saying like bank or cafe. Actually, I would probably go one of those two if you could. That would be a better choice for them. When it comes to overall performance, or if we're talking about what FaZe want to play the most, it would be Chalet or Clubhouse. Would probably be the best for them. Because I have played that so well. So play stats right now. So the most plants is Anatom and also Canadian, which is not surprising. Best Clutches Valentino in Alula, the player. So none of those guys are actually here. Best cost. So that is false 100%. Woof. And then NJR, Yum uses like 100%, and NJR on 90. What the fuck? That is crazy. Entry, Chirrup on CAG. That is also insane. 10 plus, then Wizard. And then best KD is Chirrup again, and then Wizard again. Holy, best rating play right now is going to be Jum, which is not surprising. He had like 15 kills and like very few deaths. So yeah, that is insane. That is insane. So if we look at the most played operator, I'm looking if Valkyrie is here because she was not here last time. Why isn't Valkyrie in here? She is played. That is so interesting. The most banned operator on defense, you would think Asami, but it is not. It's actually Kai that is the most banned operator. And then you have Bandit, which is kind of not surprising as well. You kind of go for the Bandit Kaid band because you want to enter the building as easily as possible. And you don't want to necessarily bring a Thatcher because you want to have a certain operator with you to contest for the site. So hence why you do the easiest thing, and that is banning those operators. Especially when you go in for Nighthaven, that would be the most common. Then you have Clubhouse, of course. And closely together on the third most banned operator is Wamai. Also not surprising, he got a buff. So the Og got a buff, the weapon. Then Wamai got C4 and a shield. Plus his Wamai disc spawns quicker now as well. So he is way too good right now, which is... I don't know why they buffed him that hard, but it will remain to be seen. And then you have obviously Asami and Clash close together, which is not surprising as well. They usually are in the bad meta. Operators that has not received a ban yet is like Mute, Fenrir, Denari, Denari, and Valkyrie so far. Post-ban, which is kind of was banned once, so that is interesting. With Warden getting banned once. Now talking on to... Let's see here. Oh. Let's go over... Let's talk about this later. And open up.
Against the South American League champions, FaZe Clan. Welcome me back to the desk once again, gentlemen. Good to have you.
Let's hear what they have to say.
Join me for what should be actually a pretty good matchup. I think that FaZe are going to be looking good going into a best of one, kickstarting their EWC campaign. Would you agree?
I'd agree. Yeah, I mean, it's a good test for them. Fnatic, of course, warmed up a little bit, so you got to factor that in. They had 2 very solid days, didn't put a foot wrong. I don't think there were a lot of expectations on Fnatic coming into EWC this year, but got through play-ins. That was maybe the only expectation.
Yep.
From here on out, they're playing with house money.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, Fnatic so far have proven that they're still a solid team, and they didn't get here purely on a fluke basis, right? I mean, they quite literally took down G2 to earn this spot in the first place, and they have a little bit to prove, I suppose, in that regard, in proving why they should be at this event, and so far they've been able to scathe off the potential of going home after only a couple of days. So they're in a decent position, but this is going to be a real tester. FaZe are a very scary team for good reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, I can't remember if there's a single event where I didn't look at FaZe and go, well, they're a favourite, at least not for the last 2 or 3 years. Looking at how this group will pan out, of course, this is our opening match here for Group B. However, across on the B stream, if you will, Edward Gaming. I'm very excited to see what this roster will showcase here at EWC. They dominated the CNL, and actually, like, opponents-wise, Virtus Pro, talk about, like, a turnaround. Like, they look good.
Yeah, they do. It's tough for EDG that they've got to now go and play Virtus Pro, team that's clearly in form and a very good outfit coming into this particular event. So, you know, you're talking about the best team from CNL while you're going up against one of, top 2 at the moment from EML.
Yeah.
That's going to prove to be difficult. But yeah, Group B now shapes up to be exciting for the rest of the afternoon.
It certainly does. Exciting. FaZe, they go hand in hand, do they not? FaZe Clan come into this after beating everyone in Stage 1, basically. They just looked absolutely phenomenal. And that's off the back of many, many years of them looking at their best. I think coming into this event, if you're looking at SAL, if you're looking at a Brazilian team to perform, FaZe Clan is going to be at the top of that list. They have to be a top 4. I don't think we can accept anything different.
Yeah, FaZe really are an enigma at this point, right? Given they've been able to perform at such a high level for such a long period of time is really, really impressive. Where we've seen maybe the rest of SAL drop off a little bit. Obviously, they were at the highest of highs, so a small diminish in their performance. FaZe have continued to be so powerful, so strong, and they go into this event highly regarded. So I'm intrigued to see how they go today, day 1, new environment, and Fnatic again are not to be taken lightly.
No, they certainly aren't. This is the thing, is it's on the flip side of the coin. We'll talk about it Fnatic in a second, but I think overall, this is a very hard sell if you are an EML or a European fan, just because of, as Guz has said, I think the tenure that this roster has and the ability to perform at that level over the last 3, 4, 5 years, this roster just has held such a true level of competition that I think it's nearly impossible to deny them as the world's best, if not one of the world's best.
Well, you win back-to-back hammers, you are the world's best. Look, I think that the conversation around SAL entirely at the moment is that the region itself, is it at its peak from maybe 2 years ago? No. FaZe, yes. So they are the exception, where the rest
I
of
still
SAL
feel
have
like
been
FaZe
caught up by the likes of EML
has
and
been
NAL
struggling a
certainly.
lot.
FaZe are the exception. They are still the team to beat going into any tournament for my mind. What you do at 6 Invitational then leads into Esports World Cup and the majors. Now, of course, they haven't really been successful at things like majors and EWC, but because of what they are able to do at easily the best and biggest event, that is the reason why in any event you play, they are still #1.
For sure. I think that what you do echoes, right? It doesn't, especially at SI, it echoes through the halls of Siege. It doesn't stop at that one event, because it's not one event that you can perform at and just win an SI champ. We will never see that. But what we will see is teams that are consistent, teams that continue to dominate well outside of their quote-unquote era. And FaZe is that team for me. Coming out of SAL, if you were to look at a team, you are looking at them to kind of champion the torch that was an incredible 23, an incredible 24 season. And now going up against a team that really made waves throughout Europe. I think Fnatic have come into this with a really interesting storyline, Guz.
Yeah.
We didn't expect them to be a team to make it, and, well, they've made it and then some. They've actually looked really good in play-ins.
Yeah, I would probably at this point describe Fnatic as a rejuvenated team, still with a lot to prove. I think it's important to make that clear that for them to have a splash at this tournament, they need to continue to improve and build upon what we saw in EML, but off to a decent start. We're able to escape the scary first couple of days here at Esports World Cup. And in fact, they actually go in today with the top-rated player at the event. Wizard has a 126 EPS, a 1.83 KD. So FaZe need to be a little careful that there is some dangerous firepower on this Fnatic roster.
And firepower on FaZe's side as well. You look to your handies, you look to your cybers. They're not short of firepower or players that have performed through and through for the last couple of years.
Well, I mean, Handy's was the second-rated player in SAL, and he's playing Hardbreach and Smoke. That says everything you need to know about him. I still think he's the best overall player in the game. I'm not saying he's the best frag, and I've always said he's not the best fragger. In terms of every individual aspect, maybe he's not number one. You add it all up together, and he comes out probably as number one. For Fnatic, though, it's like what you said, making waves, caused a big upset in EML. They get through play-ins, as many would have hoped.
Yep.
Obviously, FaZe will be a difficult ask. We all know that. So for Fnatic coming into this game, they've got a mighty test, but they are the underdogs in this match.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I don't think they will win. I really don't.
The underdogs against G2. They won that anyway, and then they lost to GK. We'll forget about that in terms of the storylining. So I think that for Fnatic, it's about keeping themselves grounded.
Oh my god! I said Nighthaven earlier, and then I changed it to Bank, and
Labs is where we go for this one, Guz. Does that give you any hope for the Fnatic underdog storyline here?
Well, it's a great map for FaZe, 7-2 record.
Yeah.
Fnatic on the flip side, still good results, 2-1 overall, but the one thing that stands out as a big red flag is Fnatic's attacking win rate on Labs up to this point, 5 out of 14 rounds, so about 35%. That could be a big difference maker in this matchup, and they start on the attacking side, so they'll need to prove themselves over the course of these first 6 rounds.
They certainly will. Fnatic, they've had a pretty good run up until this point, but they are about to meet an immovable object. I'm saying that right now. FaZe are going to look good for this event. They're coming into it with a lot of momentum. A best of one can cause chaos in the server, but if you are a Brazilian fan, if you're a fan of the SAL, you know what FaZe can do. They should be feeling comfortable in this one. However, it's only time will tell. Let's get underway with Nighthaven Labs for the first game of Group B.
The Group A, done and dusted for the best of ones. For those that missed it, Dark Zero, CAG picking up wins, Falcons and Wildcard. Those will be the respective matchups in the upper bracket semi-finals. And then in the lower bracket quarterfinals, well, how about this one, guys? M80 versus Team Liquid. One of those two will be heading home, not tomorrow, but the day after. Secret versus All Gamers. Heading into Group B now, though, FaZe and Fnatic. Winner of this will play the winner of Virtus Pro and Edward Gaming, happening live on the B stream at the moment. And then later to come to close the day out will be Weibo Furia. That promises to be entertaining. Enterprise and GK. So the APAC boys will close out today's proceedings. FaZe on defense Labs, though, is going to prove to be an almighty challenge. And we're being quite realistic about this, guys. Fnatic have got a mighty task ahead of them.
They do. A tough prospect for Fnatic.
yeah, I'm not surprised by the ban. Like, Kaid Bandit Band is like, as I said, most you kind of want to ban that on Nighthaven. Fromite and Grim. Fromite, I kind of agree. Grim.
Respectable.
Maybe like a snake would have been better or something, because like literally they're just.
Provides an opportunity for them to snag a result.
When you go back to play-ins, they beat CAG. That ended up now actually looking a really solid result in hindsight, 7-5. Then they beat MIBR Lows 2-0, 7-3, 7-1, so dominant. And then same as well against Elula Club 2-0, 7-4, 7-4. You could argue maybe the quality of opponent hasn't been anywhere near, of course, the likes of FaZe, but their form has been solid. They've put to bed the teams they should. KDS on the pulse, getting early information towards Electrical Souls. That's a wonderful headshot onto Wizard. You noted him coming out of play-ins as the top player. Immediately realizing the quality of opposition will now increase. Makes it very difficult on this particular site. Now down a player already. No ability to use those air jabs to get Rafters control. Puts a spanner in the works for Fnatic's first attacking attempt.
We can push forward. I've detected an enemy device.
It's lurking dead shot there.
Well, a good early test here for Fnatic. What's their follow-up like? What's the plan B like? I think that's one of the best tests of a team is on attack. When things don't go your way, can you formulate a response? And unfortunately here in the opening round, that has not been the case. Deepak.
Yo,
Bit of
what?
an odd spray.
That one just got away from him. This round has gotten away from Fnatic. In fact, it never even started.
Damn.
Phase dominant. No surprise. No one's shocked at all. Flawless to
Nah.
begin here at the Esports World Cup.
Like I said, I think FaZe will win this one, and you have on the next
Well, that's
game
the
it's going to be
wake-up
British
call
Pro
Fnatic
versus
will lead here
Edward
for
Gaming,
what is their
and I
third
think
day at
it's
this
going to
event.
be VP
Obviously, well and truly
pretty easily
warmed up.
there.
But very quickly realizing this is not
Welcome to
the
the
club anymore. This
Welcome
is
to
not
the group
MIB
stage.
This is not MIBR Lows. This is FaZe Clan.
Welcome to the big boys. Yeah, pretty brutal start there from FaZe. If there's any solace for Fnatic, it is the fact that it's top 4 labs. If there's any sight to lose, like on many maps, the first primary is not the end of the world. But again, when you see the plan fall apart in the early stages and then there's a lack of follow-up, that's where the red flag maybe starts to emerge. Bit of a pause in the lobby at the moment, hence the delay into round 2.
Okay.
And so hopefully we'll be back in a moment's time.
What do you think of the other match on the B stream while we have a brief moment? Edward gaining the #1 seed out of CNL. Very difficult seeding for them, but hoping they can make it competitive against Virtus Pro as we return for the second round.
Yeah, EDG have been dominant locally in CNL. I think they're a shout in that match.
Like a quiet shout, like, ah.
I'd say a moderate.
So the basement we go over the second round.
10 seconds remaining.
Chalk that first round up as a learning opportunity for Fnatic. Top 4 is always going to prove to be difficult. Need to do a lot better though in this second round.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. Position secured.
I do like what I see. This could be a fast-paced round. Namor, Solid Snake into a FaZe roam, top floor. I'm expecting fireworks early.
Breaching sequence activated.
Top-down approach likely here from Fnatic, spearheading IT wall. Ram in play for Vert, and then the Daimler Solid Snake combination for the map clear. To be contested though by FaZe. 2-1-2 split with Souls and Handy on the top floor. Vidiking, Cyber and KDS now all actually contesting first floor with appeal potential back down towards basement. Oh, it's aggressive here. It's active from FaZe.
Ooh, Citizen catches the timing onto Handy, who was just unaware. But Souls saves the day. And can get this revive as well. What looked like maybe an opening kill for Fnatic ends up now crumbling pretty quickly. They lose the Solid Snake of Wizard. Battle towards storage. Entry made by Deepak. KDS though, patience. Not panicked, not rushed, but losing his life. Well played from Deepak, and suddenly a 3v3. Look at the health margins of Souls and Handy. Very winnable round now for Fnatic.
It's been a good recovery from Fnatic in this round when it felt like FaZe had established dominance on the roam. Nexo control for Smiths, maybe waiting for the rotation back down from Vidiking. He's combined now with Handy elsewhere, trying to isolate Deadshot. Cargo stairs, now under pressure.
Vidiking's going to have to be the one to get the information. Oh, Deadshot, what a headshot! And the plank going down inside of Assembly. Souls got one, traded immediately by Smiths, and now into the post plant for Vidiking. Fnatic looking to strike early here on Nighthaven Labs.
We know how good Vidiking is, but a tall ask here
Come
in the 1v2.
Won't have a lot of time with Deepak getting to play outside of the breach as well. That's going to make it even more difficult for Vidiking. A low percentile chance for him. The champion player that you certainly would give a chance to drone a little bit of information. Hence another one too. Smith can just sit EXO. He'll wait for the tap and then he'll rotate in. This is done. It's going to be 1-to-1. Shield up. It's a nice attempt from Vidiking, but even by the time he got through the animation, time was pretty much over. Fnatic will get an early round against FaZe Clan.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a funny round. We saw that early trade onto Citizen, and I actually had a look over my shoulder. He was very animated. It's only round 2, very animated at how that played out. Maybe wondering where his support network was at, what the rest of the team was up to, maybe a disconnect elsewhere. Despite that, though, Fnatic then through the mid-round were still able to find a win condition to fight their way back into the round with some sharp shooting on screen now. Minute on the clock, 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Great work from Deadshot Cargo's side. And then positionally perfect in the post there from Fnatic. So some good composure. And it's
There's
nice to
been
get
a lot
early round
of
ball.
It is. You get the fist bumps out, everyone feels energetic and
technical
hyped, and
issues,
get that
which I'm
early
kind of surprised because
reward.
like it is Paris, so but there's more people using the
Storage and
internet,
control
but
to
still.
follow. Now it's one on the board. This is going to be defender sided. You
Still.
would have to hazard that as the assumption to begin with. So for Fnatic to get an early attacking round on a map where maybe only 2 is necessary puts them in good stead.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And as always, this tertiary site can be a tricky beast. Back-to-back opening kills from Souls. These have looked a little better in the early portion of these rounds.
Sequence activated.
Some good info gathered there from Citizen. Shock Drone will be a valuable tool against the Fenrir and the Thorn combo. Love the inclusion here of the Pulse. Cyber will have the ability to garner information with the shotgun in play and a patch rotate below. That could also bring the Nitro Cell into play late round for plant denial.
Oh,
That puts a little bit of pressure on Cyber as well, the way he just wants to hold into storage and get information. Needs to be mindful of the vert being created. Making sure that he doesn't overstep his mark. Like the patience here from Fnatic. It's getting as much information as possible. Drones into good positions. It's all spotted out towards Rafters as expected on the Azami. Pretty standard hold right now from FaZe. They'll use KDS as the anchor towards control side. Cyber to get information storage, defend up above. Up to Fnatic to now deal with this hold. In towards control side is Smith. Now this isn't usually the way you'll see the entry made by the attacking team. Lovely shot from Smith. Reaction perfect after Handy got the opening kill.
Damn.
Souls quick to react himself. Citizen low. The Razor Bloom. Catching him, and with that now, slow
Come
towards
on.
Cargo.
Yeah, Citizen is desperate for the follow-up there onto Smith, but got stalled out by the Thorn. And with that, basically stripping away the big win condition for Fnatic. Deepak, though, does get control storage, has the diffuser, but unfortunately for him, easier said than done to get the kid on the ground.
He will slip back outside. They do still have 55 seconds. Citizen critically low. Deadshot still unable to find an angle through this bird. A 19 breach, that's not going to be easy to push into with a bulletproof camera also watching that location. Rafters still in control for FaZe. That was the chance. A little damage onto Souls. But he's maneuvering nicely until Deepak hit the headshot. Now it might be the go time for Fnatic.
Yeah, it could be. Citizen still in the same position.
Oh
Opportunity presents. KDS
follow
taken
up.
down.
Well, they got control side opened up as well. The only problem, Vidican's still above. They got no idea. Vidican.
Whoa!
The shotgun doesn't fully connect, and therefore, Deadshot, easy turnaround. Cyber, though, he responds, but Deadshot follows up, and Fnatic
Holy
have an early
shit.
lead.
Well, I think there was some ants in the pants there from FaZe late round. I think that's been one of the strengths of the stronger teams in a lot of the matchups so far that we have covered here at Esports World Cup is typically really good discipline in the late round and good composure, but FaZe there. Several moments where got caught on the move or missed the opportunity that was presented to them. And Fnatic have kind of snatched that one from the jaws of defeat.
I put my chair away, guys. This is going to be a stand-up game. Just have a feeling.
You sure your back's just not sore? You are quite old.
Oh, jeez, come on.
That was
Flash
not
band away
nice.
From FaZe. Ace band away from Fnatic. Add that in with a Thermite. Hard breach will be missing. Tech pause in play after Fnatic have had a little issue on their side. Hopefully can get fixed up pretty quickly. 2-1. That's the start you would want though. If you were Fnatic, you said, we're going Nighthaven Labs versus FaZe. First 3 rounds, we're up 2-1 on the attack. We'll take it.
Yeah, and the only site they lost was that opening round of the primary site. You would take that every day of the week. FaZe haven't quite looked as polished as I probably expected so far. It's very, very early days and that can change very quickly, but early signs pointing towards this one maybe being a little more competitive than anticipated.
It's funny how quickly in this game things change, stories change, and develop. And Fnatic as an organization has been lost in the wilderness for how many years now? It's like a sleeping giant now at this point, but are they starting to awaken? With this new look roster after causing the biggest upset in the EML and getting through play-ins, you beat FaZe here and suddenly you're one best of 3 away from playoffs. Top 8 bound, the Esports World Cup. Can't get too ahead of yourselves just yet though, Fnatic. Long way to go.
Yep. Absolutely, but it has been a strong start. Very excited to return back to the primary site top floor of Command and Server. Win this, Fnatic, and I think you have every right to start getting a little excited.
If you win this site, this round, I think FaZe are almost forced into attack timeout.
Probably.
If you don't have a plan, there is something I've been wanting to try.
Fnatic playing a different different outlook this time on their re-attempt. Info heavy. So they bring the Snake and the Daimos this time around. Monty a mainstay. Citizen jumps on some util clearance of the Flores as opposed to the Thatcher. And Deepak can flex on the striker.
And on the flip side, FaZe, their operator pool has actually been pretty one-dimensional. They've played Azami every round. They've played Pulse every round. They've played Wamai twice. They've played Denari twice, Mute twice. Like, they're not really shaking things up. Keeping it really grounded and really default, but that makes it then easier to read for Fnatic. KD is back onto the Pulse as he was in the opening round. Cyber jumped on it in the previous 2 rounds, but I think he's lost his license. Oh, Wizard freebie onto Handy. Straight in towards blue stairs and catches the superstar completely napping. It is Fnatic's first opening kill. And on Command Server with 2 minutes and a 5 versus 4 advantage. Well, this promises to look spicy in this 4th round.
And it's Wizard's first kill, top rated player at the event so far.
Oh. An aggressive push into IT from Cyber. Deadshot doesn't go for the swing.
FaZe sensing they need to make a play to even the man count. Good pressure from Smiths over towards Warehouse. This is good from Fnatic so far.
This is really clean. Rafters control established. IT opened up. Wizard freebie
Yo,
onto Soul.
don't give
Hello
him...
indeed. And hello again as Wizards into another battle, but Cyber able to win it out. On the Wamai. Vitter King as well against Dashshot. Cyber, lovely shot too. And a follow-up. Vitter King, Cyber combined.
Woo.
2 apiece, and just like that, the round
Dangerous,
now
dangerous,
as if it's
dangerous.
gone.
When can you miss it? My word. It
It's a
felt
5
like
versus 3 for Fnatic that they lose out. That was a huge opportunity. Tied at 2-2.
that's a very frustrating round on the primary site when you win the opening duel.
FaZe take a timeout anyway.
I don't think they'll be pleased with how they've played so far. And they'll be sensing that the next 2 rounds are critical in gaining an advantage at the halftime break. On the flip side though, for Fnatic, equally offer Sathis an opportunity to speak to the troops. And probably just settle them after this last round. Great start from Wizard. Caught Souls lacking. But as FaZe so often do, and it was Cyber in particular, always there for the trade. Always there for the re-pressure. Never allowing their opposition to settle. And that playstyle serving them well there in round 4. And as the timeout now concludes, can FaZe try and ride that success on the upcoming 2 sites? That's where we saw it unravel not too long ago.
Will they be able to? They need to like...
And can Fnatic just re-find some composure?
need
I
to
like
do
the
that.
timeout regardless. I know I said that if they lost top floor, down 3-1, you call it. But even though they won it, the starts of the round didn't look great. Clearly, FaZe look a little bit shaken. Add in the fact, basement storage control,
2-2.
both lost previously. Those will be your next two sites. Yeah, I think it is a good time to kind of talk things over to close this first half out. Important half on the defensive labs. Fnatic cannot be satisfied, though, guys, with just the two attacking rounds. They still have two more opportunities. And even though they lost the previous round, again, really good signs. Finally got their first opening kill. Good control that they were able to get, spacing-wise. And sure, the finish wasn't great, but you could put that down to some very good individual play from FaZe Clan. This will be top down clear again. And again, like last time on this basement site, FaZe will meet them head on the top floor. Souls in handy.
I've detected an enemy nearby.
Running towards storage, of which Cyber currently is located.
Yeah, Cyber likely to eventually peel down that warehouse hatch once pressured. Oh, he actually went for a run out off screen. Survived to tell the tale.
FaZe don't look shaken. They want to keep the pressure up. And hope that Fnatic will then slip under the pressure. But Fnatic, to their credit, they don't rush. They know that there is clearly presence from the defenders. But not overwhelmed by the presence. The FaZe have done enough in time denial. They'll look to go back towards basement now. Except Cyber, as he eats that jug of payload, now low, looks like he might play his life towards storage.
It has to at this point, cross-established warehouse side. Although he is able to escape lounge side, which is now no longer covered by the attack. We'll lurk cafeteria for now. Maybe sensing that a flank late is his best option. It does mean, though, that Fnatic can gain control over towards cargo, and so Smith will elect to do so. Wizard finds the opener in the round. Wizard coming alive here on labs.
Good vert play with the Boogie Auto Breacher. Open up the floorboards, find the kill onto Vidiking. Back-to-back opening kills from Wizard. 60 seconds remaining in this fifth round.
Wizard is such a good player, it's ridiculous.
On labs. Cyber, though, still around lounge. He promises to be a nuisance that maybe Fnatic won't be ready for.
Has Cyber
Don't
been forgotten about?
I think they must have imagined he'd gone back to the side. Voltover's clean. Citizen wasn't ready for it. Smith, though, loved to rotate back to cover.
Why are you using fucking shotgun?
Play. Wizard wanted to go for the plank, got off it, now back down. Handy, active. Gets rid of T-Peck, and then Smith falls. The plant will be successful, but now a 2 versus 3 for Fnatic. They don't have the vert either to play off. Both in sight are Wizard and Deadshot as KDS captures Deadshot from Nano. Wizard with it all to do. Spots one through the hatch. Lovely headshot onto Handy, and now makes it far more doable. Can he create an isolated 1v1? He cannot.
Nicely
Souls
done.
clean. Composed push from FaZe. They will take the lead 3-2.
Simply too many angles to watch there in the end from Wizard. It felt like he was almost on for something special. But a small overpeak ultimately punished, and FaZe now find themselves
Not surprising
back
at
in
all.
the lead.
This is crazy. Good gameplay.
Good signs from Fnatic, but again, when you're versing a team as good as FaZe, it only takes a moment here or there to go astray for the round to unravel. Cyber on the flank. Maybe some unoptimal positions then in the post with the retake above from FaZe.
Fortunately, forgetting about Cyber, ended up biting them.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
So 2 straight for FaZe. After the timeout, they've regathered themselves. Final round of this first half, in which if they get to 4 defensive rounds, once again puts them in a pretty good position going into the second half. Interestingly enough, 4 straight rounds that the opening kill has not been converted. So it's been a
Hey,
little
FaZe needs to
messy
get like the
here on
opening
Nine Haven
kill.
Labs. Maybe not the most clinical, clean siege that we've seen at EWC thus far. But that can change quickly. With Wizard and Smith both looking very solid right now for Fnatic. Need a little bit more maybe out of the likes of
I'm surprised that
Deadshot
Deadshot hasn't gotten any kill yet, actually. Citizens is only on 1.
And we know they can do it. We have seen it before at international LAN events. Let's see if they can tap into that previous form though here. Just as FaZe start to slowly clench their grip of Labs.
Woo!
That would have been a
Getting
tilt
him
for
and
Citizen.
you
Would've
got
been
him
1-5 if he
a
had
new
died.
haircut there.
The way that Cypher has played this half, fears no man.
Oh no. He is the Terminator from SAL.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a pressure towards warehouse. So you had the Blackbeard is going to be like clearing out. But you had the Pulse on the sideburn, which is just going to make it very hard.
He's in a really good off-meta position.
Vieta King for the swing. Doesn't quite connect the way he would have liked. Their shots played that well. Nitrocell from Selena though. Again making an impact. He goes up to 7 kills. A very strong half from him. Wizard to fall on the Solid Snake over towards Lounge is not ideal for Fnatic. Handy collects his 5th kill of the half.
That is not good.
Now Fnatic.
Oh, he actually used the silencer as well.
It's a really good
and they actually used the silencer on their
P7
P7.
to a tactical timeout and just how influential they can be, especially in best of ones.
Oh my goodness, started this half flawlessly, may end it flawlessly. A few twists and turns along the way in this half after Fnatic got two
Puss is
straight,
just giving them
forced the
information.
timeout from FaZe. And as usual for FaZe Clan, this team, they know how to respond. They don't worry about that pressure. And I like to push back down blue stairs, and they know that Citizen is making his way down. So much noise, it won't be flawless, but it will be FaZe. They take a 4-2 lead heading into the second half.
Yeah.
That was better from FaZe. I really love the response.
Like
there
I
from the
said,
tactical a much
so far I
cleaner
have only
brand
one
of Siege
match
from that
wrong,
point
but like the
onwards.
prediction is not over yet.
And
I
a
can still be
well-deserved
100%
lead
right,
heading
but it's
into
like
the second half.
based on what I
As we enter
think
the
would win the matches. So far I have only one wrong so far. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of 4 matches I have 3 rights and 1 wrong. So. So like I said, I'm guessing FaZe Clan is winning this one, and on B stream I think Virtus Pro is going to be winning it against Edward Gaming. So
it'll be interesting mentally what frame of mind are they in? Are they in the camp of, okay, this is the position we're in, we can play off 2 and see how we go from here, or do they linger on those rounds that could have gone their way?
You've got to just move forward with it. You're going command server to start, most likely. That's an assumption. Still a minute into the halftime break. You win that, suddenly it's 4-3. Game on. But I mean, like, I was going to say credit to FaZe as if this is something that's not known about them, but they just have that quality where they don't panic. They never look rattled. They never look like they're out of ideas. Even if a round or 2 doesn't go their way, or things aren't looking their utmost best, they've always got so much quality still available and experience to draw back on. On the flip side for Fnatic, in the rounds that they did lose, especially like round 1, round 6, if things didn't go their way early on in the piece, they really did look lost. They really then did look out of ideas. But if they started well, they were actually very active inside of the server, which was really good to see. Halftime scheduled timeout coming to an end, and the bans to soon then begin. 10 more seconds.
I think it might be handy in the background just having a couple of teething issues with the headset, so I think we may be in a pause for a little while longer. Either way though, we'll let the operator bans play out so that we can get those locked in place. And I don't think we're going to see them detract too far away from what we saw in the first half. The Bandit Coyote combo likely, and then on the opposing side,
Let's
and then
see
probably gonna take that drop.
how
Just saw a
the
thumbs
ban.
up from Handy
Like,
to the
is it going to be the
referee.
same?
I think we might be good here.
Ace.
So not Info Monty, but
I think it's going.
also not the Kaye.
Yeah,
Mira
Mira.
instead, but again,
On
still an
face,
emphasis
Ace and
on
Monty. I'm not surprised by the
denying
Monty
hard
ban
breach.
at all.
We're
I'm
gonna
not
be good to go.
surprised
This
at
will
all
be
on the Monty
unpaused
ban. Face
quite
likes
rapidly.
going
Referees have left the
Monty.
stage, fist bumps go out
So
in the second half to get underway.
that is nothing new.
And your prediction for the first objective was also correct, Jake. Second floor. Well done. Pat
Well,
yourself
I
on the
mean, I
back.
feel like that's probably the most easy. That's probably the easiest prediction you could make.
So when it comes to Night Haven on,
There's no one on the stage. I don't know.
so it's the most played map right now by counted. This one is played 6 times during the
It is
tournament.
around, though, that
The
full
best
Fnatic, it's
site
must win.
on
It's one of those weird
defense
ones where you
right
face a
now,
good defense, it's command server.
according to the percentage, is
Lose
actually
this,
storage room, and then you have bottom floor.
And we'll see if we
So
can now load into the
storage is
server.
set on 55%, and then
Maybe
you
I
have the
just
bottom
dropped
floor
down
in
low.
tank is going to be 53%. So you kind of like, so it's going to be around that area. You have like top floor in command center is going to be 43%. So
in the background.
that's a little bit
so just,
more.
additional
Kitchen
pause
has
period of
only
time
been
for both
played
teams
3
to-
times, but we can
Well,
kind
like
of guess
coming out
why
of the
it's only
halftime
been
break.
played 3 times. It's very hard for defenders to
believe it was
defend
3 games,
on
wasn't it?
Kitchen because
Or
there's
post
so
round
many
Oh, yes, first round
entries
one, sorry. Yeah, I was trying to find
for the enemy, and
correlation.
also when it comes to the vertical
We will get
ground
a
as
rehost,
well. If you
unfortunately.
lose
Apologies for the
vertical,
delay.
it's going to be
Halftime break, but it's a good time. I'd rather have it now than after one round. Bit
Good to
more that
lose
we can
a
kinda
lot.
Go through and dissect. If you're Fnatic though, you are incredibly impressed with Wizards' performance. You mentioned, of course, in the play-in phase, #1 rated player to begin today as well. 4 kills, couple of opening kills. Doesn't look scared or intimidated in playing against the likes of FaZe Clan. Smiths as well, very active on the shields, pistol out. He didn't look scared. You kind of sometimes look at shield players. They can be passive. They can be very much more shield up rather than bringing the gun or the pistol. And Smiths, to me, just looked so comfortable with his shield play. But it's like I posed to you before, you then look at the 3 below them. Citizen, Deadshot, Deepak. These are the guys that should be leading the way.
Okay, I'll just go
Yeah, it took
and
just a
cut my
little
apple
while to
because I
fire up
can't
Wizard
eat
in this
as
map,
it
but
is
certainly
because
has
of my
had some influential
one of
moments
my
and
tooth is actually dead, so
stood out so
I
far
can't
here
do
at
that.
the Esports World Cup.
No.
And I think following on from your point in terms of playing without fear, I think that's really great to see. Very easy to fall back into your shell when playing against such a formidable roster in phase. We see even some of the best in the world at times struggle to find confidence, and
Yeah.
you can't really blame them, right?
Well, I went back actually just to further add to my point while we've got a little time on the reho. So I mentioned before, Deadshot, Citizen, Deepak, struggling a little bit, just a bit. I'm not putting them on blast by any means. If anything, I'm using this to highlight Wizard and Smith performing so well. You go back, ML Stage 1, highest rated player, Deadshot. Second rated player, Citizen. Third, Deepak. It's an intriguing little flip for Fnatic today, where it's the 2 younger guys in Wizard and Smith that are kind of leading the way against FaZe. So if they can get their more experienced players into the server and more active into this second half, they may still be a good chance. If I'm going to be honest, I didn't really give them much of a chance, by the way, in this match. In fact, I had Sathis, Fnatic's coach, message me earlier today saying, what do you think of our chances against FaZe? And I literally replied, I said, no chance, good luck though. But I would imagine he's got more faith than me.
I would hope so.
I would hope so. He's the coach.
Well, I see all 10 names inside of the server, so I'm sure it's just a case of making sure the settings are good to go, and we'll be back pretty shortly. Then we've just got to hope that we actually load back into the server without problem. We're going in. Let's go. Fingers crossed.
So the second half to commence. A 4-2 lead for FaZe Clan, but they now go on to their attack. Fnatic will go command server to begin. To reiterate the bans, Bandit and Mira, along with the Ace and the Montaigne.
No issues this time. We're good to go. Let's get this second half underway.
Like an extended halftime break.
The intermission.
Well, I mean, for Fnatic, the way they're going to play this half to begin with, though, is can't be scared, but also don't probably then go and swing the pendulum the entire other way, where you go for run-outs or overly aggressive plays. FaZe will punish that. So you've got to find this middle ground between over-aggression and under-aggression. Keep it quite neutral, show presence where you possibly can, a couple of pot shots here and there just to ward off the attack. Just don't over-invest. And for FaZe, well, they'll just pretty much follow the default playbook, and that's worked for them 99% of the time.
You mean you highlighted in the first half in terms of their compositions from FaZe. Very similar, regardless of site, and very in line with what we would expect from this team on this map. They haven't necessarily brought out anything unexpected. It's more so about refining and playing the default well. And so we'll see if that does reign true
what
here
did I miss?
in the second half.
What did I
With the
miss?
ace band out, they like to go the Maverick route.
Pretty sure.
This will potentially be a little slower and a little bit more cumbersome.
They're the kind of team that
Oh,
can
this
play
is a
into
chance.
strength, which is this. Upside down repel from Handy onto the blowtorch, opening towards IT. And what this does now is they've already got IT covered. Handy's essentially saying, inadvertently, yeah, make your way back in, you're dead. We've got this now. Of course, you've got to keep eyes on this, but what this does do is it makes it a lot easier for Cyber to actually open up more of this wall really quickly for an operator that doesn't always really do it that quickly. That's pretty good. Minute 50 on the clock.
That's largely taken the Tuber as utility out of play as well, outside of maybe some potential crowd control later on. And so I'm sure FaZe at this point will be pretty pleased with how far they have advanced. Although keep in mind, we're at the midpoint of the round. Time goes by quickly when you're on the attack.
Yeah, interesting. I was looking at the position here of Deadshot, and we panned over to him, sitting lounge now on the Tuberale.
Nothing to worry about. Could be playing for the Nitro below late.
Yeah. They do have 3 Nitro cells in this round. Handy and
Handy.
go searching. This is where it could get really awkward for Deadshot, over towards storage. And I think Handy's going to make his way directly towards storage. Clearly has the read. 60 seconds remaining.
Although he's actually gone over back to second floor, so Deadshot might be in a good position storage now.
First Nitro cell thrown out from Smith. That won't really do much. Deadshot has blown his, and it gets rid of Vidaking. He's got one, though, close by to him. KDS over towards Warehouse. Deadshot wanting to take the fight.
Yo,
Maybe
why?
would have been better off trying to fall back to the side.
Deadshot, that was like really stupid.
FaZe looking to crack this top floor. 1-for-1 trade. A Citizen got Handy. He then fell to KDS. D-Pack looking to retake towards blue. Double stacking with Wizard, who sits prone inside a command. But this opens up the server side of the site. Cyber will go for the plant, and he will not be able to be denied. Tucked into the corner with a wonderful cross with Rafters hold, and you've got the server hold. D-Pack and Wizard are in an almighty position. This is really difficult now.
Yeah.
They need to hit something special. 30 seconds.
Crossover from Wizard. KDS, easy prone position. Top floor will go the way of FaZe. Nothing that D-Pack can do now.
Yeah.
Unless, whoa, KDS, a little overstep, but gotta go quick. Not a lot of time. Pulls out the shotgun. Knows though, sitting prone. Souls takes the damage. The time is expiring. Nice kill from D-Pack, but again, the biggest obstacle was the time, and Souls and FaZe go 5-2 up.
Now, we said before, that was a critical objective for the defense of Fnatic to win, and they fall short of the mark.
And that's where you can drop your head now if you're Fnatic. That's where you got to be really careful. I already saw Citizen. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's the one where we know needed to get that.
Yeah. FaZe, though, such a pleasure to watch them attacking in autopilot mode, even just small things there in terms of late round plant position, and also the response to Deadshot down below, for instance, as well. The fact that he wasn't able to get back towards site. And then the discipline to allow time in the post plant to be the biggest determining factor. Instead of forcing fights, they sat passive on the cross. Good start for FaZe.
Fnatic with 3 opening kills. None of them have been converted into a round win. well in some of these rounds, but the finish has not been there. It's missing that quality touch. More time at these international events, that's where the experience can be gained for this roster. FaZe is, well, a very difficult task for your first match of group stage. A whole different beast compared to play-ins.
It sure is. And at least at this stage, it hasn't felt like Fnatic have played particularly poorly either, to be honest. I think it's more so just FaZe
A FaZe.
Both teams
players,
actually play very well. It's just their strats are very different, where it works more in the favor of FaZe Clan rather than Fnatic at this point. Fnatic have had good strats, good defense, but it just falls short onto what FaZe Clan has a counter for their strat. And also, unfortunately, like when it comes to like the gunfight, Fnatic seems to be a little bit off from it, because you have like Deadshot is only on 1 kill, which is very questionable why he is that. And then you have Sinus, and it is also like, you know, odd.
So much aggression, although little answer back from Fnatic, and Deepak actually finds that first pick, but again, they've never won a round so far on this match where they've got that first pick.
Cyber's so low on HP, leaves him vulnerable, invert late.
This has got to be the round, but there goes Deadshot and Citizen, shot in the back. Lovely flank from Souls as he goes to double-digit kills. Again, for Fnatic, it's a great start, but the follow-up comes from FaZe.
And they completely disallow Deepak to have impact or any trade attempt over towards top blue as well. So really, really well played there by FaZe.
Loading new mag. Payload didn't
Still have 2 night results. And they can go back and play side if they want, but tight they leave vulnerable for now. Empty, KDS, tapping away, headshot onto Wizard. This one's getting away from Fnatic. Started so lively. The FaZe Clan, they've been in control basically ever since that tactical timeout.
Yep. They're able to turn on that switch that we have seen so many times before.
I forget how tall
FaZe
Smith is actually. He's a tall motherfucker.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, push up. Deepak gets just the one. Well, there is a double down onto Cyber and Vidiking. But a revive immediately onto Vidiking. Smith low himself. Needs to get this kill onto KDS. That would have been case on the ground. KDS backtracks. Souls then covers from the hatch. It's 6-2. They're the Kings for the reason. Back-to-back SI champions. Fnatic as an organization may be a sleeping giant, but FaZe are well and truly awake. 4 match points.
So that's 8 rounds down. And
Told
it will
you.
still be only 2 opening kills
This
successfully
would win.
converted. Fnatic in the early rounds of 7 and 8 here on their defensive half have been okay.
They haven't played as
They
well.
found the
Like
open on
FaZe
both occasions, but it's FaZe's
are
ability to find the
playing
late
really,
trades
really
back.
well. But
Then
during the
comparing that into an advantage in that control,
SAL
which has been
League,
incredibly impressive.
they
That
have
top floor
struggled a
sweep
little bit more
was
than
deadly
they are actually
and
doing now.
prevented Fnatic essentially
So
from having any ability to trade or retake or pressure back up above. And FaZe now have 4 opportunities in regulation to close out this map. Fnatic calling their tactical timeout, which is now quickly coming to an end, but I think it may be a foregone conclusion.
Well, for those that are following the A stream right now and thinking to switch over to the B stream, not missing a whole lot if I'm going to be honest, but a little spoiler in 3-2-1, Virtus Pro currently leading 4-1 over Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming actually won the opening round of the match, but since then it's all been VP.
Mosquito in Edward Gaming got like a Dan in a good shot. Holy.
Provided FaZe win this and VP win that, they will meet each other in the upper bracket semi-final.
I think that would be a really fun game.
It would be.
Who would you have in that one?
I mean, I'd back in FaZe.
But it's not a massive advantage,
No,
is it?
not compared to this match, it would be far more of an
Probably
equal
like a
advantage.
70-30 FaZe, I think.
65-35.
Okay.
Just
splitting hairs?
Just a bit of an idiot.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, it's back to top floor, Fnatic. Fresh off that tack timeout. Can we see Fnatic produce a similar response to the tactical timeout that we have seen from FaZe? As you've mentioned,
not too sure.
As you've mentioned, since that tac timeout, FaZe haven't dropped a single round.
My takeaway from this match is great start for Fnatic, and you can look at that and say, well, going into the VOD reviews and the experience gained and the learnings, okay, what went right? We can actually look at what went right. That was there. It's not like we got 7-0, 2-1 start. You can go back and find what made you successful. But
So if you guys are wondering why he shot,
Smith,
oh my
opening
god,
kill.
that
That
is
has
a
been their
nice.
strength.
Okay, so
Get this.
the reason
5
why
of the last
Smith
6
shot
rounds, Fnatic have
his
had that
own
first pick in the
Kyclom
entry battle.
is so
Haven't converted
so
any of them.
they can
FaZe haven't
toss
found
the
that fast
C4
trade in
through
this
the
round,
Maverick
so
holes.
Fnatic are posturing
As
nicely
long as
here.
the electricity
For the top four
electricity is
defense
on,
to
it will
re-attempt.
not be. You will not be able to
FaZe
toss
goes
that
searching for that pick back.
the C4
No
onto
real
the wall.
opportunity presents
So
until
Oh,
now.
kidding me.
Vida King with the DMR on the IT repel brings it back to a 4 versus
Yeah.
4.
In that
So
situation,
that's
there's
the
no
reason.
in 5 versus 4 for Deadshot to have to be in that IT position against
yeah,
the Maverick.
Deadshot
After what we
is
saw
having a
earlier on Command Server as well in the 7th
bad
round.
match,
That
like
is a misstep.
1 kill
Deadshot's
only,
one
and
set,
died.
he was their best player in EML Stage 1.
Yeah,
A rough game today.
is
but
having
a
it
lot of
rough.
learnings that I'm
But yeah,
sure
so
he'll
now
take
you know
from it.
why you shoot electricity sometimes when there's Maverick, because you want to toss the
It
C4.
just gives the way back into phase.
So-
and that's what you can't allow.
Yeah, that's the nature of the best of one beast. If you have a bit of a slow start, you cannot recover through a potential second or third map. So 60 seconds on the clock. Checklist from FaZe as they deploy the final parts of Heart breaching towards the objective. And pressure starting to mount on the anchor players here of Fnatic.
Okay, now you need Vidigal, you need to
Onside
like,
pressure from FaZe at the moment. Fairly one-dimensional by their standard for now, but wouldn't be surprised if they try and split that attack late, get a bit of pressure warehouse side, or maybe even top blue.
I think there's going to be someone top blue.
Keeping Fnatic on their toes.
I think there's going to be one coming up.
And also forcing forcing FaZe to push in late. Electrical control established from KDS. Cleared the area with the Guan Hive launcher. Gas Pave here is going to force Cyber back as well. FaZe here wanted to go, but the timing has been disrupted and does not matter. It's down onto Smith. Citizen is dead. Down onto Deepak, and down to Just Wizard. Now remaining
They're
four
just
Fnatic,
winning the
and they can't
gunfights
beat
right now.
Cyber. Well, FaZe Clan
They're
arrived here in
literally-
Paris for the Esports World Cup. The back-to-back SI champions mean business. 7-2 domination.
Yeah, so basically on the last round they won based on the gunfights. Actually, I don't understand how they won, but I was right. FaZe Clan won this matchup.
So again, Kaid being left up,
And
Mira being
by the
Hamada
looks of
being
it,
left
I'm
up,
going to be right
very
about
similar upper
Virtus
band
Pro
to what we just
winning.
saw in that first half.
I don't think things are going to get any easier for Edward Gaming in the second half. Virtus Pro generally are better on the defensive bank. Their attacks are better 50-50. But it certainly does, at this point at least, feel like, especially if round 7 goes their way, they are on their way to their August win on bank, so that they can make that 4 months in a row consecutively with wins on bank.
This is okay, but here's the key though, right? If you're future opponents of Virtus Pro, do you test them on bank again? Because they've already won it once in August.
We're moving into uncharted territory there, Jesse, because we've only seen them play it once each month. So who knows which way the second play goes.
Okay.
But well, the other thing is, you know, as you say there, is it a good thing or is it bad? By playing all these different strats, Virtus Pro are kind of giving people a look at everything they do on bank, but at the same time, you're having to prepare for a lot more, and you still don't know what they're going to do.
Exactly.
You know, it's like you just then having to recognize within 20 seconds, right, okay, we're on to plan D because it's set up for, you know, and it's very, very difficult. So I do like that from Virtus Pro as well. They're not actually, they are giving a lot away, but in a way that makes it difficult to actually use.
Well, this hold from EDG is going to look a little bit more like the second defense of the bottom floor that we saw from Virtus Pro, where they're leaning back into that stall mechanics. We've got the Tachanka, the Smoke, the Goyo, even the Tuberow ready to slow things down here. And interesting to see direction on the Jaeger coming through even after Wamai's gotten his buffs and is typically the more popular operator. We do see direction play a lot of Jaeger on this site, so it's not maybe a big surprise, but just comes down to kind of that personal preference.
It's kind of
Bit of an extension here inside of the elevators. Reef probably won't take a fight. No, he's just going to shoot some drones and fall back.
I think he knows that the blitz was likely going to be chasing him down. Nitro goes out. Rorik will manage to take it down mid-air. Impact Nade goes out. Doesn't do too much damage, just a tickle to Neko. That's going to allow him
Just
the space to drop into
just a
elevator.
tickle.
Should he wish, but I don't think that will be the case at the moment. He's just going to allow Reeve to exist down there. He's not too much of a threat in that location.
Everybody's falling back down to the bottom floor. Neko on the shield in particular doing a lot of good work. I once called him the only professional FPS player who does not use a gun because he is only ever on shields, and he does such a great job of taking space for his team. He's cleared up the entirety of these mid-2 floors, and now they can start to work their way down to the bottom. Of course, they brought Skies on that Thatcher. Again, if you don't ban Kaid, I don't think you can afford not bringing the Thatcher on this bomb site. It's just way too risky with Kaid being a potential operator. Now then, there's no cause that they have to worry about. They can use these to burn out the ADSs. You see him staring at all this utility put down by direction. You can also maybe spot some of those bulletproof cameras inside the site as well.
The reason they want to take those ADSs is so that they can then attack the Tachanka, who's deep inside of lockers, and he's going to be doing this denial. I think they want to be able to get in there. I'm not sure if he's got a deployable shield in front of him. He likely does, and it's an old VP tactic is to get on that long angle with something like a Gon 6 or a nade or the Zofia, send it in, clear that shield away, and that's going to be, I think, what they're looking to do. But the Zofia is now out of commission, so it's going to be difficult for them possibly to do that. The timing is there, the nade goes in, and I think that we see the shield being pinged actually. I think that's going to clear it out, so that might just give them the opportunity. 35 seconds left to go.
The fire is still a problem, though. I mean, they've got so much ammo in that Tachanka, so they've got to be really worried about where they plant. They could try to go deep and get a plant down where they're not using the smokes and toxic waves, but even that's going to be late.
Neko is now putting the diffuser down on the ground. He's got low health. If they can get something onto him, which they do, Reef manages to find one onto Skies. This is all going wrong for Virtus Pro at the minute. They've got about 10 seconds left to rescue this. That's a big kill, though. Taking the Tachanka down gives them the opportunity. Will they be able to get in and stop this? The cover is there from Rorik. This would be an absolute steal from Virtus Pro if they can hold on. Rorik is doing some serious work. He is death from above right now, one after another. But how about that direction on the flank? Rescues the round, or does he, Jesse?
What the
Oh
fuck?
my god, Neko in the 1v1. Gets close range with Mosquito. He's got the shotgun, but he's off the blind.
No way.
He finds the 1v2 for Virtus Pro. And Tim, this has got to be the closest 6-1 game of all time.
Holy.
Every round is there for the taking for Edward Gaming, but they just can't get it done. They had a 4v2, and somehow Virtus Pro turned it around. Look, that was heads-up play coming out of Rorik and Neko. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
For that, the
Holy shit,
that
guys.
Neko has got in his teammate there. When there is a comm that says, go for the plant, he's got about 40 HP max, and he's being told, we've got the Tachanka, go for the plant, get your shield on your back. Rorik is saying, I've got you, bro. Just go for the plant. And he does have him. Covers his back fantastically, gets a double from the hatch, and the 1v1 at the end. How cool he is to just step back, increase that distance. It's again just such smart play. It was something I spoke to Iconic about the other day, about this fog that you can experience when you're under so much stress, but it just didn't apply. And this is what I'm saying about the best players. They can keep that critical thinking. I'm against a shotgun, I increase the distance. Brilliant stuff.
This has been a joy to watch Virtus Pro versus EDG. It's a shame it might be ending rather soon, as Virtus Pro will have 5 opportunities to win this game out in regulation. They sit on match point now. It just feels like, I mean, they're always so aware of their win con, right? What's the next step? Clearing the shield, killing the Tachanka, getting the plant down, covering from above. Every possible thing they could think about, Virtus Pro had in their minds, and they played that so perfectly in the dying moments, despite EDG getting some good picks in and amongst that round. Now it'll be the top floor for Edward Gaming. Again, flawless is what's needed, so the rotation of the bomb sites doesn't matter much at this point. You've got to play them all, and you've got to win them all, too. They'll start to work their way in towards this top floor. It's the window pressure continues to be quite strong from VP.
I think this is going to be a tough site for Edward Gaming to hold on to, if I'm honest. They've got no clash because it's been banned out. They've chosen not to bring the castle along, so they're going to be quite exposed inside of sight. We've got 2 of VP already putting pressure on from the windows. Pasha is going to dip away from that up onto the rooftop, but they will still be held by Skies on the Grim. And yeah, I think VP are just going to work to kind of tighten the net a little bit here. They're going to try and put some pressure onto Stock, so Mosquito is going to be in a particularly important position on the Azami at the minute.
That angle right there is why Habana's one of the most banned operators on Bank. Getting that long angle up through the lobby makes it really difficult to play in this hallway. It means Mosquito is kind of trapped, and now as he's getting pressured out by the Blitz, he's forced back into this angle being held by the Habana. He loses almost all of his HP. He somehow lives to fight another day, but still the damage has been kind of brutal.
Reef does manage to pick up the entry though, takes down Dan. That's going to be the Roteros off the board, but they're not going to be needed now to take those Kiba barricades down. Can Nako pressure the player inside of Janity? You feel if they can get direction down, that's going to open things up because it will give them complete control. Reef is getting aggressive onto the windows elsewhere though. Manages to take Skies down. That
Will
is
they
massive.
win this one
Carpe
now?
getting the nitro kill.
Is
onto
this
the
going to
Blitz.
be the
Edward
second
Gaming, yet another
round?
in the driving seat. Can they get it over the line this time?
Surely this one goes their way. Diffuse kit's been dropped over towards Janitor. They can hold it like a hawk with direction, having that close range weaponry to be able to make sure they lock that down. Pasha doesn't need to overpace this. He needs to be slowing down so that Rourke can get into position to play alongside him, pushing him through square and stalk. They have to be perfect if they want any chance of winning this 2v4.
Exactly that. Pasha just holding this angle. He's just basically preventing himself being pushed the second that
Okay,
he
they
goes
got
for
a
the
win. They got
reload.
the second win.
That's when the peak comes in. Carpe times it absolutely perfectly.
Nicely done.
And now it is all up to Rorik. 1v4. And I like the way that this
Which
is
will we
being
go
played
for
by Edward
on the
Gaming.
next
They're
map?
not getting overly
Match
aggressive here.
Furia
They're not
versus
chasing the kill.
Weibo,
They know where the man is, and they know that they can let
or
him just come to them. 10 seconds left to
Enterprise
go.
versus
Very unlikely
BK.
that Rorik has even the time needed to do this. Mosquito goes to stock, gets the angle onto top square, and this time Edward Gaming able to get it over the line. It's going to be 6-2.
Let it be known that nobody wins 7 straight rounds against Edward Gaming. You might find 6, but 7 straight round
They
victories.
draw a line.
That
is a hard line for them, Jesse.
They will not be losing 7 straight in a row to lose this game. Instead, they put together probably their best round of the game so far, Tim. I thought that was really well controlled. We saw a lot of the pressure happening towards Janitor with Direction and also Carpe playing together. The fact that we had a Warden inside of Blitz meant that Nako couldn't go for the flash, because what's he going to do, blind a Warden? The goggles are going to come on. He's not really going to be able to get much value with the pistol versus the shotgun. So Nako kind of stalled out trying to take that space. And at the same time, while we didn't catch it on the primary feed, Reef was just hitting heads. He gets a long angle shot over to Dan, who's playing square. Then he hits another long range headshot onto Skies, who's playing outside of the window. And so the man count just went lower and lower and lower as VP were stalling
He
out.
actually got really aggressive onto Skies. He just ran round the bookcase and was like, you know what? The opportunity's there. I'm going to front him out.
Yeah.
And it just worked perfectly. Carpe had him covered as well. Really nice from Edward Gaming. They got themselves settled in the round and they get themselves their first defense, their second round overall. They will continue here. Virtus Pro just looking for one more round, and it is going to continue to be the same question that I ask of Edward Gaming here. How do they deal with the shield? Nako has already proved effective. He's already proved a nuisance for them, and they're going to have an answer again.
Technically, Tim, we're on pace for a 6-6 game and heading to overtime because VP, they lost their first defense and then won 5 straight. EDG lost their first defense and now have won the first of the 5 that they'll need to force the overtime. So technically on the same schedule for both of these teams, but Virtus Pro will be doing so with much less pressure as they will hold that match point for the rest of this game until we approach round 13 and things reset a little bit. For this bottom floor bomb site, again, they're choosing not to go for any of those mid-floor sites. They want to lock down this basement and get a victory so that they can play it again through that 4th quarter. A lot of these players trying to extend with their nitro cells. Carpace has already missed, but at some point, you've got to imagine these players will just fall back. They do not want to die on their own.
Nako at the minute is on that shield, pushing down marble stairs. He's moving himself across to elevator. He's done the same job as he did last time, and he's done it fantastically well again. Reef has been forced to drop down. Carpe will be pushed back as well. Nako's done such a good job here. A minute 15 into the round, and he's basically bullied all of Edward Gaming back onto site. And now VP can start opening those hatches, putting the pressure on towards site. They might just have one stuck on blue stairs as well.
Yeah, with these
Come
toxic
on,
babes,
VP,
it's
close
really
it
just gonna
out.
Put the brakes on for Virtus Pro. They can't get past this. They need to start opening the hatch so that they can get a cutoff so the direction doesn't get back towards the bomb sites. The hatch should get open now. There's a 2-brow on the board, but he's not in position to stop that one out, so they'll have the good angle, but it feels like Direction is just continuing to play here with his life. He will die in this round, Tim, but the question is, how much time does he waste and who does he take with him?
Exactly that. Pasha does manage to find Mosquito elsewhere. It feels like Direction's days must be numbered. Look at the utility that he's soaking up at the minute. But this is the point. He's out of Toxic Babes now. The push can't come through. But the unfortunate team kill, it doesn't matter. I think Direction would have got the kill onto the Blitz there anyway. But the important point was taking the smoke out. 4 versus 3. Virtus Pro now have server and can start thinking about the push towards the plant site. They still have Zafir on side, so they are also able to take that shield away from the Tachanka.
The problem is the time here, Tim. 30 seconds left on the board. Virtus Pro need to use their man advantage and go deep to try to force some of these kills. I want to see Rourke getting active. I want to see Pasha getting active. If they just try to plant, they might just die to the Tachanka.
The big first step there was taking the shield out. They've done that. Dan manages to find the long range kill.
Okay, come
that
on.
Opens up the round for them. Pasha, this is your
Come
moment.
on.
Move in, start getting that diffuser down. He will
Get the win
do
now.
so.
Get the
3
win.
versus
Come on.
2 as the popped
Don't be
Kyle
shy.
Canister manages to get the kill onto the Thatcher. Dan is down as well, but they have the plant that they wanted. However, 1 versus 2 now. It's all up to Pasha. Can he hold on? He doesn't have above. He's having to play this from blue stairs. He doesn't know if he's going to be flanked. He is going to be, as the push comes through. The TCSG at this range could be deadly. Pasha manages
What are you
to
looking
get
at?
down. Can he get back down and protect this case?
What's going to happen here? 1v1, Carpe and Pasha. Now, Dan's finally been finished off, but can Pasha get the kill? Yes,
Damn.
he can! Virtus Pro find the final one that they need. They shut this game down.
Another win for me.
An important lesson learned.
I have
for
only
everyone
one match
gaming
wrong
there,
so
and
far.
that is
One
against
match.
a
I'm
team
so
like
fucking
Virtus
good.
Pro. A round is never
For today,
won
at least.
until the number is on the scoreboard. Pasha there just proving his class, closing it out, and Virtus
Damn.
Pro a confident 7-2 win to get their Esports World Cup underway.
A victory for Virtus Pro is the expected result here, and I laughed at your comment, Jesse. The closest 6-1 we have ever seen. I mean,
So
yes,
true.
it's true. Looking at these rounds, the way they're playing out, you look at this very first round, like, okay, Edward Gary, they come to play, they seem competitive inside this matchup, and then we're looking at a later round, round 4, for example, with Rorik, that 1v5.
Yeah.
I jumped up from the couch in the green room. That was absolutely incredible. Winning it just a bit on time. Good kills. A team kill on the side of EDG as well. A little unfortunate, but it is just a class that we're seeing on the side of Virtus Pro, right? This recipe of success with the shield play. That nice clutch by Nako as well. It has been working out for them.
Yeah.
It works out once again.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, really
I'm not
impressive
surprised.
stuff. VP have shown that they are a team that do not panic when things get difficult. Despite how the scoreline
I have to
was, it was a
wait
really
for
tough
like
game. I thought that
15
EDG did a
minutes
great
until
job
the
of
next
flying
game.
around
Oh
in
my
the early game.
god.
They were focusing those plants. They were getting themselves into man advantages. They were making
So,
things
Weaver versus Fiora is not until 7 minutes.
You know, going in against Pasha, Dan, that's not even mentioning everybody else, but they weren't scared to take the gunfights. We saw them going in and getting into kills. We saw them having
I don't want to wait that
level
long
1
though.
advantages, 5v1, you know, 4v2. The big problem is that they lost the 5v1 and the 4v2. That's the issue for them, is getting it over the line, and I think there's maybe just a little bit of that mental playing in. It's their first, you know, big tournament like this. They've had Salt Lake, but now they're here at Esports World Cup. There's a lot of siege ahead of them, and it maybe just gets in there. So, you know, 4v2 and they're kind of snatching at it. They're short on time, and they've just been punished heavily. But look, they've certainly performed well today.
Yeah, so much class in the individuals too. Like, these were tough rounds to win on the side of Virtus Pro, and still at every moment when things got chaotic, they were making the right decisions, and they were hitting some nasty shots. Even some of the earlier ones, like Skies on that Solus, up on the top floor. Some of their positioning was really strong, like Rorik here on the castle, just completely missed drone. They didn't have time to check where he might have gone. Even this round where they're focusing on the Tachanka and the shield, they somehow win in the post plant. Nako hits this nasty first shot. Okay, it took him 2 shots, but still took down the player down below. It just feels like they were so on point today.
They absolutely were. It's just a class difference, as you were mentioning as well. And for Edward Gaming, of course, it'll come with time, right? This is the first time we see this roster play with their full intended lineup at an international tournament. You're going to get these game reps in. For them, unfortunately, they'll have to be in the lower bracket from now on, as that will be their next game for Virtus Pro. They will move on, and it seems like their next opponent is going to be FaZe, because they took down Fnatic earlier on the A stream. Not a big surprise either, I would say. I mean, Fnatic did win a few rounds. They looked competitive at the beginning as well, but it's kind of what we were expecting to see there.
No major upsets today so far. You know, I think, on the whole, I think a lot of teams coming through and just showing that they're here to play. Did we expect anything other than a FaZe win? Did we expect anything other than a Virtus Pro win? I don't think we really did. It's that lower brackets where it's going to get really, really tasty.
Exactly.
And look, this could have been 7-3, it could have been 7-4, maybe not 7-5, but it could have been closer. Definitely. And I think Edward Gaming will give somebody a good game down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's good to see that already the top teams that didn't get to play through play-ins, who we thought maybe they're going to come in cold because they didn't have those last couple days of practice, have shown up, and they have just brought everything for these first couple of days. As this tournament progresses and these top teams start to go head-to-head, we're going to get some incredible games at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we absolutely do, of course. That's the beauty of having these best-of-ones, right? So much can happen inside these games. You can get away with a bit of cheesing here and there. You can get away with a 1v5 clutch and get more rounds on the board in what is a very close game for these two players or teams here on the B stream. That is our third game already. I feel like the day is flying by extremely fast. I mean, we've come back off best of threes. Those tend to last a little bit longer than your average best of one. But still, it's flying by today.
Those couple of quick results have done it for us, haven't they? They've got us that early finish that we've, that we've been dreaming of. We've been here till midnight the last couple of days. We've had these really long best of threes playing out, and it looks like tonight we're destined to maybe just get that little bit sooner and a good night's rest before we're back into best of threes tomorrow. But I mean, we've still got that might hold us here a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen some really strong results from our best teams. We saw the first 7-0 of the tournament in the match before this one as maybe the team to beat, CAG by Veril, looking kind of crazy. I don't know, could be, but yeah, it's been a really great day here despite how fast it's gone.
Well, I'm excited to check in with the players. Lexing is talking to Pasha.
Thank you, guys. Pasha, what a series from you guys, 7-2. Great way to start your campaign. I want to talk about that last round, that big 2v1 clutch out of you. What was going through your mind?
Well, I had full info on both guys. Just needed to do my job, that's it.
All you need to do is do your job. I want to talk about Rorik, 11-4 in that series. I mean, it really seemed like your guys' defensive half kind of plays into the VP style.
Let's see.
Really hunker down, force your style of play, and Edward Gaming really couldn't get a foothold.
Well, realistically speaking, I think Rorik is one of the best rookies to touch the game so far, and I think it's time for him to shine. And how can I say? I had an interview before, like on Media Day, and people were asking me like, who's the best aim in Siege right now? I think I said Rorik, not gonna lie. Like at least out of 3 people, I said Rorik as well.
You always want to uplift your teammates. Well, we're talking about that experience versus inexperience. Your guys' next matchup is going to be FaZe Clan. Last time you guys played them was in Boston, SI, lost 2-1. Going into that series, are you a little nervous going against the 2-time world champions?
No, I think it's finally a chance for us to play like top tier team another time. And also like we didn't play with this roster before FaZe Clan. We never faced them. And I just hope to get on the server like without any shakes or anything and just like show our game. I think we prepped well. That's it.
My prediction is so good.
Celebrate with the team and have the rest of the night off. Is there anything you want to say to the fans? Any skin promotions? Anything like that?
Well, skin is coming. That's all I can say. And also everybody who's cheering for us, thanks a lot. I haven't been on interviews for like, I don't know, like half a year, maybe a year. And see you soon, I hope.
All right, well, that's it from Pasha and the boys here on VP. A strong
you gotta remember, English is not their first language. So.
From FaZe Clan, we'll see what happens. Well, we don't know until tomorrow. I'm gonna send you guys back to our desk.
Yeah, so they're going to be facing FaZe Clan tomorrow.
Virtus Pro skin coming. I'd love to hear that from the players and interviews as well. Of course, it's always a promotion, but having something to look forward to is also.
There's going to be.
Though, is that Pasha talked about
so
Rorik,
I
right?
did.
Best rookies to to come up right now in Rainbow
I
Six Siege. I feel like
did
it's so
think
worthy
that
he
Virtus
finally
Pro
got
is
his
going to be
call up.
losing
It's
against
2-2-1,
FaZe
so we've
Clan,
seen him
unfortunately.
demolish the tier 2 scene for a long
Do I
time. He's
root for
finally
Virtus
here and he's
Pro?
making it work.
Yes,
been
but
hearing that name for
in
a
general,
long
I
time
think
in
FaZe Clan
Europe.
is
So
the
for
better
him to
team against
finally
Virtus
be on
Pro,
this sort of stage,
and
you
they
know,
would
I
be
said it during the
facing.
game. There was that 2v2 with Nico downstairs, and the confidence his team obviously have in his ability.
I'm not
just
sure if I
showed there by
did
the
this
bucketful, because it was just
prediction
like, "Don't
right
worry,
though.
I've got you. It's two. I'm gonna cover you while you get this plant down. It's 2v4. You do it," and he gets himself a double from the hatch. Just brilliant stuff from him.
Rourke stocks are on the rise.
They
Make sure you
really
get
are.
involved
So they
early.
should be
And
facing.
speaking of those former tier 2 players that now find themselves playing at tier 1, we have more of that after the break. As
They should be
Jim goes
facing
against
Secret.
Enterprise.
Is what I think should be. Or did I just predict that wrong? Let's put on our own music, that way I would not get shit on. So upper bracket tomorrow. That is also upper bracket. So Saturday is lower bracket actually. Huh, interesting. We will see how my prediction is going to be. I might have done it wrong. But so far so good. I did guess right on who is facing the matches for tomorrow. So I did predict that Dark Zero and CAG would be facing each other, and I do think that Dark Zero is winning. I did predict Falcons versus M80 for tomorrow, but that is wrong, and then it's like Wildcard versus Falcon. Now I need Falcons to win the match tomorrow if I want to have my prediction right, because I did put Falcons in there. So that is going to be. And for this, I did say that Virtus Pro, Furia FaZe Clan, the VP Furia FaZe Clan Enterprise is what I said. To do this. I did say would be like if we take out the epic pen here. So I did predict. So I did predict. So we have, if we taking into account, so this is going to be FaZe Clan. Then we have VP. Let me scroll down a little bit here. And then we have Furia. Just doing this. And I predicting Enterprise. EP. Minute. So I do believe that Enterprise is going to be winning this. So, I would say, FaZe Clan winning this, and Furia winning this. Is my prediction. So that So then we have Fnatic. FW. Wait, I need to have this. That was a little bit too. Okay. So I have Fnatic. And then we have EG. So that is going to be it. Then you have Weibo. WE, I will just do that. And then we have GK. GK. So this is how I predicted this, and I did this yesterday. And I think Fnatic is going to be winning this one. And I think GK is going to be winning this one. Hello, JT. So, like I said, FaZe Clan winning against Virtus Pro. So VP is going to be facing Fnatic. And then you have Enterprise facing GK. Now, who is going to be winning those two? I did predict Virtus Pro and then Enterprise. So that means that FaZe Clan, Virtus Pro, Furia, and Enterprise should be moving towards the next stage. Is how I predicted this game to go. Hence why you have on my prediction, if I duplicate do this and go into my predictions. Hence why you can see on my prediction I have these three here. Now if we check on this on A group. So wait. Scroll down a little bit. So I did predict DC and I did predict DC winning over Secret, and I predict CAG winning against All Gamers. So I got this right, and Dark Zero should be winning against CAG. Now this is where it went wrong. I did predict M80 to win, but that fell through. I did predict Wildcard winning against them. On this two, I need Falcons to win. And now this one, Secret would win in this one, and Mayday should be winning in this one. Ready to do? There we go. Let me grab my color. So that means it's going to be CAG versus Secret. And then you have Wildcard versus M80. Is going to be here. So I predict that CAG is going to be winning against Secret. And I predict M80 winning against Wildcard if they're shaping up. Because I did not. So that is my prediction that I had. And as you can see here is like Dark Zero, M80, CAG, and Falcons. That I am actually predicting 2 APAC teams to move forward into the playoffs. So you have Enterprise Australian teams and CAG a Japanese team. So I have faith in the APAC region, which I maybe should not have, but it is where I do believe it to be.
Like Gotti, and most importantly, a coach like Gohan,
No.
who has matured exponentially across his career from way back in the Team Liquid days in 2019 to where he stands today. Weibo are well and truly here to be a mature roster, a real team.
We are going to be watching like the Bravo match because I'm more interested in
Is Gohan one
in,
of the most, if not the most influential coach we have right now?
I think if you look at what he has to work with and where he's at in his career and the region he works in, I almost want to say yes.
Yep.
Taking a good coach into a great region for a great team with great players with tons of experience,
Yep.
that's an easy job.
Yes.
Go and win to Asia out of nowhere, having been retired for multiple years out of the system, and he comes in, immediate effect.
Yeah, it was. The foundations he's built with this roster are now meaning that when we're talking about a Furia and Weibo matchup that should never, ever, ever have the context that it does, we're actually looking at Weibo going, hey, they could do this. They could look convincing doing so. But it starts now for both of these teams.
Let's go.
EWC, their campaign, their journey of what would be 1,000 steps, start with a bit, but a mere one. It was nearly close, I'll tell you that. But gentlemen, it's time for you to go and enjoy this one. I think this is really
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Very much so. Both of these teams have very
Been
high
a little bit
expectations
busy
at this esports World Cup. Both of them
going
made the
shopping
playoffs
and stuff.
last year.
I
Furia
was
falling to G2 in the
started my stream a
semifinals.
little bit later
Weibo
because I
losing
had
out to
a
our
meeting
champions,
with my
Team
physical
Secret, in the
therapist. So
quarterfinals. Weibo actually, I said before, they haven't made it on stage. They have, of course. It was a
and
bit of a
tomorrow I do
quieter
have a
stage
scrim,
last year here in
and
Paris.
then on Saturday I will be starting my
loud. But of course, it's a very different.
then on Saturday I will
for Weibo. They've
be
changed
starting very late
massively
on my
in the
stream
last 12 months. They've
because
had
I'm
lots of
going to
changes.
do
We've got a new coach,
scrim
and this is a
tomorrow.
team that is well and truly
Not scrim.
here
I'm
to
going
make
to
a
be
statement, to make an
entering a
impact,
tournament
and
on
start also
Saturday,
building a bit
a
of
very
pride
small one.
for their region. We saw Daystar at consecutive events
So we'll be
because
seeing how
of
that
the
goes.
experience that Weibo had given us on the main
And I'm
stage,
going to be
performing so well over and
going
over
in
again.
as a sub
EP
and not as a
stole that
coach.
spot
The
away
plan
from
was for me
Asia,
to be a
gave
coach,
it to
but
OCA,
that is
and
not
there is
working
a
out.
very real chance that Weibo could steal it back this event.
That's exactly it. And on to Rob, salt in the wound, right? But what did O's do with that second spot, James?
Sadly, Chiefs didn't achieve very much.
They didn't, but to be honest, they weren't supposed to, right? They got experience. More experience in a region is how you get better and better. Look
No,
at
I'm not
something
allowed to
like how
stream it.
Furia, your FaZe clan, your team Liquid Element these days.
I'm not
how
allowed to
did they
stream
get here?
the
They
tournament.
sent a bunch of different teams internationally. They figured out who's the best ones, and they kept sending those same teams. They kept qualifying. They go back
Oh,
to Brazil.
he has
they make the
the
whole region better.
Yeah.
The
And it took
mouse
a couple of
grip,
years,
actually.
but
That's
Brazil
interesting.
did something almost nobody else gets to do. They dominated for almost 3 years in a row, taking majority of the tournaments, and they had that W7M/Furia, the old core, take a full year of Ws at all the tier 1 events, the majors, the SI, some of that basically nobody has done before.
For sure. Brazil really started from the bottom. I remember the very first season that we had of Brazil in Pro League. You remember it very well.
I was there.
Because for the first time, instead of facing a top European team, or a top
But
North American
yeah,
team, you
it
had
would
quite
be
a
my
rivalry with
first
Evil Geniuses around
tournament
that time, also
that
with
I
Sisu, you had
have
the second best
entered.
team out of
Like,
Europe. But no, Black Dragons
it
out of
will-
nowhere, with the best team
How
out
do I
of Brazil
phrase
was
it?
Neskin,
So
16
I
way
did play
back in the
comp
day. They
before,
upset everybody
so
by
this
making it to
would
that
be
grand
my
finals, and you had to dig so deep. I
return
believe that was a
back
full,
to
like,
playing
map series, a
comp
three-map series
in
for you guys to
in
only
years.
eventually beat them and
So
take the trophy. Like, Brazil
the
made
first
a
time
statement
I'm
from the
playing
ground up,
like a
and
competitive in a
there's no
while.
doubt, like, Brazil has historically been the best region in Siege.
The first big loss that the good old Penta roster suffered was year 2, season 3. We went to Brazil, lost to Black Dragons the first time in the semis, I believe. Siege to the Avengers in the grand finals of that victory for Europe. But it was like, since then, it's like, okay, Brazil, they're pretty new, but they're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And ever since then, they've been around. They've had many different styles, rosters, and Furia right now.
So I'm,
not a
like,
current
really
style
excited
roster
for
necessarily,
that.
But they're building to become that level.
Yeah, very much. And they are certainly capable. They have all of the ingredients. They also have the biggest organization, the biggest club from Brazil backing them as well. So the sky's the limit for these Furia players.
I also think that when Laura had his, let's say his last season in G2. Actually, no.
I have a more specific thing. When Siege X first came out,
Wait.
the sound
This
redesign, the new fuel
much?
mechanics, etc., the lighting upgrades, the engine, I genuinely believe that Laura might have been the best player in the
Cafe.
world for that first 6-month period.
A lot of people would agree with
Yes, you saw him in EML, he was just destroying people. I thought this guy's getting lucky on play days.
Okay,
right?
Cafe have only been played 3 times before. This is going to be the 4th time. If you are starting a defense, you want to start like in either bottom floor in kitchen or reading dining, because that has the highest percentage of win rate on the defense side. So if they are starting a defense, they need whoever's starting a defense, they should be starting either reading or top floor. I would say they would start in reading dining.
The only reason why people haven't really talked about that as much is because of the limelight being stolen by the players that G2 did pick up. You know, your Stompers and your Shykos.
In the content piece, right before we went live, they were asking different players, what was the biggest roster change that happened? And everyone without thinking was saying, Shyko leaving Falcons and going to G2. And while that is in isolation a huge change, no one thought about the repercussions of the other rosters that changed drastically. We have EDG in the background right now saying, vamos, vamos.
Are they vamosing for Furia or
for surely way
Technical pause.
I know, but hey, vamos Penta. That was a saying once upon a time as well.
True, that was true. But isn't vamos also in Spanish, and you did have a Spanish player?
We did have a Spaniard. That we did.
How do you say let's go in Danish?
Kom nu. Kom nu!
Kom nu, Penta. Yeah, I can see why we said
like,
vamos.
Yeah, so Benja and Danish players often able like meme it. Kom nu!
Really?
Yeah.
Kanu.
That's news to me. We're getting into the
In Swedish, it would be kom igen. Kom igen, Penta. Kom igen. That is like the Swedish like brooding chant that we have. So you would say kom igen and then the name.
Have a lot of hype behind them, undefeated throughout the entire of the APL.
That would be the normal thing.
We're waiting to see what they can
But we are not going to be watching this match for too long. I'm more interested in seeing how Enterprise versus GK is going to be, because that is the one that could fuck up my prediction so bad, literally. And I don't foresee that Furia would lose against Weaver Gaming, to be honest. I would be very scared for Furia if they lose that. By the way, is the volume good? Do you hear the casters? Like, they are not too loud, right? Because you're still supposed to be hearing me.
Almost only has like 2 spots a defender can realistically play in. So Solid Snake can figure that out immediately. That's banned away. From Furia, they're from Brazil. They're aggressive. They want to get into those gunfights, right? They got great individual players. What can stop them? Well, Goyo Fire stalls them out for 20 seconds from moving in through a door, and the mirror window stops anybody from taking a fight wherever that mirror would be in the map. So they say, let's just carve a path easier in front of us and not be stopped by silly utility that we have to worry about.
Furia starting on the attacking side means that they have their work cut out for them. Weibo get to dictate the pace, and they've decided to go all the way down to kitchen.
Interesting starting point. That's like the tertiary.
I was right.
So many people.
Yeah,
You gotta start on the bottom floor or in reading fireplace, so I was right on that. Oh shoot, that is not good.
How quickly Furia have gotten into the building. That's one yokai going down as well. A second one spotted now. This is so well done.
Why do you why are you putting your echo drums that far away?
There's a couple of worries here for me. Like you said, not a ton of time denial. There's no big roaming game from Weibo Gaming, and they also don't have the Goyo canister to help them out further. So they're facing with these 3 C4s, yokais above, which so far not successful. The IQ, great counter pick, found that echo drone earlier, so the yellow pings are no longer there for information purposes. And I'm thinking now for Weibo Gaming, win conditions, they are dwindling right now. There's no way to stop a plant from going down once Furia get all their pieces together. They're gonna pop the hatch in dining, they're gonna start walking down the staircases, they can drop the hatch, use the sense to shroud the bomb site, and they can just go for a plant. Yes, they have Echo Yoka sense that can stop them from planting for those like 7 seconds that it takes, but they can't kill the guy planting necessarily. They have 2 C4s, but so far away, and to make matters worse for Weibo, they also lose Hobbin early to Lyra.
Yeah, big kill, 70 seconds left now for Furia. They have the advantage already.
Yeah.
As they start to make their way down the white stairs.
Yo, you should not
takes down
lose
Reeves
that
inside of
Reaper.
VIP. Hoven actually managed to trade him back from the grave with the Thorn Trap. Oh, be careful, Thursday. He tries to get back in the bomb site, successfully does so. Still numbers advantage for Furia. And time is aplenty as well.
How tools though, 3 token because a frag grenade in pocket, a flashbang as well. They can still just walk in freeze on top, making it work. Boxera though gets a kill on Turnstile. So again, Weibo Gaming, they want to play for time. There's so much left.
Yeah, and great decision here from Loira. Oh wow, a little bit of damage on the Gotti. Speakeasy answers his phone so he can still use the Yokai drones on the late round. He's about to meet 2 players. Loira takes him down with the SMG-12. Gotti now, the newest member of Weibo in a 1v4. They know exactly where it is. A little bit of damage. Trying to finish it off, but Loira burns a little bit too bright. Gotti will take him down. 1 HP in the 1v3. It just ain't gonna happen. That diffuser has been planted, and Herds will swipe him down.
He's
phenomenal
shaking.
Fiery start from the Brazilians.
Boxera getting very lippy there, just shouting across the stage at the very first round. I do have a theory here for Weibo though that, you know, first game on stage for both of these two teams, often that means that the attack will be very slow, they're gonna be a little bit nervous on stage, etc. And maybe that's why they played super passive on the defense. But like we said, no Goyo, you can't really play time denial, no clear win condition, and they didn't hit their shots in the individual fights either. Means no way for Weibo to win that round. But honestly, great pace from Furia. They were in the building immediately. They had good pre-placed drone positions, and they were starting to rain terror from above with that sledgehammer. What, 60 seconds into the round? That's way too early if you're a defender. You're like, guys, we gotta do something.
Yeah. I really like Weibo's prep going into this game in terms of the operator bans, but I think they didn't play into them well enough. I'm looking back at the most recent 2 times that Furia played Cafe. It was actually only 3 weeks ago. They played Ninjas in Pajamas on this map, and not a single round of defense was won for the first 12, sorry, single round of attack was won for the first 12 rounds of that game. Furia won 6-0 on defense, and then NIP went 6-0 on their defense. Furia were not able to win a single round of attack. What did NIP do? NIP banned out the Monty and the Solid Snake. Furia ended up winning the game in overtime because they just won a single round of attack.
Nice.
But you know what happened? 3 days later, Furia went and played Team Liquid Alienware on this exact same map, and TLA did not ban the Snake and the Monty, and Furia won 3 attacks out of their 6 in the half. So I think Weibo have looked back. They've really voted Furia, and they've seen the difference that that Monty and the Solid Snake make. I saw them play it a lot against Team Liquid Alienware as well. The problem is, even though the bans are there, Weibo didn't play into them. Both Monty and Solid Snake are really good at taking map control. Weibo didn't contest
roam game.
map control. That is already a red flag. So while the ideas are there, we need to see Weibo play into the prep that they have done.
Different side, different way of playing it out. We're mining and dining right now. Often played with the mirror open, obviously here banned away by Furia. So you gotta fight for map control with your guns, more so than your playable positions of utility. We have Reach inside of Cigar Room, locking down the first one of entry. We have Speakeasy instead of stock with a DMR. And he's trying to keep Piano control right now, basically, essentially. And Piano is right above the bomb site. So that's one that's gonna give him that middle portion of the map to work with. Furia, I think, doing a great job right now, not going too quickly. Hertz dropped the red hat, they're on the window repels. Reeps is still the corner, but it's a trade.
Big kill from Reeps, but Herds is able to take down Speakeasy. Reeps should be trapped now. He was potentially able to try and shotgun the hatch below him and jump out, but no, instead, he is caught, trying to rotate out through Cigar into Bar. Good catch here from Furia. And a little bit of an overpeak there as well from down the bottom of Garage. It doesn't net a kill as Turd runs away, but Loira's jumped straight to the bomb site, taken down Gotti, and Hoven taken down as well as he tries to get back to the bomb site. It's now Turd in a 1v4. Loira farms all of them back to back for Furia. And manhandling Weibo right here.
A couple of small problems again in the second round. The lack of cohesion there from Weibo. If you have Reeves stuck in the corner of Cigar, and you know this guy's Scala, because they did know there was 2 different yellow pings. If Hoven walked in earlier to take that fight from Skylight to help Reeves out of the corner, you might get 2 kills at the cost of 1. But instead, Reeves sprints away, praying that the opponent will miss their shot. A complete freebie on land, not gonna happen. And this isn't like the usual Weibo that we see. They're not taking fights as a team. They're not taking fights very convincingly. They're trying to bait Fury into a trap and then punishing them. And in that round, they were simply just playing in Cigar, in stock, holding control of Piano.
And then they had people running out bakery, running out garage, trying to catch them off the window repels, but they found 0 kills doing so. They got punished time and time again.
And also, Weibo weren't really hard committing to any of those peaks.
No,
Like,
and usually they hard commit like crazy.
It was all about creating this perceived pressure, but Furia aren't that worried about it. Like, they sit back on their repels, they open up some of the key avenues with the guns, shooting down barricades, with the Excaris opening up holes in the walls from the Hibana. And then as soon as they see a gap, Furia are like, all right, well, let's just try and walk in, take this gunfight. That's the confidence that they have. And as soon as they have the numbers advantage, the ball starts to get
like I said, I don't think that we will be winning in this one.
For themselves, 2 rounds in.
We saw the might of a player like Volps, a player like Laura, like they can really create space in the server. And Cafe is often a map where on the attacking side, you're kind of stuck with not a lot happening. That's not been the case in the first 2 rounds, and I do think that Weibo can do so much more about it. I am curious, once we get past this 3rd upcoming round, if we're going to see some speakeasy clash action, perhaps, because he loves to, go into the clash, the Monty, slow down the game. But we also know that you don't want to show all your cards in the first 3 rounds, because there is that last operator ban that's going to come into effect. Once that 3rd operator gets banned, now you can bring all that juicy stuff out.
Yeah, definitely.
Weibo in the first 2 rounds have actually played 9 different operators.
Big switch.
There's the young gun, Box Zero. It's funnily enough, he looks like about a head taller than the rest of the Furia players. I don't know if he just has his chair up really high or something, but he's a tall guy.
I mean, his feet are barely reaching the floor, so maybe he is just like elevated a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll have to do a height check later.
Wonder if the other game has started yet.
Gohan makes me feel short.
He is tall.
And also, like, Gohan,
yeah, not yet.
So jacked. So, he's got quite a presence.
Yeah, he does. But he came over during our lunch or dinner last night, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He was like, hello, guys.
It's so funny because he's a scary guy, like tall, he's got that haircut.
Tall,
with,
dark, handsome, as they say.
Tall, dark, handsome, and buff as hell. But he's got like the most gentle voice. He's like, hey guys, nice to see you.
Oh, you guys having a good time here?
Yeah, you guys having a good time?
Me too.
I love it. I love the gentle giants.
Need a bit of a... We need a scary giant though right now. We need to get Weibo fired up. We need to get them in the server with some confidence right now. Because it's not about any individual player. It's about the cohesion of the team. And this is more like it. A bit of ego beneath the hatch. And it's fine. You don't get a kill. That's not a big issue. But you're applying that pressure. You're trying to make a play.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
As long as you do that as a team together, that's going to be the way forward.
Look at this little double fake reload here from Reeps. He's got the reload tech down pat.
Surprised that they reinforced that.
And then finishes it off, and it reloads it faster. I actually haven't seen that specific tech with the SMG-11 before.
Drone is on the move.
I like the jammer. Slows down the drone work a little bit here from Furia.
It kind of looked like he was throwing his gun
to
away.
Just
What?
As usual, the Tuberal will slow it down. As Laura gets to the building, but he
heard the C4 and looked away.
He can chew. Great timing there, great peek from Terza, who looks to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
And as a teamwork, Speakeasy C4 downstairs made him look the wrong direction, then he gets one by Tersta. Again, that's what we want to see from them. Losing the Ibana early as well. They can't break apart the entire to the top floor hold. The issue is they keep peeking, keep swinging, they get shot down by Boxera with the Bok from far away. But yeah, there's no second layer of hot destruction. The Grim of Volps here brought the mini EMPs instead, so the wall-to-wall planks or top blue, that's going to be completely closed off. As long as Weibo play around the
Wow, I thought Harvin was dead meat for sure, but no. Reeves
oh my god, what the fuck?
Onto Hertz. Now with that, Speakeasy's feeding so much information to Hoven from down below with the Pulse. Not too long ago, Pulse got a bit of a buff, and I think we're seeing the range extension come into effect here and help Speakeasy out to feed info to his team.
That was insane, guys.
Is retreating back. How do Furia break through this? They try and just peek from the stairs into this crossfire. Boxera might find one, but I don't expect he'll find much more than that. Diaz traded back. It's all up to Boxera, and Reeps was lying in wait the whole time up above. The first round on the board for Weibo.
Keanu Reeves right there, finally getting
Nej,
into
men jag har
action, getting
typ
what,
50
3 kills in
stycken
the
sådana, så
round.
det gör
And
ingenting.
again, the team play was there, the communication as well. They gave them the entirety of the white hallway and the white staircase because they had the double reinforcement. They kept playing cocktail, play by the hatch, play for the fallback, and once Weibo got into a comfortable man advantageous position, they just play by the bomb site. They have the cross, and that's that.
Wow.
A Brava and a mute ban on Cafe
Okay.
of all places. Give me Maestro or give me Death right now. Pull a Kino
Oh,
trope.
dude, literally. Look at this.
Yes, yes.
Straight up. That is crazy. We never see Maestro, like, obviously the Brava Maestro interaction is like such a crazy one because nobody counters Maestro quite like Brava.
No.
But so rarely do we see in this current meta people actually pick Maestro. You said it, Kinotrope from the Japan region, from APAC North, one of the only teams in the world that actually runs that Maestro consistently.
But they've been doing it so well, and surely Weibo's been seeing that as well.
It's funny because you might say, oh, well, they're both from the APAC region. They don't play each other. Like,
No.
They might scrim each other, but Weibo is in Asia, like, which is a different sub-region to APAC North.
Yeah.
I like this. I think it works in Gotti's playstyle as well.
It does. He's going to be that anchor player who's supposed to never die, essentially. The reason why the Maestro is so strong, obviously with the Brava ban, very few direct counters. I would argue that Flora is going to be like the first operator in line because you get like 4 with terror drones. You can just go boom, boom, boom. Grenades, you can try, but without the cooking ability of the grenade, it can be quite tricky to land some of those grenades nowadays. Sophia getting a third explosive charge, that's obviously very vital, but it's not a pick here in Cafe necessarily. And the Maestro will get long lines of sight and just deny drone after drone during this round.
Yeah. Talking about operators that have been recently buffed, I actually think the Mozzie is a huge pick here. When you see that mute ban come on out, the Mozzie, who has a lot more pests than he used to, also has a much larger range.
Yeah.
Really a lot
He's
of
got the
value.
shotgun back as well,
Shotgun
so
back.
you don't lose that. Because it can be quite true. I mean, look at this lineup. If Mozzie doesn't have a shotty, it's Warden primary shotgun, or you force like the Maestro to play the shotgun as well, for example.
Well, the thing is, like, if you have the mute ban, which is like a shotgun operator that denies drones, you just got another operator that has a shotgun and denies drones. So it's a good pick here to lean into the Mozzie.
Classic Evil position instead of piano.
Yeah, Mossy and Maestro, that is a good pick. Then you have the Soulless to support the information, especially when you're having IQ on the enemy side.
Shotgun, you're gonna get very far, okay? Not to cover the whole map. That's why you get out the secondaries and the primary here in Warden.
Wow, look at this pre-rip C4. They really want to kill Herds here on the rappel. A second C4 to come out and try and land on him.
The only thing is, Weibo, don't try and do everything at once. You cannot cover the entirety of Cafe. Play around where the Evil Eyes are and where they give you information and make sure that nobody has a free gap towards the bomb site. Then you're fine. The C4 went
That's
down.
not a nade.
Didn't find lights. That is a flashbang. That's a grenade. That's better. Haven't find Hurts though. That's the IQ off the board. Speak easy. 1 HP, but still alive.
So critical.
That's unlucky.
For Boxera. Shotgun comes out to help out the sledge with the vert. Reaps contesting through the lines of sight. The P9 is a bit of a pea shooter, but if he lands the headshot, it'll be well worth it. But Volps finally gets him down the sledge. Puts in good work here on Cafe to get that verticality. About to find a second, perhaps.
Yo, why are you standing there?
Gets taken
Why are you
down.
standing there?
Finally, Fury
Come
has the
on.
numbers advantage.
A lot of fighting happening on the vert. Disadvantageous fights here for Weibo. They got the ends of the match. They got the bombs. They don't have to overcommit to these fights necessarily.
Oh, sorry.
They push into the red hallway. They're going to stalk in a tight spot. Maybe gonna go downstairs.
I'm also playing
The bomb
Cafe
site is
right now.
mostly Furious at this point.
Gotti has to answer this phone, otherwise he won't be able to use his Evil Eyes in the late round. Is he going to answer it?
He
no.
tanks it.
What? Tanks the damage. Now he can't use those Evil Eyes. They're just going to be for his teammates to be watching from the grave.
This
He won't
fight is
actually be able to use the
critical.
laser. This fight is indeed critical. Only 9 bullets left in the magazine for Hoven, but he finds it blind. Traded back by Boxera. Now Turd and Gotti have to clutch up. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have his Evil
Holy
Eyes, he's got
shit.
the Elder in hand. The bullet hose
On red
washes through Volbs. It washes through Loira. Boxera now in a 1v2. Guess that defuse. A frag to go on out. No more util to speak of. But there's info, surely, on the bomb side. Gotti slowly makes his way forward. It's a bait! Boxera finds one! Needs to go deep for the second! But
No!
Gotti clutches the 1v1!
Oh my god, that was so close.
Maestro stands up tall for Weibo.
Hold your breath, young gunner Gotti. That was a close one. A second
Oh
left on
my
the clock.
God.
They both make that advancement, and they don't realize, guys, one should be pushing, one should be staying back in case he goes that final
Holy
second swing.
shit.
But maybe Gotti tanking that Doki call was the best thing that happened to him. Forced to take the fights. No hesitation, no thinking, should I use the gun, should I use the gadget? Also, Gotti isn't a young gun, he's like 25, but he's so new to the roster that he feels like a young player. But no.
It's actually quite a young team, though. I mean, we got Reaps is 23, Turd is 21, Hoven and Gotti are also 23.
Oh, he's 23? I thought he was
Yeah,
25.
so you got three 23-year-olds on this roster, a 21-year-old, and Speakeasy, who we kind of think of as the old guard, he's only 25.
Isn't there something with if you're from Korea you're a year older because you counted from 0 or something? Like you get born at year 1? Isn't that a thing?
I'm not sure if that's Korea. I know some places in the world are like that. However,
like
I'm not
something like
calculating it like that. I'm calculating it in the normal way that I would.
I'm just using the argument to make myself less wrong because it is 24 instead of 23.
Look, I see where you're coming from, Pengu, but I just don't think that you need
I'll
to try
raise
and dig
the white
yourself
flag.
out of this
I'll
hole.
raise the white flag. I lose here.
That said, both these teams are actually quite young. The oldest player on Furia is also 25. That's Herds. And then you've got Volps is 22. I can't believe Volps is 22. That's crazy to me.
Box Zero is question mark years old.
In my notes, yes.
He's 20.
He's 20, right? Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I thought he was 18 actually, because everyone's been speaking about him, like, you know, like when Bola came into pro play, like, oh, this guy's turns 18, we're gonna pick him up.
Yeah.
So I thought he was gonna be 18 and fresh out into tier 1. And while he is new to tier 1, more or less, he is 20 years old.
Yeah, he played for a couple of teams, but yeah, not at the top level.
No.
10 seconds remaining.
Also, tag timeout was called by Furia very early on. Despite getting 2 attacks already, I feel like
And good
you're
time
kinda,
for it.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be addressing the elephant in the room, which was like the Meister's a problem. Guess what's another problem? Speakeasy and Clash. They're bringing out those niche operators now that they've seen those final operator bans, and I love that. They're also playing a 2-brother Kai. They're slowing down the game much more than previously, while having the ability to play a proactive round. 2-brother and Kai get ACOG DMRs. That's phenomenal. They get Clash that can move around and stay safe from the verticality. Also phenomenal. So if you go for the exact same attack again, the results should change. So it's up to Fury again to be adaptive and attack in a different manner.
Yeah. Can't help but notice still no shield picks here for Furia.
They're not really a shield team.
No, they're not. They never have been, even the old Furia.
No, true. It follows the org.
Yeah, it does. But of course, you do need to have a flexible lineup in the current meta, and we're seeing that from Weibo here for the first time. Like you said, the Tuberau Kaid, like that's all about the hard breach denial. And we don't really have a response to that here from Furia. What we do have is a lot of Ver, which will be very deadly. Weibo need to make sure not to forfeit these key positions, such as Reaps holding VIP. Supported by Speakeasy on the Clash.
That's the big thing. You call for help, Speakeasy should be rotating over and just help where you think the push will be occurring. So right now, if you put the Clash backside, that's your big focus. Now you're surrendering Baker control more or less. When Fury see where the Clash is going, if they're very quick, they could just go on the opposite side of the map and go for that attack instead. But most teams prioritize the back portion that we see here. Twitch strong good value, finds the solo canister. Perhaps will open up a lot quicker than it's supposed to be.
Come on.
But there's still so
I have a
much
video
time.
that I want to show
seconds.
you. It's
Got
fine.
flashed. Speakeasy trying to help one out. He gets smoked up.
Might be able to sum.
Should be fairly safe for now, but a little bit worried about.
What video is it, JT? Because I don't think I have time to watch it anytime soon.
Try and get active. I think there's enough sound cover that Weibo don't know that these two players.
Since I'm like watching the tournaments and everything right now for the entire week.
We don't really know yet. Speakeasy should ideally rotate back towards the bombs and leave Reaps alone inside of VIP, but he wants to peek what's happening.
He sees one player. The plan starts to go down.
No one's home.
Volps. Loira takes the opportunity to try and go deep. He will take
Yeah,
down
this
Hoven.
is a
The
bad
plant will be
thing.
confirmed, and now it's on for a retake from Weibo. But the post-plant positions look powerful here for Furia. Diaz up on the vert, upstairs, all the way on the second floor. Reaps tries to get into the action, but he is shut out of it. He is slowly making his way towards that diffuser. But Furia have control of the round, and Volps from up above will be able to take him down. Volps finds them all. Holding in the post is a dream for Furia, and they found their 3 rounds of attack.
And we gotta can that base
2 minutes each clip. What is it you want me to react to? JT.
C4, but they were not in the right position. They didn't even know they dropped. You're right. 2 people dropped at 2 separate times, and yet they had no clue they were deep inside the site itself. So they push the rotate, take a kill towards bar, go back, they start planting, no counterplay available.
Don't ban Monty and Snake if you're not gonna roam.
And if you are gonna ban the Brava, now here, for example, get back onto the mine stripe, but play the bomb sites that play around the entirety of the map, the middle bomb sites. They're both so strong.
Yeah. Another operator that the Brava ban will help out a little bit is the Aruni as well, which we're finally now seeing. But yeah, I mean, like when I see a Brava ban, I'm like, let's jump on Maestro, let's jump on Aruni, let's jump on bulletproof cameras, because those are the 3 things that are really a lot harder to counter without a Brava.
I think we might be on for a rush. But don't hold me to it. But okay, I'm seeing Hurts on Blitz. That's only gonna happen when he's like, guys, we're gonna go fast, okay? When you got something like your Nomad and you're hovering caps off a bit, you can go on like the cocktail side of the building, going through the, we call it the snow door to pillar right here.
Yeah.
You can air jump off the top floor, push to the side door with the Blitz, and just kind of store on the bomb side. And then if you have Capital, you use the fire through these top floor windows to then stop them beating down the verticality. Now they did go off the Capital to Sophia, so I'm curious to see if they're going to commit to the plan of the push, or they are going to go for a half-take top floor, because the other side of Nomad utilization,
think
you
about
just
what?
take Piano, Cigar, you air jump the flanks, and you walk down the red staircase and attack from lobby itself in towards the bomb side.
I like the bulletproof setup here. Sorry, the global shield setup here from Reaps with the Wamai, but it just won't work. Like, you've got so much.
I mean, the Blitz is going to stop this very quickly.
Yeah.
And
indeed he will go straight inside.
And
He does go for his flash, should win the fight. Indeed he will. It's now the last round of the half, and Fury are poised to take it. A second flash comes through, and Hurts will land another kill. Gotti does find one, but that's all he will get. It's a 1v4. And he is being targeted by Boxera on the Deimos. Furia look to close as Gotti finds a second. Bok will take him down through the wall.
Beautiful.
It's an unbelievable attack half. A 4-2 split is a dream for the Brazilians.
And such a great ability to figure out exactly where every character should go, right? Who can win the 1v1 fight in Cigar guaranteed? The Blitz. That's all my. Yeah, that this doesn't matter. Drop down, flash, ADS, get the kill. Sledge goes on the window, repels on white staircase. That locks down the hallway and top.
Well,
right,
you do have my Discord,
Sophia,
JT, if you want me to watch it. The reason why I'm asking is because, like, what you want for help, or like what is it that you're after, because if it's just a normal reaction video, or if it's just like if you have any questions or something like that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, what's the best way to counter any operator that you need to be on your drone for? Get active so they can't afford to get on their drone. And as we look back on the replays of the whole half, Weibo really only had a few shining moments, few and far between. And here, like, this would have been a 5-1 if it wasn't for this clutch from Gotzi. Keep that in mind. Furia were incredibly good on that attack of the basement, the ground floor, and yeah, this round in particular, huge.
And they're going further. He gets Friend here right behind him, peeks top white together to get 2 kills for no loss. And again, because Volp's in the window, repel right behind this entire play, they knew that top white was clear. So they're fighting like a very linear angle, making it so easy for themselves. Very good.
Very fired up here for Furia. I think that reaction for Weibo was after one of the rounds they won. not that.
Hey guys, we lost! Woo!
It's not a good enough half here for Weibo. That's really the only way you can say it. Like, 2 rounds of defense on Cafe is far below the standard.
There's always that downside of gassing up a team because you feel like you know their level, and then they have a slow start. Happened with CAG as well. CAG then woke up and started taking some names, Shopify being one of them, started really turning around their own story. For Weibo, they can still do that in this matchup. They're on the attacking side of Cafe. It's challenging, but it is winnable. I was going to say multi-ban has to happen. Speakeasy is too good at it. The second ban, I think, is very up in the air. Could be a Deimos, could be a Dokkaebi, could be a Solid Snake.
Well, just put it in my Discord of videos, and we'll check it whenever I have time.
My Mira, or my Asami as well here in the flip side.
If Furia, what do you want to get rid of from Weibo? Is it that Solid Snake?
Solid. Yeah. Oh, the mute. Okay.
I like the mute ban here from Weibo. This is really good.
I'm all for it. The only caveat here is that you don't know with certain. Okay, I don't know with certainty if you're gonna bring it out, right? That can be a great third operator ban if you're not sure. Weibo, obviously, with this being the second choice, they're very sure about it. It's going to enable not necessarily too many other operators. Like, technically, Deimos track is now fully valuable. You can hide on the jammer for Dokkaebi because etc. But generally, mute is more of like an annoyance factor, right? You can't drone through the doors, has a C4 bulletproof camera, has great weaponry, can be played on every bomb site. But it's not going to be like, oh my god, now we can breach every wall. It's like, no, Kite still exists. Banish still exists.
Yeah, look, Furia, when they played against Team Liquid Alienware, only actually picked the Mute 2 rounds on their defensive side.
Demo still could be there.
Or 3 rounds on their defensive side. And against Ninjas in Pajamas, another 3 rounds. Which is okay. I mean, it's like a 50% win rate, pick rate. It's not the highest, not the lowest.
I'm not surprised by the score here, actually. Like 4-2 to Furia, I'm not surprised at all. Unfortunately, like I predicted that the Furia would actually be having a little bit more to give than Weibo. Not to say that Weibo is like a bad team by any means. It's just like they are
but
they're playing in LATAM region, which has more harder opponents than APAC, to be honest. But they are growing by the minute.
So any operator choice is very expensive.
And like on the other map between GK versus Enterprise, I did predict, if you were in the stream earlier, did write it out, I did predict that Enterprise would win against GK, so...
Starting in Cocktail, marching down the right staircase, they got good drone work. And much like when Weibo were defending it, there's no roaming presence above here from the side of Furia whatsoever. So you're surrendering all the control. And now again, we gotta talk about, you know, you do the vert, they got both, they got the sledge rather, and then you shoot to the force and DMAS, etc. as well. That's gonna do the vert. You pop open the hatch, that can be done as well. Actually, hold up.
Is the hatch open? No, hatch is...
It's reinforced, teams.
Is there no hard breach?
No hard breach on the side of Weibo. They must have messed up here.
Is this Speakeasy was meant to bring hard breach but brought nades instead? Is that the problem?
I'm thinking that's the problem. Or Turster on Deimos. But the thing is, there is a world where like they never intended to open the hatch, but I feel like there's never a world where you don't want to do it. Because even if you go for a bakery attack, that's the backstab. That's where you get inside the bomb site late round as a surprising factor.
And typically, if you go for a vert take, you're executing in freezer and you want that hatch open. Like if you're going to take bakery, you don't need to take vert.
Interesting. We'll keep our eyes peeled.
That is going to be interesting.
All that utility inside our wedding, inside our bakery, main lobby door as well. And they are by the red staircase. Simon just runs and takes the kill, gets traded back, but like, how does that happen?
Yo, that
has the cover off the sense now.
That is a good pick. So that is such a good pick.
No heart breach, no sense. It's going to be an awkward attack here from Weibo to finish off this round.
Yeah, I think the VIP is now impossible to clear now without that sense.
Go for kills, honestly.
Yeah, you really do. Maybe you could go for a bakery execute. Remains to be seen. It's time to try and start flushing out these players inside a reception. Box Zero, though, supported by his teammate. Confirms that kill onto Reaps. Him and Herds together are locking down this side. Turdster desperately trying to 1v1 from the other side onto VIP from bottom of White Stairs. Doesn't work out for him. Gotti finds 2 big kills with the SMG-12. Loira is separated and taken down. Now it's all up to Volbs with the SMG-12 in hand.
Damn.
Up against 2. Time is ticking away. Gotti doesn't use his
Why would he swing that?
Hoven just cuts off.
He should have waited a little bit more. He should have waited like maybe a second or two more.
A win is a win.
Yeah, let's just forget that round ever happened because trying to dissect that strategically, I have no idea what their plan was actually going to be. Well, I'll take it. And I mean, it involves a situation, right? Isn't he 12? He could have played the close quarter angle, only 12 seconds left, but he was so eager for a gunfight. So he swung out first and got shot down in response. Something about that bomb site downstairs, it's not to be for the defense, but this push from Diaz early on was disgusting. Finding that small bit of opportunity and the kill.
Yeah, wow. Very scary spot to be for Weibo. Like it's so funny. Like obviously they're not tested nearly as much when they play in Asia. But we just haven't seen them look this messy. We haven't seen them look this disorganized. There's no question to me. Like, you should be bringing hard breach. Like, you've got enough nades.
That has to be a mistake.
You've got enough nades on that lineup. One of either the Sens or the Deimos should be bringing secondary hard breach. That's just non-negotiable in my eyes. Even if you're not planning on going for that execute, it's just useful to have it as an option. Surely we'll get it this time on the Grim, though, at least.
I was going to say, what if they don't do it again?
I mean, it's...
Oh, they didn't do it again.
They're not playing that bomb site, at least. So
no.
Hard breach doesn't matter.
Okay, I have faith here. It's okay.
I don't think you need hard breach on any of the other bomb sites.
Unless you want to utilize it, yeah. But not like a must-have. Not on the scoreboard side, right? Gauntzy, the news member, had a 1v1 clutch. sitting on 8 and 3.
It was also had a big 2K that round.
Had a big 2K that round. Turns
wow.
that the entry star Fracker 1 and 8 currently. Speakeasy 0-6 as well.
Very unusual to see Turds struggling so much. Speakeasy we don't mind usually because he's not usually in a fragging position, but Turd is meant to be one of the core fraggers.
Yeah.
We gotta get your first kill, right? Like that's a mental barrier as well that you got to overcome. Oh guys, I'm 0-3, 0-4, now you're 0-6, and Furia, they're not shy to take a gunfight. If you're hesitating, you're doubting yourself a little bit because you're not finding that first kill, that can make you lose another gunfight. Yeah. So really watching that first kill for Speakeasy here.
Turd actually has the second best stats on the team, typically, just behind Reap. So they're some of the best players in the entire of Asia. Oh, wow, that Nitro from Bok. That's such a shame. That definitely would have gotten a kill had it gone out the door.
Yeah.
Gotten the first one right. So honestly, getting a second is wishful thinking.
Unlucky.
Right now, it's on to Weibo to make the push, to make that the map control work in their favor, but they're up against the Clash. They've lost the Dokkaebi for the Intel game. They've just slowly started taking top floor control and start blocking open the verticality, but there's so much work to be done.
They haven't even opened up the floorboard yet. What?
Free kill if he times it well. Or if the rest of Weibo are able to flush the Kaid out.
Beautiful.
Never mind. Speakeasy finds the entry, gets his first kill of the game. Finally, the monkey off the back, and time to go deep here. Speakeasy is pretty low though. Shouldn't be taking too many fights. The Grim will be perfect for preventing Loira from aggressing up the white stairs. The gas will keep Speakeasy at bay for a bit longer. A minute
Like
to
the
play.
time is.
Weibo have plenty of options.
Yeah. And finally, that Bok is into action as well inside of mining in the red hallway. Speakeasy now controls the center of the map. Doesn't get injured, thankfully, but 1 HP left in his pocket there. Gonna be flanked from the right stairs potentially. The brown stairs behind him has to be very cautious here.
Yeah, he does. Also because of Diaz.
Yikes.
He does spray down, get the injury. I don't think Diaz will be aware of it. Reaps finally takes down Loira though. That was the player who was on the white stairs earlier. I think he went for a rotate after he was revealed by the Grimm's Bees. Now Weibo, still with Speakeasy on the floor, in theory have the advantage, but how do they deal with Volps on the Clash? 20 seconds, not a lot of options.
Goyo 5 popped as well is a problem. I'm not sure that Weibo accounted for it.
Need to go for kills.
Gonna be limited though. Almost no ways in now, and this is sprint to that fire, but Speakeasy and Reaps are both so low.
Time is ticking away, and Volps gets his gun up. We need to have an entry here. Gotti crosses into a plannable position.
Surely not.
Looks to try and take that. He gets aggressive, but Reaps will take him down. Big flank opportunity now for Herds, but he doesn't deny that plan in time. 3 players up for Weibo, but all of which low on HP as Diaz and Herds together look to try and make this retake a reality. Reaps in perfect position outside of the site window.
Come on, Herds, come on.
Should Furia try and get back on that defuse, and Speakeasy from way downtown with the hollow sight shuts up Diaz. It's Herd in a 1v2 now, and Reaps knows exactly where he is. That DMR strikes true for 1. A second shot, and Herds will be toast. Weibo have been fighting from behind this entire game, but finally, the scoreboard.
Beautiful, no fear
Damn.
whatsoever. They just sprint through that fire, and a very good job there. They change towards the diffuser carrier because 2 members are too low on health to actually sprint through the fire itself. So they drop the case, give it to Hoven, the Bok, who's doing the vertical destruction, to sprint all the way deep throughout the bomb site, and they cover from the exterior. And you saw in that 2v2 post plan, Fury thinking one guy's gonna be above because that's the strongest position, and one guy will be outside the window. But they had the incorrect read. Speakeasy, who's that library middle of the map player, went back in towards Pillar, into that main lobby area instead, and they completely caught Fury by surprise. And then they realized, okay, we read this incorrectly, gotta sprint back downstairs, and now there's no time. I'm stuck on a staircase against that DMR, against the crossfire. That's not gonna work. They do have some fight in them, but it has been such a weird game for Weibo.
It's been a weird
so
game
unusual.
in general. I mean, this is only 2 rounds of defense won and 8 rounds of Cafe. Need I remind you that we saw a 14-round game of Cafe from Furia just 3 weeks ago where only a single attack round was won. Yeah, that's 13 rounds of defense to just 1 round of attack. And now we're seeing a 2-to-6 ratio in favor of the attack. Very strange to see. Both of these teams are really confident at taking the first steps on their attacking side.
Mind you, this is still Weibo fighting from behind in the first, minute of the round. Tursta dying early, Speakeasy dying early the previous round.
Yeah.
They haven't had that, like, okay, we got the opening, we got the right operators,
I mean,
this
Weibo's
round should be okay.
Yeah, they won 2 4v5s in a row.
Yeah. So it's just again a matter of time that if they get fully fired up, they get every member available in the server to do their very best and find that opening
Come
kill every
on.
now and again. And that 4-4 scoring could very quickly shift.
Come
in
on,
their
come on.
favor, and this
You
is the
need this.
perfect
You
opportunity
need
to
this.
change it. Volbs again
Come
on
on,
the flash
Furia,
field,
don't
but
let
I
me
only have
down
one thing
now.
about that I don't like. Volbs is the top fragger, who's now been
And Mayday has
almost
already left
pacified
it,
on the
letting me
clash.
down
He was
on the
so
first
lethal
map.
on the attack, and
Match.
now
Come on.
he's just giving information, waiting for the final few seconds, trying to go for a desperate play of planting down that previous round. What about Diaz?
I won't be surprised to see him get on the SMG though with the clash.
He will be peeking some people, but he does have a role to fulfill right now, and it is staying alive.
Here comes an entry though from Reeves. Wants to take the one.
Yo. Why are you repeaking that shit?
Back and forth. It's a bloodbath on the top floor as Loira finds two. He tries to hold on to his position, gets the injure on a speakeasy as well. It's just Turdster. 1 and 8 for the Kiwi. He's got a lot to do, and now Volbs knows exactly where he is.
Damn.
It's a jump out for Loira. That makes it a 3K, and Furia back in the lead again.
And again, I know it's a very small detail, right? But almost every single
Yo, Loria,
play-
chill. What the fuck?
Okay, now he's sitting down now. To make sure.
We're gonna have to get a seatbelt for Loira.
Reeves doesn't miss those.
Loira
And that's
rarely
why it matters,
does
like
that.
Fury up in
Whoa,
Ariel.
what did I
Reeves
say
walked
to
up with
him?
the Skylight and finds that 9.99 out of 10 times. He whiffs a few shots. It becomes a trade injury
What
back
did
and
they
forth, and the
do?
Priest dies with it. And then his teammates, they also are not successful behind it. C4s go out, the clash shield, etc. But if that's a clean kill for Reeves, the entire push should just continued forward.
Yeah.
It's the small things, and Weibo Game will call attack time out of their own. They've banned the clash, and in response, Fury have banned away the Grim.
Yeah, very much an important round for Weibo now. It's either match point against them, or it's tying the scoreline to break point. This is where they need to dig deep, and so Gohan will get in their ear.
There's a
and start
half
talking
time
shop.
right now,
Of course,
so
Furia have the same opportunity now as well. But it's a Furia defense, a Weibo attack, and after that very messy last round from Weibo, a very quick failure to attack
Come on.
that top floor, they really need to be whipped into shape.
wait, what do we say, chat? Do we root for
Thinking
Fury
of
on
my
this
own,
one?
like, what exactly could shift?
Do we root
It's
for
so
them?
hard to put my finger on like what is the problem for Weibo right now. It just feels like one, consistency of like properly playing through around, getting all the pieces together, and then two, they have never had a game, I think, in the entirety
Yeah.
of stage one and maybe even kickoff where Thursday goes 1-9.
I was thinking that.
They always have the power in the fragging department to say, guys, we're gonna do this. You're gonna go over there. You're gonna go for a kill. We're gonna have those clutch moments whenever we're playing from behind. They are really missing a person who's always in the server.
I genuinely don't remember the last time that Turdster went only one kill, especially
Some
this
other
map.
international event, I'm sure, in
Yeah,
a single map.
it's-
That's the thing.
It was like a
I think a
long
lot of
time
people
ago.
talk
Long
about
time ago, he
Turdster
went
like
one
so
in
much
1-9. I
potential,
think
and
like
he's a really
maybe
high
2
ceiling
years
player,
ago.
But occasionally, when the pressure starts to seep in, he doesn't perform. And he's one of the two primary fraggers on this team, with Turd and Reeves really being the core frontline, Hoven often supporting it. How is it that Gotti is second to top fragging behind Reeves? He is meant to be the guy
Gotti?
that... He is, apparently, but it's not going to be enough. Like,
No.
bro has a job to do, and it's not find kills.
That's right. I mean, I do think Gotti is
Ooh.
playing
I
the
know
top
that's
role
C4,
on the attack,
but,
and can grind the
I
amount,
don't think
whatever
it's
else,
going to
holding
hit
an angle. So I
anything.
think Gotti
honest.
attacking kills, high value, but Gotti is your last line of defense. And that's where he's
Yikes.
found most of these 8 frags. And that does
That
tell
was a
the story
mistake.
that someone else is lacking behind. It's a case of that.
So
early
they
on,
don't.
Speakeasy with a bit of
They have
protection,
only
Black
slashed
is
for the
just gonna be a bit more
verticality, which
careful going forward. There's
suggests to
double
me
shield
that
action, Reeves
it's
also
not
on the
good.
blitz.
Oh,
This
a
could
lot of
be
mistakes.
A cheese round if you're from Weibo. The double shield.
Yeah, they're making a lot of.
Maybe if you're lucky, you get the power by, but no, it doesn't do the case. Second grenade goes out, that's expensive, but we'll get the job done. They can smoke off, push bakery.
That is a lot of
But
mistakes.
guys, I'm not sure what we're fighting.
Yeah,
There's nobody in there.
Weebo's.
Big kill for Turdster.
Team
Wow.
kill.
Gotti
What?
Again! He is the goat after all. Reeps is the man with the blitz in hand. He makes his
Yo,
way into
okay,
victory,
they might
takes
have
a
some
hell of a lot
fighting
of
spirits
damage.
in them
Weibo
because
have
I
the
was.
massive
They made a
advantage.
lot of
Hoven finds
mistakes.
the nade kill onto Box Zero. Now it's all about consolidating the round. Not even half of it has subsided, and it's a 2 versus 4. With Weibo having 2 players on low HP,
Yo.
they cannot afford
Like,
to mess this
what
up. It's time to
happened in
slow
the
it
background?
down.
Holy shit.
Dot all of the I's, cross all of the T's, and make sure that every kill here gets traded back.
Hurts feels it. He's like, guys, they're setting up. It's going to get harder and harder. If I lash out right now and get a kill, it'll make them out easier for my entire team. Almost gets Gotti. They have Hoven above, doing good accounts. Actually, he's backstepping. There's a free to hatch.
Oh, that is a bad.
I cannot believe they haven't traded this. A little bit too close. Hurts finally takes down Riggs, who was on the blitz, but now he's trapped in a corner like a rat. Weibo look to hunt him down. Low HP for both him and Gotti and Hoven, but it doesn't matter. 1 HP. And the Indonesian will
I don't know what the fuck happened with Fiora on the backside there, because they should not have lost that.
Battle this tug of war back and forth. 5 rounds apiece.
Really like that Hurts was like, guys, either we swing now or it only gets harder. I was thinking the Hoven was gonna go above with the sledge and break the floor apart, but no, the hatch was soft leading into freezer, so you hot dropped it with the sledgehammer and backstabbed the bombs. That's how he found his kill. So Weibo doing a great job, but let's go back to the beginning of that round. A team kill to Speakeasy, jumping in waiting window, double shield, Reaps and Speakeasy on Blackbeard and Blitz. Very unusual circumstances, and it's Gotti again who gets his team into a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, it would be crazy to see Gotti top frag. Like, not that he's bad or anything, it's just literally the thing that we've heard from, I think it was Gotti and Speakeasy have both said it. You know, we talked about you could pick up pretty much any player you wanted, right?
In APL.
In APL. Yeah. And honestly, you probably could have imported a few players if you really wanted to.
Possible.
With the promise that this team has and the almost guarantee that they will make it to every single international event because of their stature within Asia. And they said, well, we wanted Gotti for one reason. We just wanted someone who just wouldn't die.
Yeah.
We wanted someone to sit back and do their job and just never get picked first. And to his credit, I mean, he doesn't have a single opening death in this game. I can't say the same for Hoven or Speakeasy or Turdster. And he's top fragging alongside Reaps. And he's playing Maestro and other util heavy operators too.
Yeah.
He just do be the GOAT, man.
Okay, come on, Furia. You need to close it out. Come on.
Breaking cancel barricade after cancel barricade. Again, whenever you see a cancel barricade, if you're playing rank, casual, pro league, whatever, destroy it. Because it's put there for a good reason that wants to favor the defense. And even if you don't know what to do with it
let's see here.
Castle, just break it
Where they go here?
We'll give you something to work with. So that job has been done. All crit window repel is a Blackbeard with the shield in front of his face, so should be pretty safe here from the peak of Volps, who's now finally on a real gun, the Asami.
Honestly, Volps could very much win this.
No, but the shield blocks the face. There's just no way here. Akiba's going out, takes a bit of damage, and that's gonna mean no more Asamis. Well, I can't stick around 2 deep inside of piano any longer. Falls back to that pixel spot. Doesn't want to surrender that first opening pick too early.
Just notice how Weibo have really slowed down after last round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
And now they set their sights on targeting Volps, finishing him off. Is he confirmed out of piano yet? It seems like the answer to that is yes. Hopefully that nade does take it down. Indeed it will. Reaps in his position. Sledgehammer comes out. Goodbye to the
Now this is interesting. So they're doing like full clear, piano clear, and then
double digits for the Korean. He has stepped up in a big way for Weibo. 5v4, another opening kill.
Yeah, they did very well on clearing top floor right now. It's like feels like Fury is over aggressing a little bit, like just a tiny bit. It feels like.
On the vert with that sledge, we're not sure exactly if top floor is clear. So final track will go through onto Aroni. Are we getting flanked? Is there a guy in a corner? No, okay, we're downstairs. Keep up that.
It just feels like it.
1C4 linger beneath them. The pug of Diaz inside a train room. If that finds
I have only one C4 to deny the plant though. I am not liking this at all. They have only one for deny.
For Furia though, they just don't want to expose themselves. Another drone taken down, almost a kill. Onto Diaz.
Saving for the plant.
Time is ticking away. Weibo may find themselves in a 5 versus 4 execute. Nay, a 4v4 execute, which could be devastating. Reaps thought he had a chance, but no, misses it.
That was so close. Oh my god. Yeah, they're way too slow right now. They need to go for the plant.
They deny the plant in the late round, and I can see people from that defensive side rotating down below to look to play flanks and look to play plant denial in the late round. But
Yo, what the fuck are they doing?
11 kills. Speakeasy starts to force that plant down. Diaz in a position, finds one. Goes for a double. C4 comes out. Big nitro, but it doesn't land. It's Mark. Speakeasy right on top of that plant position with the Blackbeard, just watching, keeping Diaz at bay as Boxera tries to buy some time to sneak up from the red stairs. Reaps also all the way back inside of Train, tries to hold the line. Big kill for Diaz, needs to
Come on, come on, come on! Come on, come on! Yes! Yes!
The quad kill to get Furia.
Let's go!
Game and back in a position.
Nicely done.
Disaster in the server again. Too much stress there from the side of Weibo. They can
Oh my god, they didn't have. He didn't need to peek that. Oh.
But after the C4 gets popped,
My prediction is still alive.
Using Reaps as cover, play deep inside a Train, play the long angle. Because guys, you planted deep. You don't need to play for bombs if you see the defuse from so far away. Diaz,
holy shit.
Found all the kills, isolated every single gunfight. His teammate wasn't even needed in that clutch.
I don't think like they needed to overpeak that.
Panic in the voice communication. I hate to be that guy, but who died right before execute? Turrets that on the Deimos with trackers in pocket, the ability to just lock down at least one defender with gadgetry instead of a gunfight.
Turd has been such a good player for Weibo as of late. I hate that we have to harp on about it, but it's screaming at us. 2 kills to 10 deaths.
It was such a good round. 5v4, had the Vert, had the roam clear.
And look, Speakeasy's 2 and 9 too, but he's the guy getting the plant down. He's a support player. He's there for his leadership and his support. Turdster is there to pop heads. That's what he's good at. That's what he's one of the best in APAC at doing. That's his role. That's what he provides to the team. And right now, he is struggling to fill those big shoes, those big expectations that he has set for himself, that Weibo have demanded the respect of the international scene. They've taken down greats before. I mean, these players know what it's like to upset really solid teams on the international stage. And yet here, they are struggling against Furia.
Come on.
Furia that has found a resurgence on this defensive side.
Come on. Lock it out now. Lock it out.
Furia is
don't go to overtime now.
In position to finish it off.
Just a double down, not on Tursta individually, but the operator that he plays, right? They banned the mute. And the only 2 operators that they're getting value from that right now is the Dokkaebi from Reaps and the Deimos that Tur's been playing the majority of the attacker rounds. So when you're committing this much involvement around the Deimos, we need to see it find some value. It can be in kills, it can be in tracking players, but when you're dead, you're not gonna get either. There is a world where you play a support Deimos, right? Play the can openers, Harpy's Destruction, distract people almost like a...
What are you doing, Reaps?
Okay.
We never drone Cigar. We never checked the default corner. We lose a player early.
Crucial mistake. That should have been a kill as well from that player on the rappel. I don't know why Herds has been allowed to get out alive.
That is a huge... That is a huge mistake. Now, Dokkaebi is off the board. They have no... They only have Turd on Deimos to be able to, like, give any information on where they are.
Hertz has been, as usual, a playmaker in this game. Never shy for a fight. Speakeasy now with the shield has to make a lot of value happen. Holding gets a kill.
Nicely
on that grenade, forcing Hertz to relocate beneath the skylight. Now we're back to even numbers. Still got the Deimos track.
That was nicely done. We give them that.
All the right tools, and we have to execute together.
Gotta remember the site is downstairs.
He knows where Mozzie is. Hidden away. Big nitro cell, a lot of damage, but hang on a second.
What?
Speakeasy essentially guaranteed the kill on the Lyra. And Gotti has gone big again. It's
what the fuck?
With a double. Pengu, we're going to overtime.
What was that C4 kill?
Weibo feeling that sigh of relief. Oh my god. Now we're entering a best of 3 in terms of rounds, and those pushes, they're happening. They're working.
What was that C4, guys?
Was great. The grenade with the swing.
Lawyer wasn't near there, right?
Established. And the sides. Maybe the most important thing for the conversation right now of who's favorite to win in OT. Well, I can spoil for you right now. Weibo will stay on the attack inside. Fury on defense. And with how this has been playing out, attack is where you want to be, especially given that they're finally figuring things out on that exact side.
Okay, you need to show me the replay on the C4 kill, because literally that was so confusing.
And the Maestro play without the Brava band.
But from the other side, it's Volks on the Maestro this time.
That is
Weibo
so
did it
weird.
once, and it worked like a charm in theory. I mean, funnily enough, it was actually the Dokkaebi that destroyed
It was a weird,
Gotti's phone, but he ended
weird.
up getting 3 kills with the Elder anyway.
C4
I
kill.
wonder if we see the Brava pick come through. Indeed, it looks to be the case here from Hoven. Problem is, Furia are a very active defense. I wouldn't be surprised if they're ready and shooting those Brava drones.
There's also another case where the mute ban comes into play, right? Because if you played the mute with the Maestro, you pop down a jammer in a corner that's very safe. Maestro can sit on it and Dokkaebi can't call him. That's one of the few ways you can counter if you're like an Echo or a Maestro, because like we always say, you call the Maestro, you have to answer the phone. If you don't and it pops up, you lose the ability to check the cameras in the future. And if you just call them while you're going for a plant, well, you can't do
Oh,
anything
cheeky,
now. So the
cheeky,
tank goes
cheeky.
down.
Watch out, run out here from Herds.
Oh, now they don't have any verticality. Yeah, they have. Fuck.
Has been shut down.
I was about to say they don't have anything for the verticality, but I still have speakeasy.
He's quietly snuck up there. Here for Weibo. Meanwhile, there's been nothing quiet about Herds today. Him, Volps, and Loira all together have been playing aggressively. They've been poking the bear, and it's been working.
Thank God for the speakeasy double down on soft reach, huh? He's playing the ram this time, not the sense for once.
You need redundancy, right? Especially against a team like Furia. Like we've seen Volp spawn peeking now multiple rounds.
Because things will go wrong. I mean, almost every single round, things have been going wrong for Weibo one way or another.
Sure.
And this
Please shoot that. Oh.
Really important job now.
Oh.
He's not successful there from Hoven. Still quite a few Evil Eyes at large. At least 2, 3. All 3 Evil Eyes still alive here. And both of the Brava drones have now been taken down.
That is
not good
bad.
enough from Hoven on the Brava. And now
That
Weibo
is
will really
bad
suffer in the
for
late round.
Weibo.
Fury will get full value out of those Evil Eyes.
And this is gonna be a go for kill strat for Weibo. They're on the white staircase.
Yeah, they go. Yeah, they definitely go for a frag right here.
They're working on the clock. Has to get back out of dodge.
They have no for the hard breach either. They have nothing to open up. Like,
but all the flanks are open because all these teams are basically holding other angles, looking for a bakery attack right now.
Yeah, there's just not enough inspiration on this attack here from Weibo, and they don't have the shield like they've had in the past to try and execute onto Bakery. This is indeed Turd's moment. He gets the track onto Volps, who also tanks the damage from the Dokkaebi, so no more using those Evil Eyes directly. Gotti, say his name, and he will ring true. Gotti again! He's hit 14 kills here for Weibo Gaming. Volps
what the
is
fuck
down and out of
did
it.
he eat today?
The Evil Eye
Literally.
monster has been slain for a few more moments. As Box Zero also going to take a hell of a lot of damage from that Dokkaebi call. Loira, though, comes to life with the MPX, and Gotti is finally put out of his misery. 35 seconds left to play, and Weibo are
Damn, this is a roller coaster game.
To have his moment. We have been waiting for this all day. Into the side he goes, sneaking forward, reveals his position with that grenade, but that does not flush Herds out of position. Out comes Loira, pokes his head, and Turster finally finds the kill that we've been needing from him. But it is all up to Turster now with 1 HP. That defuse
Yeah,
is
GG's on that round.
As is Box Zero.
Oh my god, that was such a roller coaster, guys. Such a roller coaster.
Gotti, man, this guy's finding the entry in the beginning of the round, the mid kill as well, locking down all the rotations, and no one is going for.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it would be more of an easy game for Furia here. They are struggling really bad. I knew Weibo is good, but not that good.
I feel like right there, it's a lack of oversight from all the members of Weibo saying, guys, what is going to be the win condition? Because if you talk about who's alive and who's dead, planting was on the menu, absolutely for free. And yet, they never went for it. It was never even attempted. Once they got the case died, they didn't even realize it was on the ground. Turster was deep in the bombs, I'm thinking, oh, guys, I can plant. Oh, diffusers and Baker, I gotta go back and get it. And then his teammate dies.
Wow, I mean, it's been such an attacker's paradise here on Cafe, but we have seen a few defenses dug deep, and Furia have just shown that down below on the kitchen bomb site. Now Weibo, I mean, thankfully they're not going kitchen because they were really bad at
Yeah, let's not go there again.
Yeah, they're going to mining. This was very hit and miss. It's been a long time, though, since we've seen Furia on the attacking side. I mean, it's been 7 rounds since. Let's hope they still remember. There was certainly a force to be reckoned with in that first half. And if they can hark back to what a phenomenal start they had this game, then things will certainly look dicey and dicier for Weibo, as they will be sent down to the lower bracket and be on the verge of elimination.
Just give me 7-7. That's all I want right now.
What's the score right now?
It is 7 in favor of Furia to 6 for Weibo.
No, but it's like it's the other way around, isn't it?
Okay, so it's 6 in favor of Weibo to Furia's 7.
Alright, can you say that quicker? Like, just say the scores.
7 to 6?
Okay, I'll let you get away with it.
I'm not gonna take the bait.
Not taking a bait on 6-7.
Everybody hold for 2 seconds here, okay? We said last round was a time forward. What about now instead? It's not too late.
Bro needs to get his confidence back. Oh, Box Zero getting targeted. Getting zapped by Gotti. This is a big moment here for
Her
Tursa, but he's
died?
scared.
What the fuck?
Holding the angle, not going for the swing. I think Loira is waiting for him. Loira is really focusing though on Reeves. Tursa needs to go for the swing. It's baited by Diaz. That's a big blow here for Weibo.
Damn.
Even the numbers again. Bard, big
Are you
C4
fucking
here. Volta
kidding
go
me?
down. Hoven continues until Box Zero puts an end. Now 3v3 as
This is a
continuing.
crazy round.
Furia,
Oh,
someone
yo,
Gotti.
got it.
Look at how confident he is. A little bit too confident, perhaps, but it doesn't matter because Reeves is there for the trade, pushing up the wide stairs, taking the fight to Furia. Diaz, 1v2. It's just Speakeasy and Reeves, but look at this. That's the teamwork we've been needing to see from Weibo. They retreat, they play together, they know where that defuse is, and Reeves is the soulless. He can keep eyes on it. Diaz has just run straight past that evil eye on the bomb side, so Weibo now know exactly where he is.
Just give them the diffuser, right? They can just play the map. They got 3 evils alive, 1 in pillar and 1 in each bomb side. So right now, Weibo, they're just gonna keep running away from Diaz. I know there's 60 seconds left, but honestly, there's no way he can plan. It takes 7 full seconds with no coverage, and there's all the info for Weibo Gaming.
How on earth do you win this in a crossfire with Speakeasy on the stairs and Reeps ready to swing him? Flashbang could certainly help. He has one more. He flashes himself, so we'll have to wait for a brief moment. Wow, he actually, while blind, makes his way into Laundry.
I think he knows the setup exactly. Has to try and pick it apart.
He's got the read. The flashbang goes out. That's the last he's got available.
No crossfire.
Now he tries to isolate the 1v1.
No, guys.
What a shot on the Reeps! It's now up
No!
to
What the fuck?
But the Panthers are hungry!
No way! I had every opportunity for the crossfire!
Are a mighty force to be reckoned with.
Holy shit!
But Furia will crush Weibo's dreams.
Like, Weibo had the crossfire, guys. They should have won that.
So many clutch moments for Gotti to
They did everything perfectly.
to get into a perfect 2v1 position.
Like, they did that so perfectly. That is crazy.
And giving the Brazilians a 1v1, the area
I would not have been on white stairs, to be honest. I would not have been on white. I would rather have been on reading and holding the crossfire from there.
One BO3 away from the main stage, and Weibo
Holy shit. Okay, let's go over to the other match. It's a match point here as well. I said Furia would win, I'm right, and I said EP would be winning, and it looks so far that they would. So, only one match I have wrong so far. Only one.
Deciding it's time to drop back, play a little deeper, and they find themselves now still 5 versus 5.
Come on.
Half of the round wasted, and doing a pretty good job at the minute. Sarks is going to go for a little waddle in through main stairs, but you get the feeling they're aware of this.
I don't think he knows, though. Dappin walking close, Sark's going to hear him. When does Sarks take the advantage here? Lets him deep.
Has he maybe left it just a little bit too long? That's got to be the question. Sarks,
He hits the Denari.
given that he's on so low health, I
Holy.
think that's what's holding Sarks back at the minute. He really doesn't want to over-aggress and take this challenge
C4
unless it's a
down.
guarantee. Jigsaw
Yeah.
picking up Groovy with the explosives. That will create a little bit more breathing room for Enterprise.
Not looking good right now. Sark's frozen. Sark's dies here. Oh, a little body shoot right there, too. Going in reading door right now. Could sneak a plan off here. They need good coverage here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they're going to be
This
able to
is
going
bad.
down. Yog is going to confirm that 4 versus 3
What?
as Yupo manages to pick one from above.
Yo!
This could be a characteristic error from Enterprise. They have
That
the
is
round
a
and the map in their
mistake.
hand, but then 2 quick kills coming from GK, and they find themselves now 1v3. Brendo with it all
What
to do.
the
Ask
fuck?
the final kill, and that was a
That was
brilliant
interesting.
opportunity spot from GK.
That
Dropping the
was
gap right there,
so
getting the bomb
interesting.
down. No smoke coming out, so you can't really deny that. And they're so far pushed back. And Bappin, he gets to go lower Brown, but he was still too far to initiate that
Holy.
retake up Brown to start.
I
to
did
stop
not
the
think
plant,
it would be
and
that
came in
bad.
too late. Yog got outside the pillar door, went into the power position, and wow, what a round from DK to really pull that one back. Should not have been a round one for them. 3v5, made it work.
And this is probably the point for Enterprise where those thoughts start to creep into their mind of, that's 2 rounds now, and we should have won that one. They'll know that they shouldn't be in this position, that it should be done and dusted, they should be celebrating right now, but instead, they're going to be loading into round 11 here, and they're letting this one get closer than it needs to be. GK are starting to show us a little bit more here. There are glimmers, there are glimpses of the ability that we saw from them in EML. One more round and they are back in touching distance, and the pressure is seriously on Enterprise at that point. It's going to be Kitchen that Enterprise go to try and close this out. We saw them win it back in round 8.
Gonna be a quick play, Tim, right now with the Aurora probably through small side with the glass going through Bake here. Taking some pace to Enterprise right now. Let's see how this works out. I do like this though because it really shows you're still in the game, you're playing, not being afraid to go for a quick call when you're even down. Let's see this here. Getting rid of the LMI 2 on front door walk. Might be a front door walk too. Let's see what they wanted to use.
Sox has used that as a point of ingress a number of times now. We've seen him be able to go in there on the IQ, on the Dokkaebi, and at least be left alone for a while, if not go in and get an entry kill as well. Twitch Drone will spot the Azami in behind Bakery counter, which will have been a presumption that they were there, but Twitch Drone instead just going to be left in sight for intel.
Yeah, they're going to close small, ace is small. They're not going to ace small, I don't think. They might just hop small here. The tube freezer door open. Gonna go Bake with 3. 4 actually. Heavy front right now. Nading through the, using the glass nades. Missed both nades. Capital's up too. I feel like the Capital could be so strong for this take. Yeah, that was the main play. They need to rotate smoke. C4's gonna come through. C4. Oh, missed the C4. Glass popping shots. Glass is in, but the 2 brow does counter the glass thermal sight. They get an opening kill on Jigsaw the Mute. Opening up this prep wall's gonna push Cairo back right now. 2-on needs to relax and make them walk in. They have a great crossfire here.
I feel like Enterprise doing a great job right now of absorbing an awful lot of pressure and utility there. A lot of those smokes have now been used. There's just 1 remaining in Upo's pocket, and so they might have to think of an alternative here, GK. A lot of time has been spent as well. The Selma charge hits the wall. It's not going to start detonating. Yoga onto Cairo.
Yo, come on.
Picks up the
GK, you
That's
can't.
gonna leave us now in a 4v2 as Brendo fights back, but it feels like it could be too little, too late.
Be careful for Bake here. They have one holding. Nice
No.
teamwork there. All left on Brendo ace.
It's because I'm watching them right now that is going really bad.
Pop shots. Dead to VIP.
Oh
6-5.
my god.
It's getting close.
Pressure is now mounting for Enterprise. They had a 4-round advantage that has become a 1-round advantage, and this is more the sort of match we expected. We called this one as going to be the closest of the day, and it's now starting to seem that way. 6-5 Enterprise look like they're going to call the tactical timeout. Mag wants to step in here and try and give them the answers that they've been unable to find so far.
Looking very tense too. You saw Bappin very extremely animated in the beginning of the game. Starting to tense up. You see Tuhon starting to play with his fingers right there. And theirs might be starting to get to them right here. DK really getting into this game.
It's taken them a little while.
Yeah.
It's taken them a little while to settle down, but we're starting to see much better siege from them. The last 2 or 3 rounds, the problems that have been in front of them, they've dealt with them, but we saw it in that last one. They've had the patience. They haven't gone kind of chasing the game. It's, you know, we've had that confidence in, this is our setup, this is what we're going for. Right there with the glass, they didn't overcommit. They didn't push forward too aggressively, and the kill came. Eventually, Yog got his man, and it's just about giving the plan time to breathe sometimes,
Exactly.
I think.
Because I feel like, too, you can get kind of rushy if the initial play doesn't work, where you do the double nade, you don't get a kill back, and then they really allowed just the round to really manifest for them here. Let's see, going reading again. Malusi, they have the Pulse, they have the Azami here. Thorn, good off lineup right now. They might go for a little bit of a harder contest on the top floor and use the Pulse to play C4s and info on the East Balk right now.
I think it's
They've been giving them so much space on the reading.
Yeah.
They're going to try to take it away from them here.
I think it's really important to point out here, obviously earlier, you know, when they were really struggling, GK, I commented on how quiet Ask and Yogg had been. They were on 2 kills apiece, really struggling to get into the game. Look at the situation now. 7 for Ask, 6 for Yogg, 9, 7, 8. Everybody on GK now is up and running, is firing. If you look across at the side of Enterprise, it's almost a flip reversal. You've got Cairo still struggling on 3, not really getting himself into the game. Brendo on 6 there, so you've definitely kind of got 2 sides of the team on Enterprise. And right now, that team play from GK,
Can you like win this out now?
to facilitate Asking Yogg, get them into the game, allow them to start getting them kills, has given them that extra 10% that now sees them winning 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this one. One more will see us going to overtime.
And most of Bappin's kills came too in the early rounds, so he's really gone quiet over the last few rounds here.
Yes, John?
Trying to play for a cheese play in piano. Does he get drone? Pulse was feeding him this info on who's on his repels. There's a DMR2 to shred all of his Kiba barriers. Gonna be troublesome for him playing. Used to call this the mark spot all the way back on Old Cafe. Gonna be playing very aggressive right now. Also, too, when that repel line is there, Ace, you cannot hop out on the window. It blocks the hop out. They need to find a way to help Bappin here, unless they're gonna get this opening kill. Jigsaw trying to rotate right now. Nade goes out, peeking the upside down repel here. Oh.
Yeah.
Asking for trouble, surely. So difficult to fight those upside down repels on the reverse. Look at the amount of pressure that Bappin's absorbing. He's taken a ton of damage, but he's wasted a minute and a half before they're able to deal with him. GK are going to be a little bit shorter on time than they might like, but they do get an
Are you kidding me?
Effectively, 4 versus 3 as Sarks is down as well.
Yes, but Sarks should be in a resible spot here. Can we see where he is? Looks like he's outside of...
Yeah, he's outside, just outside of the main door, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's safe. It's just whether they can get somebody over there in
slow the
time.
round here and get him up. Pulsing this information right now.
Why are you still holding the fucking
He's
C4?
gonna play for a C4 off of this top clear. They can't keep conceding too much space. No one on the repel. Pick that back up. Swinging in to take stage here. 6 pellets left for the hatch. Hatch is soft. Walking the top.
Yo, what the fuck?
That's a nice kill.
Okay, now I'm getting very mad. Why they're
Playing
giving a
extremely
lot.
solo. Not really finding much effect from the timeout here.
No, I think we're starting to see that pressure mount on them now. Jigsaw gets
Back
one,
off,
but it
back
still
off,
feels like
back
it could
off,
be
back
impactless.
off.
Sark did get collected elsewhere.
They're going
Upor was
bomb
able
right
to
now.
drop down and get him. Yogg is going for the plant. There's
Why
absolutely
are you over there
nothing
too
that
hot?
Enterprise can do. They're gonna have to try
I don't
and play
understand.
for a 2-man
Why are you-
retake here. Make it 1 man as Upor takes down Jigsaw, and this is definitely much
I'm like
more
you-
of the GK that we have come
Okay,
to
that's not
expect
very
over the last month or 2. They are playing as a team now. They have got themselves moving. Nitro goes
Yeah.
out. It's just a sort of throwing hope there from Two-Hand, but
That
there
is
is not enough hope
so
in the
annoying.
world to get a kill out of that one. He does pick up Ask on the Reaper. 1 versus 3 now from a 1 versus 4. But it's unlikely we're going to be seeing much more. Enterprise
Yeah, now
still trying to
Bappin
get
is
in the
getting
chat, but
pissed,
you
but
feel that
you're
it's all
stupid
bravado
for
at the
taking that
minute, but
fight.
They're just trying to convince themselves more than anybody else, I think. They know they've lost 4 rounds in a row. They know that this one is done. And they know, Dave, that we're going to overtime.
I mean, just what what rounds from DK? Really showing the composure down 6-3. I can hear Ask yelling too at the team, you know. Even though he's typing, I feel like, again, at LAN, why are we typing? I feel like you're right across from your opponent. Let them hear your voice.
Let them know
and looking
about
at the faces right now, look at Cairo, very detached right now. Jeez. Gonna be a tough OT here.
Interested to see
Yeah,
who
I
is on
don't
which start
understand.
inside. I can tell you that it is Enterprise will be starting on the defense.
Ooh.
And that doesn't really suit them, considering that they've just lost 4 defenses in a row. That's now got to be a tough one.
The one thing I see too, even after that timeout, they're just so separated.
Yep.
If Bappin's playing close on the piano windows, you need that pulse trying to stop the people on the rappel. You need someone going outside a bakery door. You need someone peeking the white rappel. So if that guy is on that rappel upside down, you're trying to stop him, trying to get a kill, trying to make a trade happen. But it's just so uncoordinated from them here. Even on the top floor, you still have the pulse to be able to play inside a sight to C4. Grubby walking long bar. It's just a 1v1 between him and Brendo. Grubby walks up, takes the kill. Just need to see more from Enterprise right now. Talk is cheap. It's all about action here.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And we'll see who is able to get themselves this one done. The best of 3 rounds now on Cafe. Enterprise will start off on the defense and they will go to Fireplace and Mining. We've got one of those laser setups, like you said. It's going to take some serious moves to get through there, unless they're able to pop a few of those trip connectors and start breaking that web up.
So you see Solus now below scanning. That's another element they're adding to play for the runouts here to try to break that push here. They might have info on him. No, they're just checking to see if the window's double hit. Grubby going to be playing the top. Going to have to care for the runouts here, but they have it running the Nomad forward, so they should be good here.
Going to open up that piano window then. Drones go in, and as you say, GK really just paying their due diligence, just making sure that they're not going to get hit for an easy kill. They know that Enterprise might just go and try and cheese themselves a little bit of a start in the round. They don't want to give them anything for free here, and they've done a great job of not doing. Like I said, it just really feels like in the last 6 rounds or so, particularly that second half, GK have really activated. They've switched on, they've locked in, and we're starting to see a much better game from them. A little bit of a run out here, but Ask is ready for it. There's the down. There's the kill. Beautiful play from GK.
Beautiful. And because he sees the Nomad charge, he just needs to be better than that. Now they're really on the back foot. It's all on the pulse here for the information. Need to try to get a kill on the East Balcony with a C4 here. Should not get much on the piano side. Gonna be going deep solo. Gets one. Wow. Great kill. Going to the white window. Should have his cut. Still one C1, still one in the bathroom, 2 horizontal side right now. DK need to pick where they want to go for. Y'all gonna be walking cigar shop here. One repelling in stage. It's all on Bappin. Pulse up below. They know he's pushing. Kara gets another kill here. Kara 1 HP, 1 hopping out. Walking the bar, sees 1.
Yo, are you serious, Ask?
Up white. Ask with 2.
What the fuck is Enterprise doing right now? They're just giving away.
They could put a call on Cairo lower white right now. I don't think he's answered a phone yet. They do have a spot. He is the one he has tracked right now. Gonna be rotating lower red. 1 C4. Call goes out. They should play to isolate Tuhan right now.
You did say earlier that Ask can be one of those superstar players that can really deliver in the big moments for his team, and we felt that GK just needed that little bit of impetus, that little bit of input from somebody like him, and he gets himself onto 10 kills.
Kill him.
Brought
Yes.
him back into this round, but Cairo will shut him down. It's all up to Sarks, another capable player, but look at his health. He's got about 30 HP to his name, doesn't have diffuser in hand, has to play for the
nice.
kills. Picks him up.
Oh my god, that was
up to this point, but
Enterprise were doing so many mistakes, guys.
Enterprise get themselves the defense that they sorely needed for the last 4 rounds. They do it 1 round too late, and now they need to find another.
Very good round from them. Really just seeing them get aggressive right there. Bappin getting aggressive. Cairo getting outside the map, playing for those trade games. It got a little bit dangerous there in the mid round, but they found a way to get that out. This was a big kill there.
Just this from us, just allowed to walk across that top floor there, and the reaction with Bappin coming through the rotate. Beautiful stuff from him, but not quite enough to get the round for his team. This one at the minute is absolutely anybody's, but Enterprise do move on to the attacking half now. They did overturn the advantage that GK had, given that they'd won 4 attacks in a row, and now Enterprise, they won 4 themselves, and they're going to get the opportunity. They will be attacking onto Kitchen. If we have a look, it was 50-50. We saw it played twice. GK won it once on the defense. Enterprise won it once on the attack. What I would say is that GK won it much later. They won it in round 5. It was the first round that Enterprise won, and GK they just didn't look like the same team back there in round 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So now that they've got themselves activated a little bit more, I think we're going to see something a little bit more similar to maybe what we saw in round 5, where they won this site. It was the Tubarão, the Yogg holding onto VIP that really won it out for them. I think we're going to see a much more difficult attack for Enterprise.
Bringing out the Thatcher right now, bringing out the IQ combo too to really spot the Echo Cams here. Going to deal with their win con for late. They need to try to make a play to break this push early. I think that's what the Pulse is going to be really good for here with the C4 shotgun capability. Standard issue top take coming out from EP starting it.
Come on, EP.
Here. Gonna get the ram in to make the vert. Drone's coming through piano side right now. It's gonna be a very slow round here. Let's see it.
I think that the nerves start to take a
Come
toll on the pace of the rounds,
Yeah.
don't they? As you get this deep in, nobody kind of almost start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Nobody wants to get aggressive. Nobody wants to be the player that dives in and takes that entry death and puts their team in a bad spot, especially if you're on the side of GK right now. Enterprise, of course, with 2 opportunities to get this one.
Yeah, so they're doing a verticality take, opening up with Ram, using a sledge to open up even more.
Have a good chance to close it out and to proceed in the upper bracket here at the Esports World Cup. Ram will get in. Boogie Drone doing its job from above, opening up that verticality, but we see the impact nade come out, and that's just going to take out the Boogie Drone and slow it in its tracks.
One Echo Cam gone.
I'm seeing IQ used a lot more as well, so...
Bang on time here, a little ahead, if anything, with that first Boogie Drone having already gone down, so Enterprise doing some good work. They haven't got the hatch open yet, but the X-Kairos pellets are activated and will close it out, but I'm still looking at that same position. It's Yogg, it's VIP, it's the Tubarão. I'm looking at what's the plan here, what's the plan for Enterprise? They didn't deal with it last time. How are they going to make sure that
are they going to do a freezer push, so clear out Yoga and then drop? Is that what they're looking for?
To be able to hold Yogg at bay.
Look like they're eyeing for just a site execute here, Tim. Especially with the Thatcher, IQ trying to get rid of these Echo drones, and their Thatcher and the Echo drone too. Going for the, great C4.
Yogg from that position.
That was a little bit too obvious.
Push. I'd said that it was my concern throughout. Enterprise were less worried about it than I, but they should have been a little bit more. The Zoto canister comes out to try and stop that push onto him that we've seen previously.
Now they're just flashing without having anything to push for.
Just holding back the tide. There's going to be a little bit of a wander down Brown Stairs, but Brendo has got into a position to put the diffuser down. Groovy, however, stops it. 5 versus 3 now. GK holding on and looking to take us to that 15th round. It's retake time for Enterprise.
Walking through right now, low time, no chance.
I don't understand how stupid they are in that position. You know, when you're flashing like that, you need to bait out first.
On the vert covering, you see another player dropping the hatch. There's no need to drop the hatch. You already have a person on white. You need to make sure you hold the coffee double door where Groovy was able to vault through, stop the plant, and then prone and waste even more time off of the flames here. And you saw that they usually brought the Twitch drone in to be able to clear those flames early. They weren't able to clear those flames. They didn't use a nade for the flames, so it really allowed them to stall in the late round right there. And a great C4 from Yogg being able to break that initial play.
Holy
really
moly.
Nice defense. We see, all the utility that was thrown at Yogg there, but they still didn't get that kill onto him. He was still able to find the nitro, really break, the back of that attack before it really started to get established.
They just went bar. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you what, I feel nervous. I feel nervous for Enterprise. We have not seen a top floor site yet in 14 rounds, and Enterprise choose to go there. Now, I can tell you from over the last, I can't tell you the exact numbers right at this second, but over the last 2 or 3 years, this site has never got above 50% win rate for the defenders.
Yeah.
I can tell you that now because I've watched it avidly, and it's a risk. It's a risk. But look, maybe it catches GK a little bit off guard.
Yeah.
It's not part of the rotation. It's not something they're going to be expecting. So now,
so let's check the numbers again.
Right now, 2 Cena Souls coming out.
Cafe. So top floor. Bar.
I would like to see here because
Bar Cocktail has been played once, guys. Once. And it has 0% win rate during this tournament. Absolute 0% win rate. On Cafe. So
You can kinda make
yeah,
that.
this
The
might
ADS is free to protecting it. Let's see.
break it or make it.
Probably gonna be a C1 clear right now.
That is the thing.
4 sets of nades coming out. Most of the ADSs are for the bar side too.
I am not happy with
It's gonna
that
get tricky right
choice,
now. Ace
but
coming
they
out
need to
too.
shake
Gonna
up
be one of the best options if you're able to
GK
get
with
this range
something, I'm
boost off.
guessing.
Got rid of ADS too. Wow, big.
Nearly didn't get away with
didn't
that.
get the ADS though. It didn't get the ADS. He blocked it.
I think he did. He just managed to body block it, and it was, you know, we saw the shot land on the Jaeger's leg. We can see on his player card the little bit of damage that Cairo took, but it's taken and kept some really important utility online there. It's going to enable him to stay in that position, so good stuff from Enterprise by Loco management. It doesn't really matter. The outcome
Oh my god,
the
that is
same,
so bad.
and it means that the Jaeger stays in position, but he's
Yo.
going to wish that he hadn't. The flashes come in and Newport gets the
How the
tight
fuck do you
angle
die from
Sky,
that?
and there's the entry.
Now it's so difficult too because you have your solos below 3 people on the site. You're forced to really make a play right now. If it goes 5v3, it could get bad. Oh.
Yo.
Good trade
Don't
back. Good to be able to
don't
solos
make
below
me
here,
go
but they have
wrong
info
on the
now, Jigsaw.
predictions. Please, I need.
Rondo getting Enterprise back into
They have a
things.
reading cam. They don't have a pillar cam right now, so there's no info.
At least a little. 4 versus
I need
3.
you guys to win
GK
this.
need to
Come
not
on,
get dragged
Enterprise.
into rushing through this. They've got a couple of kills. They don't need to get over.
Are you not aware of where your line of sight is? This feels so fucking
They can
stupid.
smell blood in the water now. They know they're like sharks circling. They want this match. They were 6-2 down, but here comes the jump out. Big play as Jigsaw just launches himself out of white window. The fight is on. Brendo gets one.
Free fighter
Two,
shit.
is the hero that they were asking for. 2v1 right now. He's going to be getting the plant down, but the Solus is underneath. This could be the win condition. He has to move away. They can't find the kill. Jigsaw, he's going to go back to it again. He has to just shoot through the floor. He will manage to land some shots, but Ask is going for it again.
No.
Gets the kill, and GK
Look at the emotion.
from 6-2
Look
down.
at the emotion.
They fight their way back in
This is
and
Siege.
win it in round 15.
This is EWC.
This is Siege.
Wow.
Okay, I would tell you guys right now, I have never liked Ask. I have never liked Ask the way he's like talking and being like that. I don't like it.
And GK had all the response.
Tim, you said it. Don't go bar. And they went bar 7-7. Oh my gosh.
I mean, look, far be it from me to say.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Seriously.
Stop playing bar.
If only somebody.
Oh my god. Ask, you need to shut the fuck up. That is such disrespectful. The shoulder touch and everything. You need to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, but that is so this is the reason why I had such a problem with him when he was in Black Dragon. Like, he's not a bad player, but his fucking attitude is pissing me off so many times. He's such a disrespectful player, in my opinion. The way he is yelling at Enterprise like that, goes over, shakes the hand, do the shoulder touch. Like, they're seriously? They're like, you won the fucking game. Don't be a dick about it. I fucking hate him, like, when he's that. Like, I hate this kind of hard, but, like, I dislike him so fucking much for the way he's, like, acting. I really don't like it. That is so unnecessary. So unnecessary.
Great team play from both sides.
Hi, Flap, by the way.
GK, they dug deep and I'm impressed.
Yeah.
They continue to impress me. They were the mystery team in
I was hoping Enterprise to win. Okay, so I have 2 matches wrong for today.
They have found their feet. Shepard, I've no doubt helped
Only
at
2
the
matches.
tactical
So
time at halftime, and they've got it overturned. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, this is a slow start for them here. I mean, of course, for EP, what are you gonna do if you're GK? If those players, 9-1, whatever. Even at that point, Jigsaw hadn't even gotten a kill yet, but it wasn't even necessary. EP had a great start to this game. They were talking. They were getting very vocal, not just in the chat, but also, with their emotions, with their signals towards the enemy team there. And then for GK, when they were starting this comeback, it almost felt like they weren't believing in it themselves. Like they were not super motivated towards each other. It seemed like even if they were getting these rounds, Groovy still had his hands in his head. It looked a bit rough, but then for them to have this mental resilience to bring it back to overtime and to win out these super important rounds there is something that'll really help them once they start getting to the best of threes.
Of course. And two, I feel like that last round also, we were speaking about Ask, that 1v1 between Ask and Brendo was really the round. I felt like being able, if you get that kill, it gives Jigsaw some more time to get up top. But once Jigsaw puts himself outside the map, it starts a timer of, okay, we have to kill Brendo inside the site. And it really forced that 2v1 here. Just what a game, honestly. Great composure from both teams.
Yeah, that's exactly what we love to see. Both of them have turned up. They both had great passages of play. Enterprise, I'm sure, are going to go away and ask questions of themselves. They need to not be too hard. You know, there are plenty of good moments for them to take away from that game. If they can play like they did for the first 6 rounds, the first 8 rounds, they'll be absolutely fine. They're going to get wins at this tournament. But they just have to deal with getting it over the line. Sometimes it's about clinching the games. You can win every round you want, but if you don't win the one that matters, you're going to go home in the end.
Ask is so animated, letting them know, like, yes, because they were talking so much. They were saying, they were shaking, and I feel like, too, it's not how you start, again, it's how you finish, and really being able to get their footing back in the game is big.
I love to see certain emotions coming out from players. It really shows on their faces how much it means to them. And for GK, they say in the upper bracket is absolutely huge.
No, get him out. I don't want to hear a fucking interview with this guy. Seriously.
About how he feels after this game.
Thank you guys on the desk, and I agree, Iconic. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Ask, you guys had to fight tooth and nail for this, especially from that being down 2 and 6 comeback. How are you feeling right now?
Bro, to be honest, right now I'm feeling so great. But on the match, like I was joking with the boys, like I think like on the EML or Belgium Masters, like we did like some crazy comeback on Cafe also, and I just make a joke like, guys, we already make one bigger comeback, so why not again? And we end up like to show some good mentality right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to talk about, obviously, this being your first introduction into EWC, having a match like this. Do you feel this is the match that you want to push yourself going into tomorrow against the likes of Furia?
Yeah, definitely. Like, to be honest, like we end up show like a lot of like info, but it's fine. You know, like we already know like what the people doing here. But I think it's fine. But I think it's good for the mentality, resilience for the tournament.
Absolutely. I want to talk about that comeback, actually, the 2-6. What was Groovy saying to you guys throughout each and every single round just to make sure, talking about that resilience, staying composed to get over the line?
Yeah, basically, like Groovy, like to be honest, like he's like our IGL, and like he's like keep our composure, you know. Like, so guys, chilling. Let's go for the execute. Like Enterprise, like playing always for the execute, like retake, walking up.
Yeah, I really don't like him. I'm sorry. I have not liked him in so long as a person. Great player, but for me, a person, I would get pissed.
Yeah, that's it. Groovy was really important.
All right, well, last thing before I let
I would have talked to him after the match and said, like,
your Brazilian brethren, is there anything you want to say going into that match?
Bro, I think let's have some fun, you know, like my friends for Brazil. Let's have some fun. We're probably going to play Chalet again, so let's go.
All right, well, we already got to look into it. Probably Chalet. It's going to have some fun. Ask and the boys on GK, what a performance from them. 1 game away separates them from getting into playoffs. That's it for us down here for the day. I'll send you back to the desk for one last breakdown.
Getting some spoilers for the game for tomorrow as well, of course, going up against his Brazilian brethren in that match.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll be going into the upper brackets. We're qualifying teams.
Yeah.
That's it's only the second day of groups, so we're already gonna do that. It's a very positive thought as well to have.
It's rattling along really, really quickly. I mean, we've been spoilt with some great siege today. We get back into the best of 3s tomorrow. I just want to say what I love about that interview, by the way, particularly Ask's demeanour coming into it. He was stood there with the biggest smile on his face, waiting for Laxing to talk to. It was like, he couldn't stop grinning. He was like, yeah, ask me your questions, come on. And I love that from GK, and I'm sure that's going to attract a lot of fans to enjoying watching them play. Because when somebody's enjoying it, it's fun to watch as well. Great stuff from them. What an attitude. Brilliant stuff.
And really nice to see respects given to his IGL. Obviously, you know, they couldn't do it without Groovy, but it was everyone really stepping up, really Diog coming in for the play.
Yeah, like,
just calling it, and it was an amazing time.
in general was also,
and really find their footing back, and
Enterprise were just giving rounds after rounds, making a lot of mistakes as well. Not to give discredit to JK in any way, they played really well. But it was a lot of big mistakes from Enterprise there. Losing that many rounds in a row is most likely due to the enemy and not the team getting better in a way, because you could have seen a lot of mistakes from Enterprise doing, not checking the corners, not be like aware.
These are still opportunities for a lot of teams tomorrow, especially inside of that upper bracket. We've seen all kinds of chaos here on the first day of groups. We got a 7-0, we got all 15 rounds. We're gonna get way more of that with our best of threes tomorrow as we qualify teams to the players. That is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Tune back in for tomorrow. For now, we're gonna send you over to the STC highlights of the day. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, so the matches for tomorrow. So the matches for tomorrow, guys, if you are curious, which I do think you are. So, what is what? What do we need to know? Okay, let me take out there. So, they have not updated here, so the matches for tomorrow. So these matches are not updated, so let's go in through this. So here's the matchup for tomorrow. This is for Friday, so this match does not exist. So for tomorrow, it's going to be this match. So it's going to be Secret versus All Game, M8 versus Team Liquid. So I do believe Secret is going to win. I believe M8 is going to be winning. So that and that is going to be my win. And also for the B group tomorrow, is going to be. So this is not updated, but it's going to be Fnatic versus Edward Gaming tomorrow. And it's going to be Enterprise EP versus Weibo for tomorrow. So that is the match. And I think Fnatic is going to be winning. And this is a doozy because I did say that Enterprise is going to be making it through. So I need to keep them in the game. So if my prediction is right, so I do believe it's going to be them. So which is going to be like Fnatic here and Enterprise here. And between GK versus Virtus Pro, GK is going to be stumbling down, which means I don't know which side that would be on here. But I think it's going to be this bracket because they can't face the same team again. So I do think if it's GK, there might be here. And then you're going to have just scroll up. So whoever loses. So it's going to be Virtus Pro versus FaZe Clan here. Okay. No, so this is wrong. This is wrong. So Virtus Pro versus FaZe Clan. So VP is losing towards FaZe Clan. So they're going to be facing Fnatic, and it's going to be GK versus Enterprise again. So, and I think VP is winning, and I'm thinking EP is getting that. If I get this right, then my prediction is spot on. I will not miss a single one. That is how it's looking. But that is just my thoughts on it. so far. So we will see, we will see. And matches goes. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, like the match was interesting. 2 matches wrong, so and the match will start for tomorrow. Let me see the time. The first match is starting by tomorrow, and all matches is going to be best of 3, guys. So that will be a different matter then. So the first match tomorrow, both of the best matches starting at the same time, which I don't like. But Dark Zero versus Kag, and we have Falcons versus Wildcard. Like, why couldn't I divide that matches up? Would have been way better. It would have been way better. So far it's looking good. It's looking good. Let's see what we got. Just double checking. Just double checking something. Yeah, so the matches is for tomorrow. So what do we want to do? Do we want to play? No, it's actually quite late. Okay, guys. Yeah, so I will be ending the stream right now. Been live for so many hours. I don't think I can do more. I'll probably get sick if I do more. If I'm going to be having the energy to stream for the rest of the week, I need to be a little bit careful. But for everyone in Twitch, stick around. We are going to be raiding someone, so please stick around. That way I get to brag about you guys as well. For everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel. Guys, if you're not a subscriber or a follower yet, and you want to see more of this, just hit the follow button. And we see more Siege matches and stats and everything, and also some Siege gameplay as well. I do play the game as well, if you did not know. But anyways, for everyone on YouTube, I will see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. CT, and I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, and I will see you guys tomorrow.